Raise the Titanic by Clive Cussler. This book is read by Larry A. McKeever. April 1912. Prelude. The man on Deck A, stateroom 33, tossed and turned in his narrow berth, the mind behind his sweating face lost in the depths of a nightmare. He was small, no more than 2 inches over 5 feet, with thinning white hair and a bland face, whose only imposing feature was a pair of dark, bushy eyebrows. His hands lay entwined on his chest, his figures twitching in a nervous rhythm. He looked to be in his 50s. His skin had the color and texture of a concrete sidewalk, and the lines under his eyes were deeply etched. Yet he was only 10 days shy of his 34th birthday. The physical grind and the mental torment of the last 5 months had exhausted him to the ragged edge of madness. During his waking hours, he found his mind wandering down vacant channels, losing all track of time and reality. He had to remind himself continually where he was and what day it was. He was going mad, slowly but irrevocably mad. And the worst part of it was that he knew he was going mad. His eyes fluttered open, and he focused them on the silent fan that hung from the ceiling of his stateroom. His hands traveled over his face and felt the 2-week growth of beard. He didn't have to look at his clothes. He knew they were soiled and rumpled and stained with nervous sweat. He should have bathed and changed after he'd boarded the ship, but instead he'd taken to his berth and slept a fearful, obsessed sleep off and on for nearly 3 days. It was late into Sunday evening, and the ship wasn't due to dock in New York until early Wednesday morning, slightly more than 50 hours hence. He tried to tell himself he was safe now, but his mind refused to accept it, in spite of the fact that the prize that had cost so many lives was absolutely secure. For the 100th time, he felt the lump in his vest pocket. Satisfied that the key was still there, he rubbed a hand over his glistening forehead and closed his eyes once more. He wasn't sure how long he dozed. Something had jolted him awake. Not a loud sound or a violent movement. It was more like a trembling motion from his mattress, and a strange grinding noise somewhere far below his starboard stateroom. He rose stiffly to a sitting position and swung his feet to the floor. A few minutes passed, and he sensed an unusual, vibrationless quiet. Then his befogged mind grasped the reason. The engines had stopped. He sat there listening, but the only sounds came from the soft joking of the stewards in the passageway and the muffled talk from the adjoining cabins. An icy tentacle of uneasiness wrapped around him. Another passenger might have simply ignored the interruption and quickly gone back to sleep. But he was within an inch of a mental breakdown, and his 5 senses were working overtime at magnifying every impression. 3 days locked in his cabin, neither eating nor drinking, reliving the horrors of the past 5 months, served only to stoke the fires of insanity behind his rapidly degenerating mind. He unlocked the door and walked unsteadily down the passageway to the grand staircase. People were laughing and chattering on their way from the lounge to their staterooms. He looked at the ornate bronze clock, which was flanked by 2 figures in bas-relief above the middle landing of the stairs. The gilded hands read 11:51. A steward, standing alongside an opulent lamp-standard at the bottom of the staircase, stared disdainfully up at him, obviously annoyed at seeing so shabby a passenger wandering the first-class accommodations, while all the others strolled the rich oriental carpets in elegant evening dress. "The engines. They've stopped," he said thickly. "Probably for a minor adjustment, sir," the steward replied. "A new ship on her maiden voyage and all. There's bound to be a few bugs to iron out. Nothing to worry about. She's unsinkable, you know." "If she's made out of steel, she can sink." He massaged his bloodshot eyes. "I think I'll take a look outside." The steward shook his head. "I don't recommend it, sir. It's frightfully cold out there." The passenger in the wrinkled suit shrugged. He was used to the cold. He turned climbed one flight of stairs and stepped through a door that led to the starboard side of the boat deck. He gasped as though he'd been stabbed by 1,000 needles. After lying for 3 days in the warm womb of his stateroom, he was rudely shocked by the 31-degree temperature. There was not the slightest hint of a breeze, only a biting, motionless cold that hung from the cloudless sky like a shroud. He walked to the rail and turned up the collar of his coat. He leaned over, but saw only the Black Sea, calm as a garden pond. Then he looked fore and aft. The boat deck from the raised roof over the first-class smoking room to the wheelhouse forward of the officers' quarters was totally deserted. Only the smoke, drifting lazily from the forward 3 of the 4 huge yellow and black funnels, and the lights shining through the windows of the lounge and reading room, revealed any involvement with human life. The white froth along the hull diminished and turned black as the massive vessel slowly lost her headway and drifted silently beneath the endless blanket of stars. The ship's purser came out of the officers' mess and peered over the side. "Why did we stop?" "We've struck something," the purser replied without turning. "Is it serious?" "Not likely, sir. If there's any leakage, the pump should handle it." Abruptly, an ear-shattering roar that sounded like 100 Denver and Rio Grande locomotives thundering through a tunnel at the same time erupted from the 8 exterior exhaust ducts. Even as he put his hands to his ears, the passenger recognized the cause. He had been around machinery long enough to know that the excess steam from the ship's idle reciprocating engines was blowing off through the bypass valves. The terrific blare made further speech with the purser impossible. He turned away and watched as other crew members appeared on the boat deck. A terrible dread spread through his stomach as he saw them begin stripping off the lifeboat covers and clearing away the lines to the davits. He stood there for nearly an hour, while the din from the exhaust ducts died slowly in the night. Clutching the handrail, oblivious to the cold, he barely noticed the small groups of passengers who had begun to wander the boat deck in a strange, quiet kind of confusion. One of the ship's junior officers came past. He was young, in his early 20s, and his face had the typically British milky-white complexion and the typically British bored-with-it-all expression. He approached the man at the railing and tapped him on the shoulder. "Beg your pardon, sir, but you must get your life jacket on." The man slowly turned and stared. "We're going to sink, aren't we?" he asked hoarsely. The officer hesitated a moment, then nodded. "She's taking sea faster than the pumps can keep up." "How long do we have?" "Hard to say. Maybe another hour if the water stays clear of the boilers." "What happened? There was no other ship nearby. What did we collide with?" "Iceberg. Slashed our hull. Damnable bit of bloody luck." He grasped the officer's arm so hard the young man winced. "I must get into the cargo hold." "Little chance of that, sir. The mailroom on F deck is flooding, and the luggage is already floating down in the hold." "You must guide me there." The officer tried to shake his arm loose, but it was held like a vice. "Impossible. My orders are to see to the starboard lifeboats." "Some other officer can man the boats," the passenger said tonelessly. "You're going to show me the way to the cargo hold." It was then that the officer noticed 2 discomforting things. First, the twisted, insane look on the passenger's face, and second, the muzzle of the gun that was pressing against his genitals. "Do as I ask," the man snarled, "if you wish to see grandchildren." The officer stared dumbly at the gun and then looked up. Something inside him was suddenly sick. There was no thought of argument or resistance. The reddened eyes that burned into his burned from within the depths of insanity. "I can only try." "Then try," the passenger snarled. "And no tricks. I'll be at your back all the way. One stupid mistake, and I'll shoot your spine in 2 at the base." Discreetly, He shoved the gun into a coat pocket, keeping the barrel nudged against the officer's back. They made their way without difficulty through the milling throng of people who now cluttered the boat deck. It was a different ship now. No laughter or gaiety, no class distinction. The wealthy and the poor were joined by the common bond of fear. The stewards were the only ones smiling and making small talk as they handed out ghost-white life-preservers. The distress rockets soared into the air, looking small and vain under the smothering darkness, their burst of white sparkle seen by no one except those aboard the doomed ship. It provided an unearthly backdrop for the heart-rending goodbyes, the forced expressions of hope in the men's eyes as they tenderly lifted their women and children into the lifeboats. The terrible unreality of the scene was heightened as the ship's 8-piece band assembled on the boat deck, incongruous with their instruments and pale life jackets. They began to play Irving Berlin's Alexander's Ragtime Band. The ship's officer, prodded by the gun, struggled down the main stairway against the wave of passengers who were surging up toward the lifeboats. The low angle of the bow was becoming more pronounced. Going down the steps, their stride was off balance. At B deck, they commandeered an elevator and rode it down to D deck. The young officer turned and studied the man whose strange whim had inexorably bound him tighter in the grip of certain death. The lips were drawn back tightly over the teeth, the eyes glassy with a faraway look. The passenger glanced up and saw the officer staring at him. For a long moment, their eyes locked. "Don't worry. Bigelow, sir. Don't worry, Bigelow. You'll make it before she goes." "What section of the cargo hold do you want?" "The ship's vault in number 1 cargo hold, G deck." "G deck must surely be under water by now." "We'll only know when we get there, won't we?" The passenger motioned with the gun in his coat pocket as the elevator doors opened. They moved out and pushed their way through the crowd. Bigelow tore off his life belt and ran around the staircase leading to E deck. There he stopped and looked down and saw the water crawling upward, inching its relentless path up the steps. Some of the lights still burned under the cold green water, giving off a haunting, distorted glow. "It's no use. You can see for yourself." "Is there another way?" "The watertight doors were closed right after the collision. We might make it down one of the escape ladders." "Then keep going." The journey along the circuitous alleyways went rapidly through the unending steel labyrinth of passages and ladder tunnels. Bigelow halted and lifted a round hatch cover and peered into the narrow opening. Surprisingly, the water on the cargo deck beneath was only 2 feet deep. "No hope," he lied. "It's flooded." The passenger roughly shoved the officer to one side and looked for himself. "It's dry enough for my purpose," he said slowly. He waved the gun at the hatch. "Keep going." The overhead electric lights were still burning in the hold as the 2 men sloshed their way toward the ship's strong room. The dim rays glinted off the brass of a giant Renault town car blocked to the deck. Both of them stumbled and fell in the icy water several times, numbing their bodies with the cold. Staggering like drunken men, they reached the vault at last. It was a cube in the middle of the cargo compartment. It measured 8 feet by 8 feet by 8 feet. Its sturdy walls were constructed of 12-inch thick Belfast steel. The passenger produced a key from his vest pocket and inserted it in the slot. The lock was new and stiff, but finally the tumblers gave with an audible click. He pushed the heavy door open and stepped into the vault. Then he turned and smiled for the first time. "Thanks for your help, Bigelow. You'd better head topside. There's still time for you." Bigelow looked puzzled. "You're staying?" "Yes, I'm staying. I've murdered 8 good and true men. I can't live with that." It was said flatly, the tone final. "It's over and done with. Everything." Bigelow tried to speak, but the words would not come. The passenger nodded in understanding and began pulling the door closed behind him. "Thank God for Southby," he said. And then he was gone, swallowed up in the black interior of the vault. Bigelow survived. He won his race with the rising water and managed to reach the boat deck and throw himself over the side only seconds before the ship took her plunge. As the bulk of the great ocean liner sank from sight, her red pennant with the white star that had been hanging limply high on the aft mast peak under the dead calm of the night suddenly unfurled when it touched the sea, as though in final salute to the 1,500 men, women, and children who were either dying of exposure or drowning in the frigid waters over the grave. Blind instinct clutched at Bigelow, and he reached out and seized the pennant as it slipped past. Before his mind could focus, before he knew the full danger of his foolhardy act, he found himself being pulled beneath the water. Yet he stubbornly held on, refusing to release his grip. He was nearly 20 feet below the surface when at last the pennant's grommets tore from the halyard, and the prize was his. Only then did he struggle upward through the liquid blackness. After what seemed to him an eternity, he broke into the night air again, thankful that the expected suction from the sinking ship had not gotten him. The 28-degree water nearly killed him. Given another 10 minutes in its freezing grip, he would have simply been one more statistic of that terrible tragedy. A rope saved him. His hand brushed against and grabbed a trailing rope attached to a capsized boat. With the last ounce of his ebbing strength, he pulled his nearly frozen body on board and shared with 30 other men the numbing ache of the cold until they were rescued by another ship 4 hours later. The pitiful cries of the hundreds who died would forever linger in the minds of those who survived. But as he clung to the overturned, partly submerged lifeboat, Bigelow's thoughts were on another memory. The strange man sealed forever in the ship's vault. Who was he? Who were the 8 men he claimed to have murdered? What was the secret of the vault? They were questions that were to haunt Bigelow for the next 76 years, right up to the last few hours of his life. Part 1. The Sicilian Project. July 1987. Chapter 1. The President swiveled in his chair, clasped his hands behind his head, and stared unseeing out of the window of the Oval Office and cursed his lot. He hated his job with a passion he hadn't thought possible. He had known the exact moment the excitement had gone out of it. He had known it the morning he had found it hard to rise from bed. That was always the first sign, a dread of beginning the day. He wondered for the 1,000th time since taking office why he had struggled so hard and so long for the damn thankless job anyway. The price had been painfully high. His political trail was littered with the bones of lost friends and a broken marriage. And he'd no sooner taken the oath of office when he had found his infant administration staggered by a Treasury Department scandal, a war in South America, a nationwide airline strike, and a hostile Congress that had come to mistrust whoever resided in the White House. He threw in an extra curse for Congress. Its members had overridden his last 2 vetoes, and the news didn't sit well with him. Thank God he would escape the bullshit of another election. How he'd managed to win 2 terms still mystified him. He had broken all the political taboos ever laid down for a successful candidate. Not only was he a divorced man, but he was not a churchgoer, smoked cigars in public, and sported a large mustache besides. He had campaigned by ignoring his opponents and by hitting the voters solidly between the eyes with tough talk. And they had loved it. Opportunely, he had come along at a time when the average American was fed up with goody-goody candidates who smiled big and made love to the TV cameras and who spoke trite, nothing sentences that the press couldn't twist or find hidden meanings to invent between the nouns. 18 more months, and his second term in office would be over. It was the one thought that kept him going. His predecessor had accepted the post of head regent at the University of California. Eisenhower had withdrawn to his farm in Gettysburg, and Johnson to his ranch in Texas. The president smiled to himself. None of that elder statesman on the sidelines crap for him. His plans called for self-exile to the South Pacific on a 40-foot ketch. There, he would ignore every damn crisis that stirred the world, while sipping rum and eyeing any pug-nosed, balloon-chested native girls who wandered within view. He closed his eyes, and almost had the vision in focus, when his aide eased open the door and cleared his throat. "Excuse me, Mr. President, but Mr. Seagram and Mr. Donner are waiting." The president swiveled back to his desk and ran his hands through a patch of thick, silver-tinted hair. "Okay, send them in." He brightened visibly. Gene Seagram and Mel Donner enjoyed immediate access to the president at any time, day or night. They were the chief evaluators for the Meta Section, a group of scientists who worked in total secrecy, researching projects that were as yet unheard of, projects that attempted to leapfrog current technology by 20 to 30 years. Metasection was the president's own brainchild. He had conceived it during his first year in office, connived and manipulated the unlimited secret funding, and personally recruited the small group of brilliant and dedicated men who comprised its core. He took great unadvertised pride in it. Even the CIA and the National Security Agency knew nothing of its existence. It had always been his dream to back a team of men who could devote their skills and talents to impossible schemes, fantasy schemes with one chance in a million for success. The fact that Metasection was still batting 0 5 years after its inception bothered his conscience not at all. There was no handshaking, only cordial hellos. Then Seagram unlatched a battered leather briefcase and withdrew a folder stuffed with aerial photographs. He laid the pictures on the president's desk and pointed at several circled areas that were marked on transparent overlays. The mountain region on the upper island of Novaya Zemlya, north of the Russian mainland. All indications from our satellite sensors point this area as a slim possibility. "Damn," the president muttered softly. "Every time we discover something like this, it has to sit in the Soviet Union or in some other untouchable location." He scanned the photographs and then turned his eyes to Donner. "The Earth is a big place. Surely there must be other promising areas." Donner shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. President, but geologists have been searching for Byzanium ever since Alexander Beasley discovered its existence in 1902. To our knowledge, none has ever been found in quantity." "Its radioactivity is so extreme," Seagram said. "It has long vanished from the continents in anything more than very minute trace amounts. The few bits and pieces we've gathered on this element have been gleaned from small, artificially prepared particles." "Can't you build a supply through artificial means?" the president asked. "No, sir," Seagram replied. "The longest-lived particle we managed to produce with a high-energy accelerator decayed in less than 2 minutes." The president sat back and stared at Seagram. "How much of it do you need to complete your program?" Seagram looked at Donner, then at the president. "Of course you realize, Mr. President, we're still in a speculative stage." "How much do you need?" the president repeated. "I should judge about 8 ounces. "I see." "That's only the amount required to test the concept fully," Donner added. "It would take an additional 200 ounces to set up the equipment on a fully operational scale at strategic locations around the nation's borders." The president slumped in his chair. "Then I guess we scrap this one and go on to something else." Seagram was a tall, lanky man with a quiet voice and a courteous manner, and except for a large, flattened nose, he could almost have passed as an unbearded Abe Lincoln. Donner was just the opposite of Seagram. He was short and seemed almost as broad as he was tall. He had wheat-colored hair, melancholy eyes, and his face always seemed to be sweating. He began talking at a machine-gun pace. Project Sicilian is too close to reality to bury and forget. I strongly urge that we push on. We'd be playing for the inside straight to end inside straights, but if we succeed, my God, sir, the consequences are enormous. I am open to suggestions, the President said quietly. Seagram took a deep breath and plunged in. First, we'd need your permission to build the necessary installations. Second, the required funds. And third, the assistance of the National Underwater and Marine Agency. The President looked questioningly at Seagram. I can understand the first two requests, but I don't grasp the significance of NUMA. Where does it fit in? We're going to have to sneak expert mineralogists into Novaya Zemlya. Since it's surrounded by water, a NUMA oceanographic expedition nearby would make the perfect cover for our mission. How long will it take you to test, construct, and install the system? Donner didn't hesitate. 16 months, 1 week. How far can you proceed without Byzanium? Right up to the final stage, Donner answered. The President tilted back in his chair and gazed at a ship's clock that sat on his massive desk. He said nothing for nearly a full minute. Finally he said, As I see it, gentlemen, you want me to bankroll you into building a multi-million-dollar, unproven, untested, complex system that won't operate because we lack the primary ingredient which we may have to steal from an unfriendly nation. Seagram fidgeted with his briefcase, while Donner merely nodded. Suppose you tell me, the President continued, how I explain a maze of these installations stretching around the country's perimeters to some tight-fisted liberal in Congress who gets it in his head to investigate. That's the beauty of the system, said Seagram. It's small and it's compact. The computers tell us that a building constructed along the lines of a small power station will do the job nicely. Neither the Russian spy satellites nor a farmer living next door will detect anything out of the ordinary. The President rubbed his chin. Why do you want to jump the gun on the Sicilian project before you're 100% ready? We're gambling, sir, said Donner. We're gambling that in the next 16 months we can either make a breakthrough and produce Byzanium in the laboratory, or find a deposit we can extract somewhere on Earth. Even if it takes us 10 years, Seagram blurted, the installations would be in and waiting. Our only loss would be time. The President stood up. Gentlemen, I'll go along with your science fiction scheme, but on one condition. You have exactly 18 months and 10 days. That's when the new man, whoever he may be, takes over my job. So if you want to keep your sugar daddy happy until then, get me some results. The two men across the desk went limp. At last, Seagram managed to speak. Thank you, Mr. President. Somehow, some way, the team will bring in the mother lode. You can count on it. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to pose in the Rose Garden with a bunch of fat old daughters of the American Revolution. He held out his hand. Good luck. And remember, don't screw up your undercover operations. I don't want another Eisenhower U-2 spy mission to blow up in my face. Understood? Before Seagram and Donner could answer, he had turned and walked out a side door. Donner's Chevrolet was passed through the White House gates. He eased into the mainstream of traffic and headed across the Potomac into Virginia. He was almost afraid to look in the rearview mirror, for fear that the President might change his mind and send a messenger to chase them down with a rejection. He rolled down the window and breathed in the humid summer air. We came off lucky, Seagram said. I guess you know that. You're telling me. If he'd known we'd sent a man into Russian territory over 2 weeks ago, the fertilizer would have hit the windmill. It still might, Seagram mumbled to himself. It still might, if Numa can't get our man out. Chapter 2. Sid Copeland was sure he was dying. His eyes were closed, and the blood from his side was staining the white snow. A burst of light whirled around in Copland's mind as consciousness gradually returned, and a spasm of nausea rushed over him, and he retched uncontrollably. Had he been shot once, or was it twice? He wasn't sure. He opened his eyes and rolled up onto his hands and knees. His head pounded like a jackhammer. He put his hand to it and touched a congealed gash that split his scalp above the left temple. Except for the headache, there was no exterior sensation. The pain had been dulled by the cold. But there was no dulling of the agonizing burn on his left side, just below his rib cage, where the second bullet had struck. And he could feel the syrup-like stickiness of the blood as it trickled under his clothing, over his thighs and down his legs. A volley of automatic weapons fire echoed down the mountain. Copland looked around, but all he could see was the swirling white snow that was whipped by the vicious Arctic wind. Another burst tore the frigid air. He guessed that it came from only 100 yards away. A Soviet patrol guard must be firing blindly through the blizzard in the random hope of hitting him again. All thought of escape had vanished now. It was finished. He knew he could never make it to the cove where he'd moored the sloop. Nor was he in any condition to sail the little 28-foot craft across 50 miles of open sea to a rendezvous with the waiting American oceanographic vessel. He sank back into the snow. The bleeding had weakened him beyond further physical effort. The Russians must not find him. That was part of the bargain with Metasection. If he must die, his body must not be discovered. Painfully, he began scraping snow over himself. Soon he would be only a small white mound on a desolate slope of Vednaya Mountain, buried forever under the constantly building ice sheet. He stopped a moment and listened. The only sounds he heard were his own gasps and the wind. He listened harder, cupping his hands to his ears. Just audible through the howling wind, he heard a dog bark. "Oh, God," he cried silently. As long as his body was still warm, the sensitive nostrils of the dog were sure to pick up his scent. He sagged in defeat. There was nothing left for him but to lie back and let his life ooze away. But a spark deep inside him refused to dim and be extinguished. Merciful God, he thought deliriously, he couldn't just lie there waiting for the Russians to take him. He was only a professor of mineralogy, not a trained secret agent. His mind and 40-year-old body weren't geared to stand up under intensive interrogation. If he lived, they could tear the whole story from him in a matter of hours. He closed his eyes as the sickness of failure overcame all physical agony. When he opened them again, his field of vision was filled with the head of an immense dog. Copland recognized him as a komondor, a mighty beast standing 30 inches at the shoulder, covered by a heavy coat of matted white hair. The great dog snarled savagely and would have ripped Copland's throat open if it hadn't been kept in check by the gloved hand of a Soviet soldier. There was an indifferent look about the man. He stood there and stared down at his helpless quarry, gripping the leash in his left hand while he steadied a machine pistol with his right. He looked fearsome in his huge greatcoat that came down to booted ankles, and the pale, expressionless eyes showed no compassion for Copland's wounds. The soldier shouldered his weapon and reached down and pulled Copland to his feet. Then, without a word, the Russian began dragging the wounded American toward the island security post. Copland nearly passed out from the pain. He felt as though he'd been dragged through the snow for miles, when actually it was only a distance of 50 yards. That was as far as they'd got when a vague figure appeared through the storm. It was blurred by the wall of swirling white. Through the dim haze of near unconsciousness, Copland felt the soldier stiffen. A soft plop sounded over the wind, and the massive komondor fell noiselessly on its side in the snow. The Russian dropped his hold on Copland and frantically tried to raise his gun. But the strange sound was repeated, and a small hole that gushed red suddenly appeared in the middle of the soldier's forehead. Then the eyes went glassy, and he crumpled beside the dog. Something was terribly wrong. This shouldn't be happening, Copeland told himself, but his exhausted mind was too far gone to draw any valid conclusions. He sank to his knees and could only watch as a tall man in a gray parka materialized from the white mist and gazed down at the dog. "A damned shame," he said tersely. The man presented an imposing appearance. The oak-tanned face looked out of place for the Arctic, and the features were firm, almost cruel. Yet it was the eyes that struck Copeland. He had never seen eyes quite like them. They were a deep sea green and radiated a penetrating kind of warmth, a marked contrast from the hard lines etched in the face. The man turned to Copeland and smiled. "Dr. Copeland, I presume?" The tone was soft and effortless. The stranger pushed a handgun with silencer into a pocket, knelt down to eye level, and nodded at the blood spreading through the material of Copeland's parka. "I'd better get you to where I can take a look at that." Then he picked Copeland up as one might a child and began trudging down the mountain toward the sea. "Who are you?" Copeland muttered. "My name is Pitt, Dirk Pitt." "I don't understand. Where did you come from?" Copeland never heard the answer. At that moment, the black cover of unconsciousness abruptly lifted up, and he fell gratefully under it. Chapter 3. Seagram finished off a margarita as he waited in a little garden restaurant just off Capitol Street to have lunch with his wife. She was late. Never in the 8 years they had been married had he known her to arrive anywhere on time. He caught the waiter's attention and gestured for another drink. Lena Seagram finally entered and stood in the foyer a moment, searching for her husband. She spotted him and began meandering between the tables in his direction. She wore an orange sweater and a brown tweed skirt so youthfully it made her seem like a co-ed in graduate school. Her hair was blonde and tied with a scarf, and her coffee-brown eyes were funny and gay and quick. "Been waiting long?" she said, smiling. 18 minutes, to be precise," he said. "About 2 minutes, 10 seconds longer than your usual arrivals." "I'm sorry," she replied. "Admiral Sandaker called a staff meeting and had dragged on later than I'd figured." "What's his latest brainstorm?" "A new wing for the Maritime Museum. He's got the budget, and now he's making plans to obtain the artifacts." "Artifacts?" Seagram asked. "Bits and pieces salvaged from famous ships." The waiter came with Seagram's drink, and Dana ordered a daiquiri. "It's amazing how little is left. A life belt or two from the Lusitania, a ventilator from the Maine here, an anchor from the Bounty there, none of it housed decently under one roof." "I should think there are better ways of blowing the taxpayers' money." Her face flushed. "What do you mean?" "Collecting old junk," he said diffidently, "enshrining rusted and corroded bits of non-identifiable trash under a glass case to be dusted and gawked at. It's a waste." The battle flags were raised. "The preservation of ships and boats provides an important link with man's historical past." Dana's brown eyes blazed. "Contributing to knowledge is an endeavor an asshole like you cares nothing about." "Spoken like a true marine archaeologist," he said. She smiled crookedly. "It still frosts your balls that your wife made something of herself, doesn't it?" "The only thing that frosts my balls, sweetheart, is your locker room language. Why is it every liberated female thinks it's chic to cuss?" "You're hardly one to provide a lesson in savoir-faire," she said. 5 years in the big city, and you still dress like an Omaha anvil salesman. Why can't you style your hair like other men? That Ivy League haircut went out years ago. I'm embarrassed to be seen with you." "My position with the administration is such that I can't afford to look like a hippie of the 60s. Lord, Lord. She shook her head wearily. Why couldn't I have married a plumber or a tree surgeon? Why did I have to fall in love with a physicist from the Farm Belt? It's comforting to know you loved me once. I still love you, Jean, she said, her eyes turning soft. This chasm between us has only opened in the last 2 years. We can't even have lunch together without trying to hurt each other. Why don't we say to hell with it and spend the rest of the afternoon making love in a motel? I'm in the mood to feel deliciously sexy. Would it make any difference in the long run? It's a start. I can't. Your damn dedication to duty again, she said, turning away. Don't you see? Our jobs have torn us apart. We can save ourselves, Jean. We can both resign and go back to teaching. With your Ph.D. in physics and my Ph.D. in archaeology, along with our experience and credentials, we could write our own ticket with any university in the country. We were on the same faculty when we met, remember? Those were our happiest years together. Please, Dana, I can't quit, not now. Why? I'm on an important project. Every project for the last 5 years has been important. Please, Jean, I'm begging you to save our marriage. Only you can make the first move. I'll go along with whatever you decide if we can get out of Washington. This town will kill any hope of salvaging our life together if we wait much longer. I need another year. Even another month will be too late. I'm committed to a course that makes no conditions for abandonment. When will these ridiculous secret projects ever end? You're nothing but a tool of the White House. I don't need that bleeding-heart liberal crap from you. Jean, for God's sake, give it up. It's not for God's sake, Dana. It's for my country's sake. I'm sorry if I can't make you understand. Give it up, she repeated, tears forming in her eyes. No one is indispensable. Let Mel Donner take your place. He shook his head. No, he said firmly. I created this project from nothing. My gray matter was its sperm. I must see it through to completion. The waiter reappeared and asked if they were ready to order. Dana shook her head. I'm not hungry. She rose from the table and looked down at him. Will you be home for dinner? I'll be working late at the office. There was no stopping her tears now. I hope whatever it is you're doing is worth it, she murmured, because it's going to cost you a terrible price. Then she turned and hurried away. Chapter 4. Unlike the Russian intelligence officer so often stereotyped in American motion pictures, Captain Andrei Prevlov had neither bull shoulders nor shaven head. He was a well-proportioned, handsome man who sported a layered hairstyle and a modishly trimmed mustache. His image, built around an orange Italian sports car and a plushly furnished apartment overlooking the Moscow River, didn't sit too well with his superiors in the Soviet Navy's Department of Foreign Intelligence. Yet, despite Prevlov's irritating leanings, there was little possibility of his being purged from his high position in the department. The reputation he had carefully constructed as the Navy's most brilliant intelligence specialist, and the fact that his father was number 12 man in the party, combined to make Captain Prevlov untouchable. With a practiced, casual movement, he lit a Winston and poured himself a shot glass of Bombay gin. Then he sat back and read through the stack of files that his aide, Lieutenant Pavel Marganin, had laid on his desk. It's a mystery to me, sir, Marganin said softly, how you can take so easily to Western trash. Prevlov looked up from a file and gave Marganin a cool, disdainful stare. Like so many of our comrades, you are ignorant of the world at large. I think like an American, I drink like an Englishman, I drive like an Italian, and I live like a Frenchman. And do you know why, Lieutenant? Marganin flushed and mumbled nervously, No, sir. To know the enemy, Marganin. The key is to know your enemy better than he knows you, better than he knows himself. Then do unto him before he has a chance to do unto you. Is that a quote from Comrade Nervchetsky? Prevlov shrugged in despair. No, you idiot, I'm bastardizing the Christian Bible. He inhaled and blew a stream of smoke through his nostrils and sipped the gin. Study the Western ways, my friend. If we do not learn from them, then our cause is lost. He turned back to the files. Now then, why are these matters sent to our department? No reason, other than that the incident took place on or near a seacoast. What do we know about this one? Prevlov snapped open the next file. Very little. A soldier on guard patrol at the North Island of Novaya Zemlya is missing, along with his dog. Hardly grounds for a security panic. Novaya Zemlya is practically barren. An outdated missile station, a guard post, a few fishermen. We have no classified installation within hundreds of miles of it. Damned waste of time to even bother sending a man and a dog out to patrol it. The West would no doubt feel the same way about sending an agent there. Prevlov's fingers drummed the table as he squinted at the ceiling. Finally, he said, an agent. Nothing there, nothing of military interest. Yet... He broke off and flicked a switch on his intercom. Bring me the National Underwater and Marine Agency ship placements of the last 2 days. Marganin's brows lifted. They wouldn't dare send an oceanographic expedition near Novaya Zemlya. That's deep within Soviet waters. We do not own the Barents Sea, Prevlov said patiently. It is international waters. An attractive blonde secretary, wearing a trim brown suit, came into the room, handed a folder to Prevlov, and then left, closing the door softly behind her. Prevlov shuffled through the papers in the folder until he found what he was looking for. Here we are. The Numa vessel First Attempt, last sighted by one of our trawlers 325 nautical miles southwest of Franz Josef Land. That would put her close to Novaya Zemlya, Marganin said. Odd, Prevlov muttered. According to the United States Oceanographic Ship Operating Schedule, the First Attempt should have been conducting plankton studies off North Carolina at the time of this sighting. He downed the remainder of the gin, mashed out the butt of his cigarette, and lit another. A very interesting concurrence. What does it prove? Marganin asked. It proves nothing, but it suggests that the Novaya Zemlya patrol guard was murdered and the agent responsible escaped, most likely rendezvoused with the First Attempt. It suggests that the United States is up to something when a Numa research ship deviates from her planned schedule without explanation. What could they possibly be after? I haven't the foggiest notion. Prevlov leaned back in his chair and smoothed his mustache. Have the satellite photos enlarged of the immediate area at the time of the event in question. The evening shadows were darkening the streets outside the office windows when Lieutenant Marganin spread the photo blow-offs on Prevlov's desk and handed him a high-powered magnifying glass. Your perceptiveness paid off, sir. We have something interesting here. Prevlov intently studied the pictures. I see nothing unusual about the ship. Typical research equipment, no military detection hardware in evidence. Marganin pointed at a wide-angle photo that barely revealed a ship at a small white mark on the emulsion. Please note the small shape about 2,000 meters from the First Attempt in the upper right corner. Prevlov peered through the glass for almost a full half-minute. A helicopter? Yes, sir. That's why I was late with the enlargements. I took the liberty of having the photos analyzed by Section R. One of our Army security patrols, I imagine? No, sir. Prevlov's brows raised. Are you suggesting that it belongs to the American vessel? That's their guess, sir. Margagnin placed 2 more pictures in front of Prevlov. They examined earlier photos from another reconnaissance satellite. As you can see by comparing them, the helicopter is flying on a course away from Novaya Zemlya toward the first attempt. They judged its altitude at 10 feet and its speed at less than 15 knots. Obviously avoiding our radar security, Prevlov said. Do we alert our agents in America? Said Margagnin. No, not yet. I don't want to risk their cover until we're certain what it is the Americans are after. He straightened the photographs and slipped them neatly into a folder, then looked at his Omega wristwatch. I've just time for a light supper before the ballet. Do you have anything else, Lieutenant? Only the file on the Lorelei current drift expedition. The American deep-sea submersible was last reported in 15,000 feet of water off the coast of Dakar. Prevlov stood up, took the file, and shoved it under his arm. I'll study it when I get a chance. Probably nothing in it that concerns naval security. Still, it should make good reading. Leave it to the Americans to come up with strange and wonderful projects. Chapter 5. Damn, damn, double damn, Dana hissed. Look at the crow's feet coming in around my eyes. She sat at her dressing table and stared dejectedly at her reflection in the mirror. Who was it who said old age is a form of leprosy? Seagram came up behind her, pulled back her hair, and kissed the soft, exposed neck. 31 on your last birthday, and already you're running for Senior Citizen of the Month. She stared at him in the mirror, bemused at his rare display of affection. You're lucky. Men don't have this problem. Men also suffer from the maladies of age and crow's feet. What makes women think we don't crack at the seams, too? The difference is you don't care. We're more prone to accept the inevitable, he said, smiling. Speaking of the inevitable, when are you going to have a baby? You bastard, you never give up, do you? She threw a hairbrush on the dressing table, knocking a regiment of evenly spaced bottles of artificial beauty about the glass top. We've been through all this 1,000 times. I won't subject myself to the indignities of pregnancy. I won't swish crap-laden diapers around in a toilet bowl 10 times a day. Let someone else populate the earth. I'm not about to split off my soul like some damn amoeba. Those reasons are phony. You don't honestly believe them yourself. She turned back to the mirror and made no reply. A baby could save us, Dana, he said gently. She dropped her head in her hands. I won't give up my career any more than you'll give up your precious project. He stroked her soft golden hair and gazed at her image in the mirror. Your father was an alcoholic who deserted his family when you were only 10. Your mother worked behind a bar and brought men home to earn extra drinking money. You and your brother were treated like animals until you were both old enough to run away from the garbage bin you called home. He turned crud and started holding up liquor stores and gas stations, a nifty little occupation that netted him a murder conviction and life imprisonment at San Quentin. God knows I'm proud of how you lifted yourself from the sewer and worked 18 hours a day to put yourself through college and grad school. Yes, you had a rotten childhood, Dana, and you're afraid of having a baby because of your memories. You've got to understand, your nightmare doesn't belong to the future. You can't deny a son or daughter their chance at life. The stone wall remained unbreached. She shook off his hands and furiously began plucking her eyebrows. The discussion was closed. She had shut him out as conclusively as if she had caused him to vanish from the room. When Seagram emerged from the shower, Dana was standing in front of a full-length closet mirror. She studied herself as critically as a designer who was seeing a finished creation for the first time. She wore a simple white dress that clung tightly to her torso before falling away to the ankles. The décolletage was loose and offered a more than ample view of her breasts. "You'd better hurry," she said casually. It was as though the argument had never happened. "We don't want to keep the president waiting." There will be over 200 people there. No one will stick a black star on our attendance chart for being tardy." "I don't care," she pouted. "We don't receive an invitation to a White House party every night of the week. I'd at least like to create a good impression by arriving on time." Seagram sighed and went through the ticklish ritual of tying a bow tie and then attaching his cufflinks clumsily with one hand. Dressing for formal parties was a chore he detested. Why couldn't Washington's social functions be conducted with comfort in mind? It might be an exciting event to Dana, but to him it was a pain in the rectum. He finished buffing his shoes and combing his hair and went into the living room. Dana was sitting on the couch going over reports, her briefcase open on the coffee table. She was so engrossed she didn't look up when he entered the room. "I'm ready." "Be with you in a moment," she murmured. "Could you please get my stole?" "It's the middle of summer. What in hell do you want a sweat and a fur for?" She removed her horn-rimmed reading glasses and said, "I think one of us should show a little class, don't you?" He went into the hall, picked up the telephone, and dialed. Mel Donner answered in the middle of the first ring. "Donner." "Any word yet?" Seagram asked. "The first attempt." "Is that the Numa ship that was supposed to pick up Coplin?" "Yeah. She bypassed Oslo 5 days ago." "My God, why? Coplin was to jump ship and take a commercial flight stateside from there." "No way of knowing. The ship is on radio silence per your instructions." "It doesn't look good." "It wasn't in the script, that's for sure." "I'll be at the President's party till around 11. If you hear anything, call me." "You can count on it. Have fun." Seagram was just hanging up when Dana came out of the living room. She read the thoughtful expression on his face. "Bad news?" "I'm not sure yet." She kissed him on the cheek. "A shame we can't live like normal people so you could confide your problems to me." He squeezed her hand. "If only I could." "Government secrets, what a colossal bore." She smiled slyly. "Well?" "Well, what?" "Aren't you going to be a gentleman?" "I'm sorry, I forgot." He pulled her stole from the closet and slipped it over her shoulders. "A bad habit of mine, ignoring my wife." Her lips spread in a playful grin. "For that you will be shot at dawn." Christ, he thought miserably. A firing squad might not be too far-fetched at that, if Coplin screwed up at Novaya Zemlya. Chapter 6. The Seagrams settled behind the crowd gathered at the entrance to the East Room and waited their turn in the receiving line. Dana had been in the White House before, but she was still impressed by it. The President was standing smartly and devilishly handsome. He was in his early 50s and was definitely a very sexy man. The letter was supported by the fact that standing next to him, greeting every guest with the fervor of discovering a rich relative, was Ashley Fleming, Washington's most elegant and sophisticated divorcee. "Oh, shit," Dana gasped. Seagram frowned at her irritably. "Now what's your problem?" "The broad standing beside the President." "That happens to be Ashley Fleming." "I know that," Dana whispered, trying to hide behind Seagram's reassuring bulk. "Look at her gown." Seagram didn't get it at first. Then it hit him, and it was all he could do to suppress a boisterous laugh. "My God, you're both wearing the same dress." "It's not funny," she said grimly. "Where did you get yours?" "I borrowed it from Annette Johns." "That lesbian model across the street?" "It was given to her by Claude Dorsini, the fashion designer." Seagram took her by the hand. "If nothing else, it only goes to prove what good taste my wife has." Before she could reply, the line jogged forward, and they suddenly found themselves standing awkwardly in front of the President. "Jean, how nice to see you," the President smiled politely. "Thank you for inviting us, Mr. President. You know my wife, Dana." The president studied her, his eyes lingering on her cleavage. Of course. Charming. Absolutely charming. Then he leaned over and whispered in her ear. Dana's eyes went wide, and she flushed scarlet. The president straightened and said, "May I introduce my lovely hostess, Miss Ashley Fleming? Ashley, Mr. and Mrs. Gene Seagram." "It's a great pleasure to meet you at last, Miss Fleming," Seagram murmured. He might as well have been talking to a tree. Ashley Fleming's eyes were cutting apart Dana's dress. "It seems apparent, Mrs. Seagram," Ashley said sweetly. "One of us will be searching for a new dress designer first thing in the morning." "Oh, I couldn't switch," Dana replied innocently. "I've been going to Jacques Pinet ever since I was a little girl." Ashley Fleming's penciled brows raised questioningly. "Jacques Pinet? I've never heard of him." "He's more widely known as J.C. Penney," Dana smiled sweetly. "His downtown store is having a clearance sale next month. Wouldn't it be fun if we shopped together? That way we wouldn't wind up as look-alikes." Ashley Fleming's face froze in a mask of indignation as the president went into a coughing spasm. Seagram nodded weakly, grabbed Dana's arm, and quickly hustled her away into the mainstream of the crowd. "Did you have to do that?" he growled. "I couldn't resist it. That woman is nothing but a glorified hooker." Then Dana's eyes looked up at him in bewilderment. "He propositioned me," she said, unbelieving. "The President of the United States propositioned me." Warren G. Harding and John F. Kennedy were rumored to be swingers. This one is no different. He's only human. "A lecher for a president. It's disgusting." "Are you going to take him up on it?" Seagram grinned. "Don't be ridiculous," she snapped back. "May I join the battle?" The request came from a little man with flaming red hair, nattily dressed in a blue dinner jacket. He had a precisely trimmed beard that matched the hair and complemented his piercing hazel eyes. To Seagram, the voice seemed vaguely familiar, but he drew a blank on the face. "Depends on whose side you're on," Seagram said. "Knowing your wife's fetish for women's lib," the stranger said, "I'd be only too happy to join forces with her husband." "You know Dana?" "I should. I'm her boss." Seagram stared at him in amazement. "Then you must be—" "Admiral James Sandecker," Dana cut in, laughing. "Director of the National Underwater and Marine Agency. Admiral, may I introduce my easily flustered husband, Gene?" "An honor, Admiral." Seagram extended his hand. "I've often looked forward to the opportunity of thanking you in person for that little favor." Dana looked puzzled. "You two know each other?" Sandecker nodded. "We've talked over the telephone. We've never met face to face." Dana slipped her hands through the men's arms. "My two favorite people consorting behind my back. What gives?" Seagram met Sandecker's eyes. "I once called the Admiral and requested a bit of information. That's all there was to it." Sandecker patted Dana's hand and said, "Why don't you make an old man eternally grateful and find him a scotch and water?" She hesitated a moment, then kissed Sandecker lightly on the cheek and obediently began worming her way through the scattered groups of guests milling around the bar. Seagram shook his head in wonder. "You have a way with women. If I had asked her to get me a drink, she'd have spit in my eye." "I pay her salary," Sandecker said. "You don't." They made their way out on the balcony, and Seagram lit a cigarette while Sandecker puffed to life an immense Churchill cigar. They walked in silence until they were alone beneath a tall column in a secluded corner. "Any word on the first attempt from your end?" Seagram asked quietly. "She docked at our Navy's submarine base in the Firth of Clyde at 1300 hours our time this afternoon." "That's nearly 8 hours ago. Why wasn't I notified?" "Your instructions were quite clear," Sandecker said coldly. "No communications from my ship until your agent was safely back on U.S. soil." "Then how—" My information came from an old friend in the Navy. He phoned me only a half-hour ago, madder than hell, demanding to know where my skipper got off using naval facilities without permission. There's been a screw-up somewhere, Seagram said flatly. Your ship was supposed to dock at Oslo and let my man come ashore. Just what in hell is she doing in Scotland? Sandecker gave Seagram a hard stare. Let's get one thing straight, Mr. Seagram. Numa is not an arm of the CIA, FBI, or of any other intelligence bureau. And I don't take kindly to risking my people's lives just so you can poke around communist territory playing espionage games. Our business is oceanographic research. Next time you want to play James Bond, get the Navy or the Coast Guard to do your dirty work. Don't con the President into ordering out one of my ships. Do you read me, Mr. Seagram? I apologize for your agency's inconvenience, Admiral. I meant nothing derogatory. You must understand my uneasiness. I'd like to understand. There was a slight softening in the Admiral's face. But you'd make things a damn sight simpler if you would take me into your confidence and tell me what it is you're after. Seagram turned away. I'm sorry. I see. Why do you suppose the first attempt bypassed Oslo? Seagram said. My guess is that your agent felt it was too dangerous to catch a civilian plane out of Oslo and decided on a military flight instead. Our nuclear subbase on the Firth of Clyde has the nearest airfield, so he probably ordered the captain of my research vessel to skip Norway and head there. I hope you're right. Whatever the reason, I'm afraid that the deviation from our set plan can only spell trouble. Sandecker spied Dana standing in the balcony doorway with a drink in one hand. She was searching for them. He waved and caught her eye, and she started to move toward them. You're a lucky man, Seagram. Your wife is a bright and lovely gal. Suddenly Mel Donner appeared, rushed past Dana, and reached them first. He excused himself to Admiral Sandecker. A naval transport landed 20 minutes ago with Sid Coplin on board, Donner said softly. He's been taken to Walter Reed. Why Walter Reed? He's been shot up pretty badly. Good God, Seagram groaned. I've got a car waiting. We can be there in 15 minutes. Okay, give me a moment. He spoke quietly to Sandecker and asked the Admiral to see that Dana got home and to make his regrets to the President. Then he followed Donner to the car. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, but he's under sedation and I cannot allow any visitors at this time. The aristocratic Virginia voice was quiet and courteous, but there was no hiding the anger that clouded the doctor's gray eyes. Is he able to talk? Donner asked. For a man who regained consciousness only minutes ago, his mental faculties are remarkably alert. The cloud remained behind the eyes. But don't let that fool you. He won't be playing any tennis for a while. Just how serious is his condition? Seagram asked. His condition is just that, serious. The doctor who operated on him aboard the Numa vessel did a beautiful job. The bullet wound in his left side will heal nicely. The other wound, however, left a neat little hairline crack in the skull. Your Mr. Coplin will be having headaches for some time to come. We must see him now, Seagram said firmly. As I've told you, I'm sorry, but no visitors. Seagram took a step forward so that he was eye to eye with the doctor. Get this into your head, Doctor. My friend and I are going into that room whether you like it or not. If you personally try to stop us, we'll put you on one of your own operating tables. If you yell for attendants, we'll shoot them. If you call the police, they will respect our credentials and do what we tell them. Seagram paused, and his lips curled in a smug grin. Now then, Doctor, the choice is yours. Coplin lay flat on the bed, his face as white as the pillowcase behind his head, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. Before you ask, he said in a low rasp, I feel awful, and that's true. But don't tell me I look good, because that's a gross lie. Seagram pulled a chair up to the bed and smiled. We don't have much time, Sid, so if you feel up to it, we'll jump right in. Copeland nodded to the tubes connected to his arm. These drugs are fogging my mind, but I'll stay with you as long as I can. Donner nodded. We came for the answer to the billion-dollar question. I found traces of byzanium, if that's what you mean. You actually found it? Are you certain? My field tests were by no stroke of the imagination as accurate as lab analysis might have been, but I'm 99% positive it was byzanium. Thank God, Seagram sighed. Did you come up with an assay figure? He asked. I did. How much, how many pounds of byzanium do you reckon can be extracted from Bednaya Mountain? With luck, maybe a teaspoonful. At first, Seagram didn't get it. Then it sunk in. Donner sat frozen and expressionless, his hands clenched over the armrests of the chair. A teaspoonful, Seagram mumbled gloomily. Are you certain? You keep asking me if I'm certain. Copeland's drawn face reddened with indignation. If you don't buy my word for it, send somebody else to that asshole of creation. Just a minute. Donner's hand was on Copeland's shoulder. Novaya Zemlya was our only hope. You took more punishment than we had any right to expect. We're grateful, Sid, truly grateful. All hope isn't lost yet, Copeland murmured. His eyelids drooped. Seagram didn't hear. He leaned over the bed. What was that, Sid? You've not lost yet. The byzanium was there. Donner moved closer. What do you mean, the byzanium was there? Gone. Mined. You're not making sense. I stumbled over the tailings on the side of the mountain. Copeland hesitated a moment. Dug into them. Are you saying someone has already mined the byzanium for Bednaya Mountain? Seagram asked incredulously. Yes. Dear God, Donner moaned. The Russians are on the same track. No, Copeland whispered. Seagram placed his ear next to Copeland's lips. Not the Russians. Seagram and Donner exchanged confused stares. Copeland feebly clutched Seagram's hand. The Coloradans. Then his eyes closed, and he drifted into unconsciousness. They walked through the parking lot as a siren whined in the distance. What do you suppose he meant? Donner asked. It doesn't figure, Seagram answered vaguely. It doesn't figure at all. Chapter 8. What's so important that you have to wake me on my day off? Prevlov grunted. Without waiting for an answer, he shoved open the door and motioned Marganin into the apartment. Prevlov was wearing a silk Japanese robe. His face was drawn and tired. As he followed Prevlov through the living room into the kitchen, Marganin's eyes traveled professionally over the furnishings and touched each piece. To someone who lived in a tiny 6-by-8-foot barracks room, the decor, the vastness of the apartment, seemed like the interior east wing of Peter the Great's summer palace. It was all there, the crystal chandeliers, the floor-to-ceiling tapestries, the French furniture. His eyes also noted 2 glasses and a half-empty bottle of chartreuse on the fireplace mantel, and on the floor beneath the sofa rested a pair of women's shoes. Expensive, Western by the look of them. He palmed a strand of hair and found himself staring at the closed bedroom door. She would have to be extremely attractive. Captain Prevlov had high standards. Prevlov leaned into the refrigerator and lifted out a pitcher of tomato juice. Care for some? Marganin shook his head. Mix it with the right ingredients, Prevlov muttered, as the Americans do, and you have an excellent cure for a hangover. He took a sip of the tomato juice and made a face. Now then, what do you want? KGB received a communication from one of their agents in Washington last night. They had no clues as to its meaning, and hoped that perhaps we might throw some light on it. Marganin's face reddened. The sash on Prevlov's robe had loosened, and he could see that the captain wore nothing beneath it. Very well, Prevlov sighed. Continue. It said, Americans suddenly interested in rock collecting, most secret operation, under code name Sicilian Project. Prevlov stared at him over his Bloody Mary. What sort of drivel is that? He finished the glass in one gulp and slammed it down on the sink counter. Has our illustrious brother intelligence service, the KGB, become a house of fools? The voice was the dispassionate, efficient voice of the official Prevlov, cold and devoid of all inflection except bored irritation. And you, Lieutenant, why do you bother me with this childish riddle now? Why couldn't this have waited until tomorrow morning when I'm back in the office? I thought perhaps it was important, Marganin stammered. Naturally, Prevlov smiled coldly. Every time the KGB whistles, people jump. But veiled threats don't interest me. Facts, my dear Lieutenant, facts are what count. What do you feel is so important about this Sicilian project? It seemed to me the reference to rock collecting might tie in with the Novaya Zemlya files. Perhaps 20 seconds elapsed before Prevlov spoke. Possible, just possible. Still, we can't be certain of a connection. I only thought... Please leave the thinking to me, Lieutenant. He tightened the sash on his robe. Now, if you have run out of hair-brained witch hunts, I would like to get back to bed. But if the Americans are looking for something... Yes, but what? Prevlov asked dryly. What mineral is so precious to them that they must look for it in the earth of an unfriendly country? Marganin shrugged. You answer that, and you have the key. Prevlov's tone hardened almost imperceptibly. Until then, I want solutions. Any peasant bastard can ask stupid questions. Marganin's face reddened again. Sometimes the Americans have hidden meanings to their code names. Yes, Prevlov said with mock solemnity. They do have a penchant for advertising. Marganin plunged forward. I researched the American idioms that refer to Sicily, and the most prevalent seems to be their obsession with a brotherhood of hooligans and gangsters. If you had done your homework, Prevlov yawned, you'd have discovered it's called the Mafia. There is also a musical ensemble that refer to themselves as the Sicilian Stilettos. Prevlov offered Marganin a glacial stare. Then there is a large food processor in Wisconsin who manufactures a Sicilian salad oil. Enough. Prevlov held up a protesting hand. Salad oil indeed. I am not up to such stupidity so early in the morning. He gestured at the front door. I trust you have other projects at our office that are more stimulating than rock collecting. In the living room, he paused before a table on which was a carved ivory chess set and toyed with one of the pieces. Tell me, Lieutenant, do you play chess? Marganin shook his head. Not in a long time. I used to play a little when I was a cadet at the Naval Academy. Does the name Isaac Boleslavsky mean anything to you? No, sir. Isaac Boleslavsky was one of our greatest chess masters, Prevlov said, as if lecturing a schoolboy. He conceived many great variations of the game. One of them was the Sicilian defense. He casually tossed the black king at Marganin, who deftly caught it. Fascinating game, chess. You should take it up again. Prevlov walked to the bedroom door and cracked it. Then he turned and smiled indifferently to Margagnon. "Now, if you will excuse me, you may let yourself out. Good day, Lieutenant." Once outside, Margagnon made his way around the rear of Prevlov's apartment building. The door to the garage was locked, so he glanced furtively up and down the alley, and then tapped a side window with his fist until it splintered. Carefully, he picked out the pieces until his hand could grope inside and unlatch the lock. One more look down the alley, and he pushed up the window, climbed the sill, and entered the garage. A black American Ford sedan was parked next to Prevlov's orange Lancia. Quickly, Margagnon searched both cars and memorized the numbers on the Ford's embassy license plate. To make it look like the work of a burglar, he removed the windshield wipers, the theft of which was a national pastime in the Soviet Union, and then unlocked the garage door from the inside and walked out. He hurried back to the front of the building, and he had only to wait 3 minutes for the next electric bus. He paid the driver and eased into his seat and stared out the window. Then he began to smile. It had been a most profitable morning. The Sicilian project was the furthest thing from his mind. Section 2. The Coloradans. August 1987. Chapter 9. Melldowner routinely checked the room for electronic eavesdropping equipment and set up the tape recorder. "This is a test for voice level." He spoke into the microphone without inflection. 1, 2, 3. He adjusted the controls for tone and volume, then nodded to Seagram. "We're ready, Sid," Seagram said gently. "If it becomes tiring, just say so, and we'll break off until tomorrow." The hospital bed had been adjusted so that Sid Copland sat nearly upright. The mineralogist appeared much improved since their last meeting. His color had returned, and his eyes seemed bright. Only the bandage around his balding head showed any sign of injury. "I'll go until midnight," he said. "Anything to relieve the boredom. I hate hospitals. The nurses all have icy hands, and the color on the goddamn TV is always changing." Seagram grinned and laid the microphone in Copland's lap. "Why don't you begin with your departure from Norway?" "Very uneventful," Copland said. "The Norwegian fishing trawler Godhavn towed my sloop to within 200 miles of Novaya Zemlya as planned. Then the captain fed the condemned man a hearty meal of roast reindeer with goat cheese sauce, generously provided 6 quarts of aquavit, cast off the tow hawser, and sent yours truly merrily on his way across the Barents Sea." "Any weather problems?" "None. Your meteorological forecast held perfect. It was colder than a polar bear's left testicle, but I had fine sailing weather all the way." Copland paused to scratch his nose. "That was a sweet little sloop your Norwegian friends fixed me up with. Was she saved?" Seagram shook his head. "I'd have to check, but I'm certain it had to be destroyed. There was no way to take it on board the Numa research vessel, and it couldn't be left to drift into the path of a Soviet ship. You understand?" Copland nodded sadly. "Too bad. I became rather attached to her." "Please continue," Seagram said. "I raised the North Island of Novaya Zemlya late in the afternoon of the second day. I had been at the helm for over 40 hours, dozing off and on, and I began to find it impossible to keep my eyes open. Thank God for the aquavit. After a few swigs, my stomach was burning like an out-of-control forest fire, and suddenly I was wide awake." "You sighted no other boats?" "None ever showed on the horizon," Copland answered. Then he went on. "The coast proved to be a seemingly unending stretch of rocky cliffs. I saw no point in attempting a landing. It was beginning to get dark. So I turned out to sea, hove to, and sneaked a few hours' sleep. In the morning, I skirted the cliffs until I picked out a small sheltered cove and then went in on the auxiliary diesel." "Did you use your boat for a base camp?" For the next 12 days, I made 2, sometimes 3 field trips a day on cross-country skis, prospecting before returning for a hot meal and a good night's rest in a warm bunk. Up to now, you had seen no one? I kept well clear of the Kelva missile station and the Kama security post. I saw no sign of the Russians until the final day of the mission. How were you discovered? A Russian soldier on patrol. His dog must have crossed my trail and picked up my scent. Small wonder. I hadn't bathed in almost 3 weeks. Seagram dropped a smile. Donner picked up the questioning more coldly, aggressively. Let's get back to your field trips. What did you find? I couldn't cover the whole island on cross-country skis, so I concentrated on the promising areas that had been pinpointed by the satellite computer printouts. He stared at the ceiling. The North Island, the outer continuation of the Ural and Yugorsky mountain chains, a few rolling plains, plateaus, and mountains, most of which are under a permanent ice sheet. Violent winds much of the time. The chill factor is murderous. I found no vegetation other than some rock lichen. If there were any warm-blooded animals, they kept to themselves. Let's stick to the prospecting, Donner said, and save the travel lecture for another time. Just laying the groundwork. Coplin shot Donner a disapproving stare, his tone icy. If I may continue without interruption. Of course, Seagram said. He pulled his chair strategically between the bed and Donner. It's your game, Sid. We'll play by your rules. Thank you. Coplin shifted his body. Geographically, the island is quite interesting. A description of the faulting and uplifting of rocks that were once sediments formed under an ancient sea could fill several textbooks. Mineralogically, the magmatic paragenesis is barren. Would you mind translating that? Coplin grinned. The origin and geological occurrence of a mineral is called its paragenesis. Magma, on the other hand, is the source of all matter. A liquid rock heated under pressure, which turns solid to form igneous rock, perhaps better known as basalt or granite. Fascinating, Donner said dryly. Then what you're stating is that Novaya Zemlya is void of minerals. You are singularly perceptive, Mr. Donner, Coplin said. But how did you find traces of byzanium? Seagram asked. On the 13th day, I was poking around the north slope of Bednaya Mountain and ran onto a waste dump. Waste dump? A pile of rocks that had been removed during the excavation of a mine shaft. This particular dump happened to have minute traces of byzanium ore. The expressions on his interrogators' faces suddenly went sober. The shaft entrance was cunningly obscured, Coplin continued. It took me the better part of the afternoon to figure which slope it was on. 1 minute, Sid. Seagram touched Coplin's arm. Are you saying the entrance to this mine was purposely concealed? An old Spanish trick. The opening was filled until it was even with the natural slope of the hill. Wouldn't the waste dump have been on a direct line from the entrance? Donner asked. Under normal circumstances, yes. But in this case, they were spaced over 100 yards apart, separated by a gradual arc that ran around the mountain's slope to the west. But you did discover the entrance, Donner went on. The rails and ties for the ore cars had been removed and the track bed covered over, but I managed to trace its outline by moving off about 1,500 yards and studying the mountain slope through binoculars. What you couldn't see when you were standing on top of it became quite clear from that distance. The exact location of the mine was then easy to determine. Who would go to all that trouble to hide an abandoned mine in the Arctic? Seagram asked no one in particular. There's no method or logic to it. You're only half right, Gene, Coplin said. The logic, I fear, remains an enigma, but the method was brilliantly executed by professionals. Coloradans. The word came slowly, almost reverently. They were the men who excavated the Bednaya mountain mine. The muckers, the blasters, the jiggers, the drillers, the Cornishmen, the Irishmen, Germans, and Swedes. Not Russians.
but men who emigrated to the United States and became the legendary hard rock miners of the Colorado Rockies. How they came to be on the icy slopes of Bednaya Mountain is anybody's guess. But these were the men who came and mined the Byzanium, and then vanished into the obscurity of the Arctic. The sterile blankness of total incomprehension flooded Seagram's face. He turned to Donner, and was met by the same expression. "It sounds crazy, absolutely crazy." "Crazy?" Coplin echoed. "Maybe, but no less true." "You seem pretty confident," Donner muttered. "Granted. I lost the tangible proof during my pursuit by the security guard. You have only my word on it, but why doubt it? As a scientist, I only report facts, and I have no devious motive behind a lie. So if I were you, gentlemen, I would simply accept my word as genuine." "As I said, it's your game." Seagram smiled faintly. "You mentioned tangible evidence." Donner was calm and coldly efficient. "After I penetrated the mine shaft, the loose rock came away in my hands, and I had only to scoop out a 3-foot tunnel. The first thing my head collided with in the darkness was a string of ore cars. The strike of my 4th match illuminated an old pair of oil lamps. They both had fuel, and lit on the 3rd try." The faded blue eyes seemed to stare at something beyond the hospital room wall. It was an unnerving scene that danced under the lamps' glow. Mining tools neatly stacked in their racks, empty ore cars standing on rusting 8-gauge rails, drilling equipment ready to attack the rock. It was as though the mine was waiting for the incoming shift to sort the ore and run the waste to the dump. "Could you say whether it looked as if someone left in a hurry?" "Not at all. Everything was in its place. The bunks in a side chamber were made, the kitchen was cleared up, all the utensils were still on the shelves. Even the mules used to haul the ore cars had been taken to the working chamber and efficiently shot. Their skulls each had a neat, round hole in its center. No, I'd say the departure was very methodical." "You have not yet explained your conclusion as to the Coloradan's identity," Donner said flatly. "I'm coming to it now." Coplin fluffed a pillow and turned gingerly on his side. The indications were all there, of course. The heavier equipment still bore the manufacturer's trademarks. The ore cars had been built by the Guthrie & Sons foundry of Pueblo, Colorado. The drilling equipment came from the Thor Forge and Iron Works of Denver, and the small tools showed the names of the various blacksmiths who had forged them. Most had come from Central City and Idaho Springs, both mining towns in Colorado. Seagram leaned back in his chair. "The Russians could have purchased the equipment in Colorado and then shipped it to the island." "Possibly," Coplin said. "However, there were a few other bits and pieces that also led to Colorado." "Such as?" "The body in one of the bunks, for one." Seagram's eyes narrowed. "A body?" "With red hair and a red beard," Coplin said casually. "Nicely preserved by the sub-zero temperature. It was the inscription on the wood above the bunk supports that proved most intriguing. It said, in English I might add, 'Here rests Jake Hobart, born 1874, a damn good man who froze in a storm, February 10th, 1912. Seagram rose from his chair and paced around the bed. "A name. That at least is a start." He stopped and looked at Coplin. "Were there any personal effects left lying around?" "All clothing was gone. Oddly, the labels on the food cans were French, but then there were about 50 empty wrappers of mile-high chewing tobacco scattered on the ground. The last piece of the puzzle, though, the piece that definitely ties it to the Coloradans, was a faded yellow copy of the Rocky Mountain News, dated November 17th, 1911. It was this part of the evidence that I lost." Seagram pulled out a pack of cigarettes and shook one loose. Donner held a lighter for him, and Seagram nodded. "Then there is a chance the Russians may not have possession of the Byzanium," he said. There is one more thing, Copeland said quietly. The top right section of page 3 of the newspaper had been neatly snipped out. It may mean nothing, but on the other hand, a check of the publisher's old files might tell you something. It might at that. Seagram regarded Copeland thoughtfully. Thanks to you, we have our work laid out for us. Donner nodded. I'll reserve a seat on the next flight to Denver. With luck, I should come up with a few answers. Make the newspaper your first stop, then try and trace Jake Hobart. I'll make a check on old military records from this end. Also, contact a local expert on Western mining history and run down the names of the manufacturers Sid gave us. However unlikely, one of them might still be in business. Seagram stood up and looked down at Copeland. We owe you more than we can ever repay, he said softly. I figure those old miners dug nearly half a ton of high-grade byzanium from the guts of that bitch mountain, Copeland said, rubbing his hand through a month's growth of beard. That ore has got to be stashed away in the world somewhere. Then again, if it hasn't emerged since 1912, it may be lost forever. But if you find it, make that when you find it. You can say thanks by sending me a small sample for my collection. Consider it done. And while you're at it, get me the address of the fellow who saved my life so I can send him a case of vintage wine. His name is Dirk Pitt. You must mean the doctor on board the research vessel who operated on you. I mean the man who killed the Soviet patrol guard and his dog and carried me off the island. Donner and Seagram looked at each other, thunderstruck. Donner was the first to recover. Killed a Soviet patrol guard? It was more statement than question. My God, that tears it. But that's impossible, Seagram finally managed to blurt. When you rendezvoused with the Numa ship, you were alone. Who told you that? Well, no one. We naturally assumed. I'm not Superman, Copeland said sarcastically. The patrol guard picked up my trail, closed to within 200 yards, and shot me twice. I was hardly in any condition to outrun a dog and then sail a sloop over 50 miles of open sea. Where did this Dirk Pitt come from? I haven't the vaguest idea. The guard was literally dragging me off to his security post commander when Pitt appeared through the blizzard, like some vengeful Norse god. And calmly, as if he did it every day before breakfast, shot the dog and then the guard without so much as a how do you do. The Russians will make propaganda hay with this, Donner groaned. How? Copeland demanded. There were no witnesses. The guard and his dog are probably buried under 5 feet of snow by now. They may never be found. And if they are, so what? Who's to prove anything? You two are pushing the panic button over nothing. It was a hell of a risk on that character's part, Seagram said. Good thing he took it, Copeland muttered. Or instead of me lying here safe and snug in my sterile hospital bed, I'd be lying in a sterile Russian prison, spilling my guts about metasection and byzanium. You have a valid point, Donner admitted. Describe him, Seagram ordered. Face, build, clothing, everything you can remember. Copeland did so. His description was sketchy in some areas, but in others his recollection of detail was remarkably accurate. Did you talk with him during the trip to the Numa ship? Couldn't. I blacked out right after he picked me up and didn't come to until I found myself here in Washington in the hospital. Donner gestured to Seagram. We better get a make on this guy quick. Seagram nodded. I'll start with Admiral Sandecker. Pitt must have been connected with the research vessel. Perhaps someone in Numa can identify him. I can't help wondering how much he knows, Donner said, staring at the floor. Seagram didn't answer. His mind had strayed to a shadowy figure on a snow-covered island in the Arctic. Dirk Pitt. He repeated the name in his mind. Somehow it seemed strangely familiar. Chapter 10. The telephone rang at 12:10 a.m. Sandecker popped open one eye and stared at it murderously for several moments. Finally, he gave in and answered it on the 8th ring. "Yes, what is it?" he demanded. "Gene Seagram here, Admiral. Did I catch you in bed?" "Oh, hell no," Sandecker yawned. "I never retire before I write 5 chapters on my autobiography, rob at least 2 liquor stores, and rape a cabinet member's wife. Okay, what are you after, Seagram?" "Something has come up." "Forget it. I'm not endangering any more of my men and ships to bail your agents out of enemy territory." He used the word enemy as though the country were at war. "It's not that at all." "Then what?" "I need a line on someone." "Why come to me in the dead of night?" "I think you might know him." "What's the name?" "Pitt. Dirk. The last name is Pitt, probably spelled P-I-T-T. Just to humor an old man's curiosity, what makes you think I know him?" "I have no proof, but I'm certain he has a connection with Numa." "I have over 2,000 people under me. I can't memorize all their names." "Could you check it out? It's imperative that I talk to him." "Seagram," Sandecker grunted irritably, "you're a monumental pain in the ass. Did it ever occur to you to call my personnel director during normal working hours?" "My apologies," Seagram said. "I happened to be working late and—" "Okay. If I dig up this character, I'll have him get in touch with you." "I'd appreciate it." Seagram's tone remained impersonal. "By the way, the man your people rescued up in the Barents Sea is getting along nicely. The surgeon on the first attempt did a magnificent job of bullet removal." "Coplin, wasn't it?" "Yes, he should be up and around in a few days." "That was a near thing, Seagram. If the Russians had cottoned onto us, we'd have a nasty incident on our hands about now." "What can I say?" Seagram said helplessly. "You can say good night and let me get back to sleep," Sandecker snarled. "But first, tell me how this Pitt figures into the picture." Coplin was about to be captured by a Russian security guard when this guy appears out of a blizzard and kills the guard, carries Coplin across 50 miles of stormy water, not to mention stemming the blood flow from his wounds, and somehow deposits him on board your research vessel ready for surgery. "What do you intend to do when you find him?" "That's between Pitt and myself." "I see," Sandecker said. "Well, good night, Mr. Seagram." "Thank you, Admiral. Goodbye." Sandecker hung up and then sat there a few moments, a bemused expression on his face. Killed a Russian security guard and rescued an American agent. Dirk Pitt, you sly son of a bitch. Chapter 11. United's early flight touched down at Denver's Stapleton Airfield at 8 in the morning. Mel Donner passed quickly through the baggage claim and settled behind the wheel of an Avis Plymouth for the 15-minute drive to 400 West Colfax Avenue and the Rocky Mountain Mews. As he followed the westbound traffic, his gaze alternated between the windshield and a street map stretched open beside him on the front seat. He had never been in Denver before, and he was mildly surprised to see a pall of smog hanging over the city. He expected to be confronted with the dirty brown and gray cloud over places like Los Angeles and New York. But Denver had always conjured up visions in his mind of a city cleansed by crystal clean air, nestled under the protective shadow of purple mountain majesties. Even these were a disappointment. Denver sat naked on the edge of the Great Plains, at least 25 miles from the nearest foothills. He parked the car and found his way to the newspaper's library. The girl behind the counter peered back at him through tear-shaped glasses and smiled an uneven-toothed, friendly smile. "Can I help you?" "Do you have an issue of your paper dated November 17th, 1911? "Oh, my, that does go back." She twisted her lips. "I can give you a photocopy, but the original issues are at the State Historical Society." "I only need to see page 3. "If you care to wait, it'll take about 15 minutes to track down the film of November 17th, 1911, and run the page you want through the copy machine." "Thank you. By the way, would you happen to have a business directory for Colorado?" We certainly do. She reached under the counter and laid a booklet on the smudged plastic top. Donner sat down to study the directory as the girl disappeared to search out his request. There was no listing of a Guthrie & Sons foundry in Pueblo. He thumbed to the T's. Nothing there either for the Thor Forge and Iron Works of Denver. It was almost too much to expect, he reasoned, for two firms still to be in business after nearly 8 decades. The 15 minutes came and went, and the girl hadn't returned, so he idly leafed through the directory to pass the time. With the exception of Kodak, Martin Marietta, and Gates Rubber, there were very few companies he'd heard of. Then, suddenly, he stiffened. Under the J listings, his eyes picked out a Jensen and Thor Metal Fabricators in Denver. He tore out the page, stuffed it in his pocket, and tossed the booklet back on the counter. "Here you are, sir," the girl said. "That'll be 50 cents. Donner paid, and quickly scanned the headline in the upper right-hand corner of the old newsprint's reproduction. The article covered a mine disaster. "Is that what you were looking for?" the girl asked. "It'll have to do," he said as he walked away. Jensen and Thor Metal Fabricators was situated between the Burlington Northern Rail Yards and the South Platte River, a massive corrugated monstrosity that would have blotted any landscape except the one that surrounded it. Inside the workshed, overhead cranes shuffled enormous lengths of rusty pipe from pile to pile, while stamping machines pounded away with an intolerable clangor that made Donner's eardrums cringe from the attack. The main office sat off to one side behind soundproofed aggregate concrete walls and tall arched windows. An attractive, large-breasted receptionist escorted him down a shag-carpeted hall to a spacious paneled office. Carl Jensen, Jr. came around the desk and shook hands with Donner. He was young, no more than 28, and wore his hair long. He had a neatly trimmed mustache and wore an expensive plaid suit. He looked for all the world like a UCLA graduate. Donner couldn't see him as anything else. "Thank you for taking the time to see me, Mr. Jensen." Jensen smiled guardedly. "It sounded important. A big man on the Washington campus and all. How could I refuse?" "As I mentioned over the telephone, I'm checking on some old records." Jensen's smile thinned. "You're not from the Internal Revenue, I hope?" Donner shook his head. "Nothing like that. The government's interest is purely historical. If you still keep them, I'd like to check over your sales records for July through November of 1911. "You're putting me on," Jensen laughed. "I assure you, it's a straight request." Jensen stared at him blankly. "Are you sure you've got the right company?" "I am," Donner said brusquely. "If this is a descendant of the Thor Forge and Iron Works." "My great-grandfather's old outfit," Jensen admitted. "My father bought up the outstanding stock and changed the name in 1942. Would you still have any of the old records?" Jensen shrugged. "We threw out the ancient history some time ago. If we'd saved every receipt of sale since Great-Granddaddy opened his doors back in 1897, we'd need a warehouse the size of Bronco Stadium just to store them." Donner pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the beads of sweat from his face. He sagged in his chair. "However," Jensen continued, "and you can thank the foresight of Carl Jensen, Sr., we have all our past records down on microfilm." "Microfilm?" "The only way to fly. After 5 years, we film everything. Efficiency personified, that's us." Donner couldn't believe his luck. "Then you can provide me with sales for the last 6 months of 1911? Jensen didn't answer. He leaned over the desk, spoke into his intercom, and then tilted back in his executive chair. "While we wait, can I get you a cup of coffee, Mr. Donner?" "I'd prefer something with a little more snap." Spoken like a man from the big city. Jensen stood up and walked over to a mirrored bar, from which he produced a bottle of Chivas Regal. "You'll find Denver quite gauche. A bar in an office is generally frowned upon here, The locals' idea of entertaining visiting firemen is to treat them to a large Coca-Cola and a lavish lunch at the Wiener Schnitzel. Fortunately for our esteemed out-of-town customers, I spent my business apprenticeship on Madison Avenue. Donner took the offered glass and downed it. Jensen looked at him appraisingly and then refilled the glass. "Tell me, Mr. Donner, just what is it you expect to find?" "Nothing of importance," Donner said. "Come now, the government wouldn't send a man across half the country to itemize 76-year-old sales records strictly for laughs." "The government often handles its secrets in a funny way. A classified secret that goes back to 1911? Jensen shook his head in wonder. "Truly amazing. Let's just say we're trying to solve an ancient crime whose perpetrator purchased your great-grandfather's services." Jensen smiled and courteously accepted the lie. A black-haired girl in long skirt and boots swiveled into the room, threw Jensen a seductive look, laid a Xerox paper on his desk, and retreated. Jensen picked up the paper and examined it. "June to November must have been a recession year for my ancestor. Sales for those months were slim. Any particular entry you're interested in, Mr. Donner?" "Mining equipment." "Yes, this must be it. Drilling tools. Ordered August 10th and picked up by the buyer on November 1st. Jensen's lips broke into a wide grin. "It would seem, sir, the laugh is on you." "I don't follow." "The buyer, or, as you informed me, the criminal," Jensen paused for effect, "was the U.S. government." Chapter 12. The Meta-Section headquarters was buried in a nondescript old cinder-block building beside the Washington Navy Yard. A large sign, its painted letters peeling under the double onslaught of the summer's heat and humidity, humbly advertised the premises as the Smith Van and Storage Company. The loading docks appeared normal enough. Packing crates and boxes were piled in strategic locations, and to passing traffic on the Suitland Parkway, the trucks parked around the yard behind a 15-foot-high chain-link fence looked exactly as moving vans should look. Only a closer inspection would have revealed old derelicts with missing engines and dusty, unused interiors. It was a scene that would have warmed the soul of a motion picture set designer. Gene Seagram read over the reports on the real estate purchases for the Sicilian Project's installations. There were 46 in all. The northern Canadian border numbered the most, followed closely by the Atlantic seaboard. The Pacific coast had 8 designated areas, while only 4 were plotted for the border above Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico. The transactions had gone off smoothly. The buyer in each case had gone under the guise of the Department of Energy Studies. There would be no cause for suspicion. The installations were designed, to all outward appearances, to resemble small relay power stations. To even the most wary of minds, there was nothing to suspect on the surface. He was going over the construction estimates when his private phone rang. Out of habit, he carefully put the reports back in their folder and slipped it in a desk drawer, then picked up the phone. "This is Seagram." "Hello, Mr. Seagram." "Who's this?" "Major McPatrick, Army Records Bureau. You asked me to call you at this number if I came up with anything on a miner by the name of Jake Hobart." "Yes, of course. I'm sorry. My mind was elsewhere." Seagram could almost envision the man on the other end of the line. A West Pointer, under 30. That much was betrayed by the clipped verbs and the youngish voice. Probably make general by the time he was 45, providing he made the right contacts while commanding a desk at the Pentagon. "What do you have, Major?" "I've got your man. His full name was Jason Cleveland Hobart, born January 23, 1874, in Vinton, Iowa." "At least the year checks." "Occupation, too. He was a miner." "What else?" "He enlisted in the Army in May of 1898 and served with the 1st Colorado Volunteer Regiment in the Philippines." "Did you say Colorado?" "Correct, sir." McPatrick paused, and Seagram could hear the riffling of papers over the line. "Hobart had an excellent war record. Got promoted to sergeant. He suffered serious wounds fighting the Philippine insurrectionists and was decorated twice for meritorious conduct under fire. When was he discharged? They called it mustering out in those days, McPatrick said knowledgeably. Hobart left the Army in October of 1901. Is that your last record of him? No, his widow is still drawing a pension. Hold on, Seagram interrupted. Hobart's widow is still living. She cashes her $50.40 pension check every month like clockwork. She must be over 90 years old. Isn't that a little unusual, paying a pension to the widow of a Spanish-American war veteran? You'd think most of them would be pushing up tombstones by now. Oh, hell no. We still carry nearly 100 Civil War widows on the pension rolls. None were even born when Grant took Richmond. May and December marriages between sweet young things and old, toothless Grand Army of the Republic vets were quite ordinary in those days. I thought a widow was eligible for pension only if she was living at the time her husband was killed in battle. Not necessarily, McPatrick said. The government pays widows' pensions under two categories. One is for service-oriented death. That, of course, includes death in battle, or fatal sickness or injury inflicted while serving between certain required dates as set by Congress. The second is non-service death. Take yourself, for example. You served with the Navy during the Vietnam War between the required dates set for that particular conflict. That makes your wife, or any future wife, eligible for a small pension should you be run over by a truck 40 years from now. I'll make a note of that in my will, Seagram said, uneasy in the knowledge that his service record was where any desk jockey in the Pentagon could lay his hands on it. Getting back to Hobart. Now we come to an odd oversight on the part of Army records. Oversight. Hobart's service forms failed to mention re-enlistment, yet he is recorded as died in the service of his country. No mention of the cause, only the date, November 17th, 1911. Seagram suddenly straightened in his chair. I have it on good authority that Jake Hobart died a civilian on February 10th, 1912. Like I said, there's no mention of cause of death, but I assure you Hobart died a soldier, not a civilian, on November 17th. I have a letter in his file dated July 25th, 1912, from Henry L. Stimson, Secretary of War under President Taft, ordering the Army to award Sergeant Jason Hobart's wife full widow's pension for the rest of her natural life. How Hobart rated the personal interest of the Secretary of War is a mystery, but it leaves little doubt of our man's status. Only a soldier in high standing would have received that kind of preferential treatment, certainly not a coal miner. He wasn't a coal miner, Seagram snapped. Well, whatever. Do you have an address for Mrs. Hobart? I have it here somewhere. McPatrick hesitated a moment. Mrs. Adeline Hobart, 261B, Calle Aragon, Laguna Hills, California. She's in that big senior citizens development down the coast from L.A. That about covers it, Seagram said. I appreciate your help in this matter, Major. I hate to say this, Mr. Seagram, but I think we've got two different men here. I think perhaps you're right, Seagram replied. It looks as though I might be on the wrong track. If I can be of any further help, please don't hesitate to call me. I'll do that, Seagram grunted. Thanks again. After he hung up, he dropped his head in his hands and slouched in the chair. He sat that way, not moving, for perhaps 2 full minutes. Then he laid his hands on the desk and smiled a wide, smug grin. Two different men very well could have existed with the same surname and birth year, who worked in the same state at the same occupation. That part of the puzzle might have been a coincidence. But not the connection, the glorious 365-to-1 long-shot connection that mysteriously tied the two men together and made them one. Hobart's recorded death and the old newspaper found by Sid Copeland in the Bednaya mountain mine bore the same date, November 17th, 1911. He pushed the intercom switch for his secretary. Barbara, put through a call to Mel Donner at the Brown Palace Hotel in Denver. Any message if he isn't in? Just leave word for him to call me on my private line when he returns. Shall do. And one more thing. Book me on United's early morning flight tomorrow to Los Angeles. Yes, sir. He clicked the switch to off and leaned back in the chair thoughtfully. Adeline Hobart, over 90 years old. He hoped to God she wasn't senile. Chapter 13. Donner didn't normally stay in a downtown hotel. He preferred the more inconspicuous setting of a garden-variety motel closer to the suburbs. But Seagram had insisted, on the grounds that local cooperation comes more easily to an investigator when he lets it be known that he has a room in the city's oldest and most prestigious building. Investigator. The word nauseated him. If one of his fellow professors on the University of Southern California campus had told him 5 years ago that his doctorate in physics would lead him to play such a clandestine role, he'd have choked laughing. Donner wasn't laughing now. The Sicilian project was far too vital to the country's interests to risk a leak through outside help. He and Seagram had designed and created the project on their own, and it was agreed that they'd take it as far as they could alone. He left his rented Plymouth with the parking attendant and walked across Tremont Place, through the hotel's old-fashioned revolving doors, and into the pleasantly ornate lobby, where the young mustachioed assistant manager gave him a message without so much as a smile. Donner took it without so much as a thank you, then made his way to the elevators and his room. He slammed the door and threw the room key and Seagram's message on the desk and turned on the television. It had been a long and tiresome day, and his bodily systems were still operating on Washington, D.C. time. He dialed room service and ordered dinner, then kicked off his shoes, loosened his tie, and sagged onto the bed. For perhaps the 10th time, he began going over the photocopy of the old newspaper's page. It made very interesting reading, if, that is, Donner's interest lay in advertisements for piano tuners, electric belts for rupture, and strange malady remedies, along with editorials on the Denver City Council's determination to clear such and such street of sinful houses of entertainment, or intriguing little inserts guaranteed to make feminine readers of the early 1900s gasp in innocent horror. Coroner's Report. Last week, the habitués of the Paris morgue were greatly puzzled by a curious India rubber leg that lay exposed for recognition on one of the slabs. It appears that the body of an elegantly dressed woman, apparently aged about 50, had been found in the Seine, but the body was so decomposed that it could not be kept. It was remarked, however, that the left leg, amputated at the thigh, had been replaced by an ingeniously constructed India rubber leg, which was exhibited in the hope that it might lead to the identification of the owner. Donner smiled at the quaint piece of history and turned his attention to the upper right-hand section of the page, the part that Copland had said was missing from the paper he'd discovered on Novaya Zemlya. Disaster at the mines. Tragedy struck like a vengeful wraith early this morning, when a dynamite blast set off a cave-in at the Little Angel mine near Central City, trapping 9 men of the first shift, including the well-known and respected mining engineer, Joshua Hayes Brewster. The weary and haggard rescue crews report that hope of finding the men alive is black indeed. Bull Mahoney, the intrepid foreman of the Satan mine, made a Herculean effort to reach the trapped miners, but was turned back by a wall of tidal water that inundated the main shaft. "Them poor fellers is goners sure," Mahoney stated to reporters at the disaster scene. "The water has gushed up near 2 levels above where they was working. They surely was drowned like rats before they knew what hit them." The silent and sorrowful throng milling around the mine entrance woefully bemoaned the chilling likelihood that this is one time when the bodies of the lost men will not be recovered and brought to the grass for decent burial. It is reliably known that it was Mr. Brewster's intent to reopen the Little Angel mine, which had been closed since 1881. Friends and business associates say that Brewster often boasted that the original digging had missed the high-grade lode, and with luck and fortitude, he was going to be the discoverer. When reached for comment, Mr. Ernest Blesser, now retired and former owner of the Little Angel mine, said on the front porch of his home in Golden, "That mine was dogged by bad luck from the day I opened it. All it ever turned out to be was a low-grade ore chute, which never did turn a profit." Mr. Blesser further stated, "I think Brewster was dead wrong. There was never any indication of the mother lode. I am astounded that a man of his reputation could think so." In Central City, the last message proclaimed that if the situation is in the eternal graces of the Almighty, the opening will be sealed as a tomb, and the missing men will rest in blackness through the ages, never again to see the grass or sunlight.
The Grim Reaper's list of the men caught up in this most terrible of disasters is as follows: Joshua Hayes Brewster, Denver; Alvin Coulter, Fair Play; Thomas Price, Leadville; Charles P. Whitney, Cripple Creek; Vernon S. Hall, Denver; John Caldwell, Central City; Walter Schmidt, Aspen; Warner E. O'Deming, Denver; Jason C. Hobart, Boulder. May God watch over these brave toilers of the mountains. No matter how many times Donner's eyes traveled over the old news type, they always came back to the last name among the missing miners. Slowly, like a man in a trance, he laid the paper in his lap, picked up the phone, and dialed long distance. Chapter 14. "The Monte Cristo," Harry Young exclaimed delightedly. "I heartily endorse the Monte Cristo. The Roquefort dressing is also excellent. But first, I'd like a martini, very dry, with a twist." "Monte Cristo sandwich and Roquefort on your salad. Yes, sir," the young waitress repeated, bending over the table so that her short skirt rode up to reveal a pair of white panties. "And you, sir?" "I'll take the same," Donner nodded. "Only I'll start with a Manhattan on the rocks." Young peered over the top of his glasses as the waitress hurried to the kitchen. "If only someone would give me that for Christmas," he said, smiling. Young was a skinny little man. In decades past, he would have been called an overdressed, silly old fool. Now he was an alert, eager-faced, 78-year-old bon vivant with a practiced eye for beauty. He sat across the booth table from Donner, in a blue turtleneck and patterned double-knit sports coat. "Mr. Donner," he said happily, "this is indeed a pleasure. The Broker is my favorite restaurant." He waved his hand at the walnut-paneled walls and booths. "This was once a bank vault, you know." "So I noticed when I had to duck through the 5-ton door." "You should come here for dinner. They give you an enormous tray of shrimp for an appetizer." He fairly beamed at the thought. "I'll bear that in mind on my next visit." "Well, sir," Young looked at him steadily, "what's on your mind?" "I have a few questions." Young's eyebrows raised above his glasses. "Oh, my, now you have tickled my curiosity. You're not with the FBI, are you? Over the phone, you simply said you were with the federal government." "No, I'm not with the FBI, and I'm not on the payroll of Internal Revenue either. My department is welfare. It's my job to track down the authenticity of pension claims." "Then how can I help you?" "My particular project at the moment is the investigation of a 76-year-old mining accident that took the lives of 9 men. One of the victim's descendants has filed for a pension. I'm here to check the validity of the claim. Your name, Mr. Young, was recommended to me by the State Historical Society, which glowingly described you as a walking encyclopedia on Western mining history." "A bit of an exaggeration," Young said, "but I'm flattered nonetheless." The drinks arrived, and they sipped them for a minute. Donner took the time to study the pictures of turn-of-the-century Colorado silver kings that hung on the walls. Their faces all projected the same intense stare, as if they were trying to melt the camera lens with their wealth-fortified arrogance. "Tell me, Mr. Donner, how can anyone file a pension claim on a 76-year-old accident?" "It seems the widow didn't receive all she was entitled to," Donner said, skating onto unsure ice. "Her daughter is demanding the back pay, so to speak." "I see," Young said. He stared across the table speculatively and then began idly tapping his spoon against a plate. "Which of the men who were lost in the Little Angel disaster are you interested in?" "My compliments," Donner said.
avoiding the stare and unfolding his napkin self-consciously. "You don't miss a trick." "It's nothing, really. A 76-year-old mining accident. 9 men missing. It could only be the Little Angel disaster." The man's name was Brewster. Young stared at him an extra moment, then stopped the plate tapping and banged his spoon against the tabletop. "Joshua Hayes Brewster." He murmured the name. "Born to William Buck Brewster and Hetty Masters in Sidney, Nebraska on April 4th. Or was it April 5th, 1878? Donner's eyes opened wide. "How could you possibly know all that?" "Oh, I know that and much more," Young smiled. "Mining engineers, or the Lace Boot Brigade, as they were once known, are a rather cliquish group. It's one of the few professions where sons follow fathers, and also marry sisters or daughters of other mining engineers." "Are you about to say that you were related to Joshua Hayes Brewster?" "My uncle," Young grinned. The ice parted, and Donner fell through. "You look like you could stand another drink, Mr. Donner." Young signaled to the waitress for another round. "Needless to say, there is no daughter who is seeking a claim to a pension. My mother's brother died a childless bachelor." "Liars never prosper," Donner said with a thin smile. "I'm sorry if I've embarrassed you by foolishly painting myself into a corner." "Can you enlighten me?" "I would prefer not to." "You are from the government?" Young asked. Donner showed him his credentials. "Then may I ask why you're investigating my long-dead uncle?" "I would prefer not to," Donner repeated. "Not at this time, at any rate." "What do you wish to know?" "Whatever you can tell me about Joshua Hayes Brewster and the Little Angel accident." The drinks came along with the salad. Donner agreed that the dressing was excellent. They ate in silence. When Young had finished and wiped his tiny white mustache, he took a deep breath and relaxed against the backrest of the booth. "My uncle was typical of the men who developed the mines in the early 1900s, white, eager, and middle class. And except for his small size, he stood only 5'2", he could easily have passed for what the novelists of the day vividly depicted as a gentlemanly, two-fisted, devil-may-care, adventurous mining engineer, complete with shining boots, jodhpurs, and a Smokey the Bear ranger hat." "You make him sound like a hero from an old Saturday matinee serial." "A fictional hero could never have measured up," Young said. "The field is highly specialized today, of course, but an engineer of the old school had to be as tough as the rock he mined, and he had to be versatile. Mechanic, electrician, surveyor, metallurgist, geologist, lawyer, arbitrator between penny-pinching management and muscle-brained workers. This was the kind of man it took to run a mine. This was Joshua Hayes Brewster. Donner kept silent, slowly swirling the liquor around in his glass. "After my uncle graduated from the School of Mines," Young continued, "he followed his profession in the Klondike, Australia, and Russia, before returning to the Rockies in 1908 to manage the Sour Rock and Buffalo, a pair of mines at Leadville owned by a group of French financiers in Paris who never laid eyes on Colorado." "The French owned mining claims in the States?" "Yes. Their capital flowed heavily throughout the West. Gold and silver, cattle, sheep, real estate, you name it, they had a finger in it." "What possessed Brewster to reopen the Little Angel?" "That's a strange story in itself," Young said. "The mine was worthless. The Alabama Burro, 300 yards away, coughed up $2 million in silver before the water in the lower levels began running ahead of the pumps. That was the shaft that hit the high-grade lode. The Little Angel never came close." Young paused to sip at his drink and then stared at it as though he were seeing a vague image in the ice cubes. "When my uncle advertised his intentions to reopen the mine to anyone who would listen, people who knew him well were shocked. Yes, Mr. Donner, shocked. Joshua Hayes Brewster was a cautious man, a man of painstaking detail. His every move was carefully calculated in terms of success. He never played the odds unless they were steeply in his favor. For him to publicly announce such a harebrained scheme was unthinkable. The mere act was considered by all to be that of a madman. Maybe he found some clue the others had missed. Young shook his head. I've been a geologist for over 60 years, Mr. Donner, and a damned good one. I've re-entered and examined the Little Angel down to the flooded levels, and analyzed every accessible inch of the Alabama Burrow, and I'm telling you positively and unequivocally, there is no untapped vein of silver down there now, nor was there one in 1911. The Monte Cristo sandwiches came, and the salad plates were whisked away. Are you suggesting your uncle went insane? The possibility has occurred to me. Brain tumors were generally undiagnosed in those days. So were nervous breakdowns. Young wolfed the first quarter of his sandwich and drained his second martini. How is your Monte Cristo, Mr. Donner? Donner forced a few bites. Excellent. And yours? Grandly delicious. Would you like my private theory? Don't bother to be polite. You can laugh without embarrassment. Everyone else does when they hear it. I promise you I won't laugh, Donner said, his tone dead serious. Be sure to dip your Monte Cristo in the grape jam, Mr. Donner. It heightens the pleasure. Now then, as I've mentioned, my uncle was a man of great detail, a keen observer of his work, his surroundings, and accomplishments. I've collected most of his diaries and notebooks. They fill a goodly portion of my study's bookshelves. His remarks concerning the Sour Rock and the Buffalo Mines, for example, take up 527 pages of exacting sketches and neatly legible handwriting. The pages in the notebook that come under the heading of the Little Angel Mine, however, are totally blank. He left behind nothing regarding the Little Angel, not even a letter, perhaps? Young shrugged and shook his head. It was as though there was nothing to record. It was as though Joshua Hayes Brewster and his 8-man crew went down into the bowels of the earth, never intending to return. What are you suggesting? Ridiculous as it seems, Young admitted, the thought of mass suicide once darted through my mind. Extensive research showed me that all 9 men were either bachelors or widowers. Most were itinerant loners who drifted from digging to digging, looking for any excuse to move on when they became bored or disenchanted with the foreman or mine management. They had little to live for once they became too old to work the mines. But Jason Hobart had a wife, Donner said. What? What's that? Young's eyes widened. I found no record of a wife for any of them. Take my word for it. God in heaven, if my uncle had known that, he'd never have recruited Hobart. Why is that? Don't you see? He needed men he could trust implicitly, men who had no close friends or relatives to ask questions should they vanish. You're not making sense, Donner said flatly. Simply put, the reopening of the Little Angel Mine and the subsequent tragedy was a sham, a pretext, a hoax. I'm convinced my uncle was going mad. How or what caused his mental illness will never be known. His character altered drastically, even to the point of producing a different man. A split personality? Exactly. His moral values changed. His warmth and love for friends disappeared. When I was younger, I talked to people who remembered him. They all agreed on one thing. The Joshua Hayes Brewster they all knew and loved died months before the Little Angel disaster. How does this lead to a hoax? Insanity aside, my uncle was still a mining engineer. Sometimes he could tell within minutes whether a mine would pay or not. The Little Angel was a bust, he knew that. He never had any intention of finding a high-grade lode. I don't have the vaguest idea of what his game was, Mr. Donner, but one thing I'm certain of, whoever pumps the water from the lower levels of that old shaft will find no bones. Donner finished off his Manhattan and looked quizzically at Young. So you think the 9 men who went into the mine escaped? Young smiled. Nobody actually saw them enter, Mr. Donner. It was assumed, and reasonably so, that they died down there in the black waters, because they were never heard from again. Not enough evidence, Donner said. Oh, I have more, lots more, Young replied enthusiastically. I'm listening. Item 1. The Little Angel's lowest working chamber was a good 100 feet above the mean water level. At worst, the walls leaked only moderately from surface accumulations. The lower shaft levels were already flooded, because the water had gradually built up during the years the mine was originally shut down. Therefore, there was no way a dynamite blast could have unleashed a tidal wave of water over my uncle and his crew. Item 2. The equipment supposedly found in the mine after the accident was old, used junk. Those men were professionals, Mr. Donner. They'd never have gone below the surface with second-rate machinery. Item 3. Though he made it known to everyone that he was reopening the mine, my uncle never once consulted or discussed the project with Ernest Blesser, the man who owned the Little Angel. In short, my uncle was claim-jumping, an unthinkable act to a man of his moral reputation. Item 4. The first warning of possible disaster didn't come until the next afternoon, when the foreman of the Satan mine, one Bill Mahoney, found a note under his cabin door that said, "Help, Little Angel Mine, come quick." A most strange method to sound an alarm, don't you think? Naturally, the note was unsigned. Item 5. The sheriff in Central City stated that my uncle had given him a list of the crew's names with the request that he give it to the newspapers in case of a fatal accident. An odd premonition, to say the least. It was as if Uncle Joshua wanted to be certain there was no mistaking the victims' identities. Donner pushed back his plate and drank a glass of water. I find your theory intriguing, but not fully convincing. Ah, but finally, perhaps above all, Mr. Donner, I have saved the pièce de résistance until last. Item 6. Several months after the tragedy, my mother and father, who were on a tour through Europe, saw my uncle standing on the boat train platform in Southampton, England. My mother often related how she went up to him and said, "God in heaven, Joshua, is it really you?" The face that stared back at her was bearded and deathly white, the eyes glassy. "Forget me," he whispered, and then turned and ran. My father chased him down the platform, but soon lost him in the crowd. The logical answer is a simple case of mistaken identity. A sister who doesn't know her own brother? Young said sarcastically. Come now, Mr. Donner. Surely you could pick your brother out of a crowd. Afraid not. I was an only child. A shame. You missed one of life's great joys. At least I didn't have to share my toys. The check arrived, and Donner threw a credit card on the tray. So what you're saying is that the Little Angel disaster was a cover-up. That's my theory. Young patted his mouth with his napkin. No way of proving it, of course, but I've always had a haunting feeling that the Société des Mines de Lorraine was in back of it. Who were they? They were, and still are, to France what Krupp is to Germany, what Mitsubishi is to Japan, what Anaconda is to the United States. Where does the Société, whatever you call it, fit in? They were the French financiers who hired Joshua Hayes Brewster as their engineer-manager of exploration. They were the only ones with enough capital to pay 9 men to vanish off the face of the earth. But why? Where's the motive? Young gestured helplessly. I don't know. He leaned forward, and his eyes seemed to burn. But I do know that, whatever the price, whatever the influence, it took my uncle and his 8-man crew to some unnamed hell outside the country. Until the bodies are recovered, who's to say you're wrong? Young stared at him. You are a courteous man, Mr. Donner. I thank you. For what? A free lunch at the government's expense? For not laughing, Young said softly. Donner nodded and said nothing. The man across the table had just spliced one tiny strand of the frayed puzzle to the red-bearded bones in the Bednaya Mountain mine. There was nothing to laugh about. Nothing to laugh about in the least. Chapter 15. Seagram returned the farewell smile from the stewardess, stepped off the United Jet, and prepared himself for the quarter-mile trip to the street entrance of the Los Angeles International Airport. He finally reached the front lobby. And unlike Dunner, who had rented his car from number 2, Seagram preferred dealing with number 1 and signed out a Lincoln from Hertz. He turned onto Century Boulevard and within a few blocks entered the on-ramp south to the San Diego Freeway. It was a cloudless day, and the smog was surprisingly light, allowing a hazy view of the Sierra Madre Mountains. He drove leisurely in the right-hand lane of the freeway at 60 miles an hour, while the mainstream of local traffic sped by the Lincoln doing 75 and 80, with routine indifference to the posted 55 miles an hour limit. He soon left the chemical refineries of Torrance and the oil derricks around Long Beach behind and entered the vastness of Orange County, where the terrain suddenly flattened out and gave way to a great unending sea of track tones. It took him a little over an hour to reach the turnoff for Leisure World. It was an idyllic setting. Golf courses, swimming pools, stables, neatly manicured lawns and park areas, golden-tanned senior citizens on bicycles. He stopped at the main gate, and an elderly guard in uniform checked him through and gave him directions to 261B Calle Aragon. It was a picturesque little duplex, tucked neatly on the slope of a hill overlooking an immaculate park. Seagram parked the Lincoln against the curb, walked through a small courtyard patio filled with rose bushes, and poked the doorbell. The door opened, and his fears vanished. Adeline Hobart was definitely not the senile type. "Mr. Seagram?" The voice was light and cheerful. "Yes, Mrs. Hobart." "Please come in." She extended her hand. The grip was as firm as a man's. "Goodness, nobody's called me that in over 70 years. When I received your long-distance call regarding Jake, I was so surprised I almost forgot to take my Geritol." Adeline was stout, but she carried her extra pounds easily. Her blue eyes seemed to laugh with every sentence, and her face carried a warm, gentle look. She was everyone's idea of a sweet little old snow-haired lady. "You don't strike me as the Geritol type," he said. She patted his arm. "If that is meant as flattery, I'll buy it." She motioned him to a chair in a tastefully furnished living room. "Come and sit down. You will stay for lunch, won't you?" "I'll be honored, if it's no trouble." "Of course not. Bert is off chasing around the golf course, and I appreciate the company." Seagram looked up. "Bert?" "My husband." "But I was under the impression—" "I was still Jake Hobart's widow," she finished his sentence, smiling innocently. "The truth of the matter is I became Mrs. Bertram Austin 62 years ago." "Does the Army know?" "Oh, heavens, yes. I wrote letters to the War Department notifying them of my marital status a long time ago, but they simply sent polite, non-committal replies and kept mailing the checks." "Even though you'd remarried?" Adeline shrugged. "I'm only human, Mr. Seagram. Why argue with the government? If they insist on sending money, who's to tell them they're crazy?" "A lucrative little arrangement." She nodded. "I won't deny it, particularly when you include the $10,000 I received at Jake's death." Seagram leaned forward, his eyes narrowed. "The Army paid you a $10,000 indemnity? Wasn't that a bit steep for 1912? "You couldn't be half as surprised as I was then," she said. "Yes, that amount of money was a small fortune in those days." "Was there any explanation?" "None," she replied. "I can still see the check after all these years. All it said was widow's payment, and it was made out to me. That's all there was to it." "Perhaps we can start at the beginning." "When I met Jake?" Seagram nodded. Her eyes looked beyond him for a few moments. "I met Jake during the terrible winter of 1910. It was in Leadville, Colorado, and I had just turned 16. My father was on a business trip to the mining fields to investigate possible investment in several claims, and since it was close to Christmas, and I had a few days' vacation from school, he relented and took Mother and me along. The train barely made it into Leadville Station when the worst blizzard in 40 years struck the high country of Colorado. It lasted for 2 weeks, and believe me, it was no picnic, especially when you consider that the altitude of Leadville is over 10,000 feet. It must have been quite an adventure for a 16-year-old girl. It was. Dad paced the hotel lobby like a trapped bull, while Mother just sat and worried. But I thought it was marvelous. And Jake? One day, Mother and I were struggling across the street to the general store, an ordeal when you're lashed by 50-mile-an-hour winds at 20 degrees below zero, when out of nowhere, this giant brute of a man picks each of us up under one arm and carries us through the snowdrifts and deposits us on the doorstep of the store, just as sassy as you please. It was Jake? Yes, she said distantly. It was Jake. What did he look like? He was a large man, over 6 feet, barrel-chested. He'd worked in the mines in Wales when he was a boy. Any time you saw a crowd of men a mile away, you could easily pick Jake out. He was the one with the bright red hair and beard who was always laughing. Red hair and beard? Yes, he was quite proud of the fact that he stood out from the rest. All the world loves a man who laughs. She smiled broadly. It certainly wasn't love at first sight on my part, I can tell you. To me, Jake looked like a big, uncouth bear. He was hardly the type to tickle a young girl's fancy. But you married him. She nodded. He courted me all during the blizzard, and when the sun finally broke through the clouds on the 14th day, I accepted his proposal. Mother and Dad were distraught, of course, but Jake won them over, too. You couldn't have been married long. I saw him for the last time a year later, the day he and the others were lost in the Little Angel. It was more statement than question. Yes, she said wistfully. She avoided his stare and looked nervously toward the kitchen. My goodness, I'd better fix us some lunch. You must be starving, Mr. Seagram. But Seagram's businesslike expression faded, and his eyes came alight with sudden excitement. You heard from Jake after the Little Angel accident, didn't you, Mrs. Austin? She seemed to retreat into the cushions of her chair. Apprehension spread across her gentle face. I don't know what you mean. I think you do, he said softly. No, you're mistaken. Why are you afraid? Her hands were trembling now. I've told you all I can. There's more, much more, Mrs. Austin. He reached over and took her hands. Why are you afraid? He repeated. I'm sworn to secrecy, she murmured. Can you explain? She said hesitantly, You're with the government, Mr. Seagram. You know what it is to keep a secret. Who was it, Jake? Did he ask you to remain silent? She shook her head. Then who? Please, believe me, she pleaded. I can't tell you. I can't tell you anything. Seagram stood up and looked down at her. She seemed to have aged, the wrinkles etched more deeply in her ancient skin. She had withdrawn into a shell. It would take a mild form of shock treatment to get her to open up. May I use your telephone, Mrs. Austin? Yes, of course. You'll find the nearest extension in the kitchen. It was 7 minutes before the familiar voice came through the earpiece. Quickly, Seagram explained the situation and made his request. Then he turned back to the living room. Mrs. Austin, can you come here a moment? Timidly, she approached him. He handed her the receiver. Here is someone who wishes to speak to you. Cautiously, she took it from his hands. Hello, she muttered. This is Adeline Austin. For a brief instant, an expression of confusion was mirrored in her eyes. Then it was slowly transformed, and froze into genuine astonishment. She kept nodding, saying nothing, as though the detached voice over the line was standing before her. Finally, at the end of the one-sided conversation, she managed to utter a few words. "Yes, sir. I will. Goodbye." Slowly, she replaced the receiver and stood in a trance-like bewilderment. Was that really the President of the United States? It was. You can verify it if you wish. Call long distance and ask for the White House. When they answer, talk to Greg Collins. He's the President's chief aide. It was he who passed along my call. Just imagine. The President asked me to help him. She shook her head dazedly. I can't believe it really happened. It happened, Mrs. Austen. Believe me, any information you can give us concerning your first husband and the strange circumstances surrounding his death would be of great benefit to the nation. I know that sounds like a trite way of stating it, but who can turn down a president? The sweet smile was back. The tremor was gone from Adeline's hands. She was back on balance, outwardly at least. Seagram took her arm and gently guided her back to her chair in the living room. Now then, tell me about Jake Hobart's relationship with Joshua Hayes Brewster. Jake was an explosive specialist, a blaster, one of the best in the field. He knew dynamite like a blacksmith knew his forge. And since Mr. Brewster insisted on only the top men to make up his mining crews, he often hired Jake to handle the blasting. Did Brewster know Jake was married? Odd you should ask that. We had a little house in Boulder, away from the mining camps, because Jake didn't want it known he had a wife. He claimed that mine foremen wouldn't hire a blaster who was married. So, naturally, Brewster, unaware of Jake's marital status, paid him to blast in the Little Angel mine. I know it was printed in the newspapers, Mr. Seagram, but Jake never set foot in the Little Angel mine, nor did the rest of the crew. Seagram pulled his chair closer so that they were almost touching knees. Then the disaster was a hoax, he said hoarsely. She looked up. You know that? We suspected, but have no proof. If it's proof you want, Mr. Austen, I'll get it for you. She rose to her feet, shrugging off Seagram's attempts to help her, and disappeared into another room. She returned, carrying an old shoebox, which she proceeded to open reverently. The day before he was to enter the Little Angel, Jake took me down to Denver, and we went on a shopping spree. He bought me fancy clothes, jewelry, and treated me to champagne at the finest restaurant in town. We spent our last night together in the honeymoon suite of the Brown Palace Hotel. Do you know of it? I have a friend staying there right now. In the morning, he told me not to believe what I heard or read in the newspapers about his death in a mining accident, and that he would be gone for several months on a job somewhere in Russia. When he returned, he said, we would be rich beyond our wildest dreams. Then he mentioned something I've never understood. What was that? He said the Frenchies were taking care of everything, and that when it was all over, we would live in Paris. Her face took on a dreamlike quality. In the morning, he was gone. On his pillow was a note that simply said, I love you, Ad, and an envelope containing $5,000. Do you have any idea where the money came from? None. We only had about $300 in the bank at the time. And that was the last you heard from him? No. She handed Seagram a faded postcard with a tinted photograph of the Eiffel Tower on the front. This came in the mail about a month later. Dear Ad, the weather is rainy here, and the beer awful. Am fine, and so is the other boys. Don't fret. As you can tell, I ain't dead by a long shot. You know who. The handwriting was obviously from a heavy hand. The postmark on the card was dated Paris, December 1st, 1911. It was followed in a week by a second card, Adeline said as she handed it to Seagram. It depicted Sacré-Cœur, but was postmarked Le Havre. Dear Ed, we're heading for the Arctic. This will be my last message for some time. Be brave. The Frenchies are treating us right. Good food, good ship. You know who. You're certain it's Jake's handwriting? Seagram asked. Absolutely. I have other papers and old letters of Jake's. You can compare them if you wish. That won't be necessary, Ed. She smiled when she heard her nickname. Was there any further communication? She nodded. The third and last. Jake must have stocked up on picture postcards of Paris. This one shows the Sainte-Chapelle, but it was mailed from Aberdeen, Scotland on April 4th, 1912. Dear Ed, this is a frightful place. The cold is fearsome. We don't know if we will survive. If I can somehow get this to you, you will be taken care of. God bless. Jake. Along the side, another hand had written in, Dear Mrs. Hobart, we lost Jake in a storm. We gave him a Christian reading. We're sorry. V.H. Seagram took out the list of the crew's names that Donner had read him over the phone. V.H. must have been Vernon Hall, he said. Yes, Vern and Jake were good friends. What happened after that? Who swore you to secrecy? About 2 months later, I think it was early in June, a Colonel Patman or Patmore, I can't remember which, came to the house in Boulder and told me it was imperative that I never reveal any contact from Jake after the Little Angel mine affair. Did he give any reason? She shook her head. No, he simply said it was in the interest of the government to remain silent, and then he handed me the check for $10,000 and departed. Seagram sagged in his chair as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. It didn't seem possible that this little 93-year-old woman should have the key to a lost billion-dollar ore cache, but she did. Seagram looked at her and smiled. That offer of lunch is beginning to sound awfully good about now. She grinned back, and he could see the mischief in her eyes. As Jake would have said, the hell with lunch. Let's have a beer first. Chapter 16. The crimson rays of the sunset were still lingering on the western horizon when the first rumble of distant thunder signaled the approach of a lightning storm. The air was warm, and the gentle offshore breeze felt good on Seagram's face as he sat on the terrace of the Balboa Bay Club and sipped his after-dinner cognac. It was 8 o'clock, the hour when the fashionable residents of Newport Beach began their evening socializing. Seagram had taken a dip in the club pool and then eaten early. He sat there, listening to the grumbling of the nearing storm. The air became thick and charged with electricity, but there was no sign of rain or wind. In the photographic flash of the lightning, he could see pleasure boats cruising up the bay, showing red and green navigation lights, their white paint giving them the appearance of silent, gliding ghosts. Lightning stabbed the night air again, a jagged fork splitting the clouded sky. He watched it strike somewhere behind the Balboa Island rooftops, and in almost the same instant the roar of the thunder thrust against his eardrums like a cannon barrage. Everyone else had nervously moved inside the dining room, and Seagram soon found the terrace deserted. He stayed, enjoying Mother Nature's display of fireworks. He finished off the cognac and leaned back in his chair, watching for the next flash of lightning. It soon came, and illuminated a figure standing beside his table. In that instant of light, he made out a tall man with black hair and rugged features, staring down at him through cool, piercing eyes. Then the stranger blended into the darkness again. As the thunder rumbled away, a seemingly disembodied voice asked, "Are you Gene Seagram?" Seagram hesitated, waiting for his eyes to readjust themselves to the dark that followed the flash. "I am." "I believe you've been looking for me." "At the moment, you have the advantage." "My apologies. I'm Dirk Pitt." The skies lit up again, and Seagram was relieved to see a smiling face. "It would seem, Mr. Pitt, that dramatic entrances are a habit with you. Did you also conjure up this electrical storm?" Pitt's answering laugh came to the accompaniment of a clap of thunder. "I haven't mastered that feat yet, but I am making progress at parting the Red Sea." Seagram gestured to an empty chair. "Won't you sit down?" "Thank you. I'd offer you a drink, but my waiter apparently has a fear of lightning." "The worst of it is passing," Pitt said, looking skyward. The voice was quiet and controlled. "How did you find me?" Seagram asked. "A step-by-step process," Pitt replied. "I called your wife in Washington, and she said you were on a business trip to Leisure World. Since it's only a few miles from here, I checked with the guard at the gate. He told me he had admitted a Jean Seagram who was okayed for entry by a Mrs. Bertram Austin. She in turn mentioned she had recommended the Balboa Bay Club when you stated a desire to postpone your flight back to Washington and lay over until tomorrow. The rest was easy." "I should feel flattered by your persistent style." Pitt nodded. "All very elementary. A fortunate circumstance that we happen to be in the same neck of the woods," Seagram said. "I always like to take a few days off and go surfing about this time of year. My parents have a house just across the bay. I could have contacted you sooner, but Admiral Sandecker said there was no hurry." "You know the Admiral?" "I work for him." "Then you're with Numa?" "Yes, I'm the agency's Special Projects Director." "I thought your name sounded vaguely familiar. My wife has mentioned you." "Dana?" "Yes. Have you worked with her?" "Only once. I flew in supplies to Pitcairn Island last summer when she and her Numa archaeological team were diving for artifacts from the Bounty." Seagram looked at him. "So Admiral Sandecker told you there was no hurry to contact me?" Pitt smiled. "From what I gather, you rubbed him wrong with a middle-of-the-night phone call."
The black clouds had rolled seaward, and the lightning was stabbing at Catalina across the channel. "Now that you have me in your sights," Pitt said, "what can I do for you?" "You can begin by telling me about Novaya Zemlya." "Not much to tell," Pitt said casually. "I was in charge of the expedition to pick up your man. When he didn't show on schedule, I borrowed the ship's helicopter and made a reconnaissance flight toward the Russian island." "You took a chance. Soviet radar might have picked you up on their scopes." "I took that possibility into consideration. I stayed within 10 feet of the water and kept my airspeed down to 15 knots. Even if I had been spotted, my radar blip would have read as a small fishing boat." "What happened after you reached the island?" "I cruised the shoreline until I found Copland's sloop moored in a cove. I set the copter down on the beach nearby and began searching for him. It was then I heard shots through a wall of swirling snow that had been kicked up by a gust of wind." "How was it possible to run onto Copland and the Russian patrol guard? Finding them in the middle of a snowstorm is akin to stumbling on a needle in a frozen haystack." "Needles don't bark," Pitt answered. "I followed the sound of a dog on the hunt. It led me to Copland and the guard." "The latter, of course, you murdered," Seagram said. "I suppose a prosecuting attorney might suggest that." Pitt gestured airily. "On the other hand, it seemed the thing to do at the time." "What if the guard had been one of my agents also?" "Comrades in arms don't sadistically drag each other through the snow by the scruff of the neck, especially when one of them is seriously wounded." "And the dog? Did you have to kill the dog?" "The thought occurred to me that, left to his own devices, he might have led a search patrol back to his master's body. As it is, chances are neither will be discovered, ever." "Do you always carry a gun with a silencer?" "This wasn't the first time Admiral Sandecker called upon me for a dirty job outside my normal duties," Pitt said. "Before you flew Copland to your ship, I take it you destroyed his sloop," Seagram said. "Rather cleverly, I think," Pitt replied. There was no inflection of conceit in his tone. "I bashed a hole in the hull, raised the sail, and sent her on her way. I should judge that she found a watery grave about 3 miles from shore. You were far too confident, Seagram said testily. You dared to meddle in something that didn't concern you. You flaunted Russian vigilance by taking a grave risk without authority, and you cold-bloodedly murdered a man and his animal. If we were all like you, Mr. Pitt, this would be a sorry nation indeed. Pitt rose and leaned across the table until he was eyeball to eyeball with Seagram. You don't do me justice, he said, his eyes cold as glaciers. You left out the best parts. It was I who gave your friend Copland 2 pints of blood during his operation. It was I who ordered the ship to bypass Oslo and lay a course for the nearest U.S. military airfield. And it was I who talked the base commander out of his private transport plane for Copland's flight back to the States. In conclusion, Mr. Seagram, bloodthirsty, mad dog Pitt pleads guilty. Guilty of salvaging the broken pieces of your sneaky little spy mission in the Arctic. I didn't expect a ticker-tape parade down Broadway or a gold medal. A simple thank you would have done nicely. Instead, your mouth flows with a diarrheal discharge of rudeness and sarcasm. I don't know what your hang-up is, Seagram, but one thing comes through loud and clear. You are a grade-A asshole, and as kindly as I can put it, you can go fuck yourself. With that, Pitt turned and walked into the shadows, and was gone. Chapter 17. Professor Peter Barshoff pushed a leathery hand through his graying hair and pointed the stem of his meerschaum pipe across the desk at Prevlov. No, let me assure you, Captain, that the man I sent to Novaya Zemlya is not subject to hallucinations. But a mine tunnel, Prevlov muttered incredulously. An unknown, unrecorded mine tunnel on Russian soil? I wouldn't have thought it possible. But nonetheless a fact, Barshoff replied. Indications of it first appeared on our aerial contour photos. According to my geologist, who gained entrance, the tunnel was very old, perhaps between 70 and 80 years. Where did it come from? Not where, Captain. The question is who. Who excavated it, and why? You say the Leningrad Institute of Geology has no record of it? Prevlov asked. Barshoff shook his head. Not a word. However, you might find a trace of it in the old Okhrana files. Okhrana? Oh, yes, the secret police of the Tsars. Prevlov paused a moment. No, not likely. Their sole concern in those days was revolution. They wouldn't have bothered with a clandestine mining operation. Clandestine? You can't be sure of that. Prevlov turned and gazed out the window. Forgive me, Professor, but in my line of work I attach Machiavellian motives to everything. Barshoff removed the pipe from between his stained teeth and tamped its bowl. I have often read of ghost mines in the Western Hemisphere, but this is the first such mystery I've heard of in the Soviet Union. It is almost as if this quaint phenomenon was a gift of the Americans. Why do you say that? Prevlov turned and faced Barshoff again. What have they got to do with it? Perhaps nothing, perhaps everything. The equipment found inside the tunnel was manufactured in the United States. Hardly proof positive, Prevlov said skeptically. The equipment could merely have been purchased from the Americans and used by other parties. Barshoff smiled. A valid assumption, Captain, except for the fact that the body of a man was discovered in the tunnel. I have it on reliable authority that his epitaph was written in the American vernacular. Interesting, Prevlov said. I apologize for not providing you with more in-depth data, Barshoff said. My remarks, you understand, are purely second-hand. You will have a detailed report on your desk in the morning concerning our findings at Novaya Zemlya, and my people will be at your disposal for any further investigation. The Navy is grateful for your cooperation, Professor. The Leningrad Institute is always at the service of our country. Barshoff rose and gave a stiff bow. If that is all for now, Captain, I will get back to my office. There is one more thing, Professor. Yes? You didn't mention whether your geologists found any trace of minerals. Nothing of value? Nothing at all? Trace elements of nickel and zinc, plus slight radioactive indications of uranium, thorium, and byzanium. I am not familiar with the last two. Thorium can be converted into nuclear fuel when bombarded by neutrons, Barshov explained. It's also used in the manufacture of different magnesium alloys. And byzanium. Very little is known about it. None has ever been discovered in enough quantity to conduct constructive experiments. Barshov tapped his pipe in an ashtray. The French are the only ones who have shown interest in it over the years. Prevlog looked up. The French? They have spent millions of francs sending geological expeditions around the world looking for it. To my knowledge, none of them was successful. It would seem, then, that they know something our scientists do not. Barshov shrugged. We do not lead the world in every scientific endeavor, Captain. If we did, we, and not the Americans, would be driving autos over the moon's surface. Thank you again, Professor. I look forward to your final report. Chapter 18. 4 blocks from the Naval Department building, Lieutenant Pavel Marganin relaxed on a park bench, casually reading a book of poems. It was noontime, and the grassy areas were crowded with office workers eating their lunch beneath the evenly spaced rows of trees. Every so often he looked up and cast an appraising eye on the occasional pretty girl who wandered by. At 12:30, a fat man in a rumpled business suit sat down on the other end of the bench and began unwrapping a small roll of black bread and a cup of potato soup. He turned to Marganin and smiled broadly. "Will you share a bit of bread, sailor?" the stranger said jovially. He patted his paunch. "I have more than enough for 2. My wife always insists on feeding me too much and keeping me fat so the young girls won't chase after me." Marganin shook his head no and went back to his reading. The man shrugged and seemed to bite off a piece of the bread. He began chewing vigorously, but it was an act. His mouth was empty. "What have you got for me?" he murmured between jaw movements. Marganin stared into his book, raising it slightly to cover his lips. "Prevlov is having an affair with a woman who has black hair, shortly cropped, wears expensive, size 6 low-heeled shoes, and is partial to Chartreuse liquor. She drives an American Embassy car, license number USA 146. "Are you sure of your facts?" "I don't create fiction," Marganin muttered while nonchalantly turning a page. "I suggest you act on my information immediately. It may be the wedge we have been looking for." "I will have her identified before sunset." The stranger began slurping his soup noisily. "Anything else?" "I need data on the Sicilian project." "I never heard of it." Marganin lowered the book and rubbed his eyes, keeping a hand in front of his lips. "It's a defense project connected somehow with the National Underwater and Marine Agency." "They may prove fussy about leaks on defense projects." "Tell them not to worry. It'll be handled discreetly." 6 days from now. The men's toilet of the Borodino restaurant. 6:40 in the evening. Marganin closed his book and stretched. The stranger slurped another spoonful of soup in acknowledgment and totally ignored Marganin, who rose and strolled off in the direction of the Soviet Naval Building. Chapter 19. The President's secretary smiled courteously and got up from behind his desk. He was tall and young and had a friendly, eager face. "Mrs. Seagram, of course. Please step this way." He led Dana to the White House elevator and stood aside for her to enter. She put on a show of indifference, staring straight ahead. If he knew or suspected anything, he'd be mentally stripping her to the skin. She sneaked a quick glance at the secretary's face. His eyes remained inscrutably locked on the blinking floor lights. The doors opened, and she followed him down the hall and into one of the third-floor bedrooms. "There it is on the mantel," the secretary said. "We found it in the basement in an unmarked crate. A beautiful piece of work. The president insisted we bring it up where it can be admired." Dana's eyes narrowed as she found herself looking at the model of a sailing ship that rested in a glass case above the fireplace. "He was hoping you might be able to shed some light on its history," the secretary continued. "As you can see, there's no indication of a name either on the hull or the dust case." She moved uncertainly toward the fireplace for a closer look. She was confused. This was hardly what she had expected. Over the telephone earlier that morning, the secretary had simply said, "The president wonders if it would be convenient for you to drop by the White House about 2 o'clock. A strange sensation passed through her body. She wasn't sure if it was a feeling of letdown or relief. "Early 18th century merchantman by the look of her," she said. "I'd have to make some sketches and compare them with old records in the Naval Archives." "Admiral Sandecker said if anybody could identify her, you could." "Admiral Sandecker?" "Yes, it was he who recommended you to the president." The secretary moved toward the doorway. "There is a pad and pencil on the nightstand beside the bed. I have to get back to my desk. Please feel free to take as much time as you need." "But won't the president?" "He's playing golf this afternoon. You won't be bothered. Just take the elevator down to the main floor when you're finished." Then, before Dana could reply, the secretary turned and left. Dana sat heavily on the bed and sighed. She had rushed home after the phone call, taken a perfumed bath, and carefully donned a girlish, virginal white dress over black lingerie. And it had all been for nothing. The president didn't want sex. He simply wanted her to put the make on some damned old ship model. Utterly defeated, she went into the bathroom and checked her face. When she came out, the bedroom door was closed, and the president was standing by the fireplace, looking tanned and youthful in a polo shirt and slacks. Dana's eyes flew wide. For a moment, she couldn't think of anything to say. "You're supposed to be golfing," she finally said stupidly. "That's what it says in my appointment book." "Then this model ship business—" "The brig Roanoke out of Virginia," he said, nodding at the model. "Her keel was laid in 1728, and she went on the rocks off Nova Scotia in 1743. My father built the model from scratch about 40 years ago." "You went to all this trouble just to get me a loan?" she said dazedly. "That's obvious, isn't it?" She stared at him. He met her eyes steadily, and she blushed. "You see," he went on, "I wanted to have a little informal chat, just the two of us, without interference or interruption from the hassles of my office." The room reeled about her. You just want to talk?" He looked at her curiously for a moment, and then he began to chuckle. "You flatter me, Mrs. Seagram. It was never my intent to seduce you. I fear my reputation as a ladies' man is somewhat exaggerated." "But at the party—" "I think I understand." He took her by the hand and led her to a chair. "When I whispered, 'I must meet you alone,' you took it as a proposition from a lecherous old man. Forgive me, that was not my intent." Dana sighed. "I wondered what a man who could have any one of 100 million women just by snapping his fingers could possibly see in a drab, married, 31-year-old marine archaeologist." "You don't do yourself justice," he said, suddenly serious. "You are really quite lovely." Again she found herself blushing. "No man has made a pass at me in years." Perhaps it is because most honorable men do not make passes at married women.
I'd like to think so.
He pulled up a chair and sat opposite her. She sat primly, her knees pressed together, hands in lap. The question, when it came, caught her totally unprepared. "Tell me, Mrs. Seagram, are you still in love with him?" She stared at him, incomprehension written in her eyes.
Who?
"Your husband, of course."
Jean?
"Yes, Jean," he said, smiling, "unless you have another spouse hidden away somewhere."
Why must you ask that?
She said. "Jean is cracking at the seams." Dana looked puzzled.
He works hard, but I can't believe he's on the verge of a mental breakdown.
Not in the strict clinical sense, no. The president's expression was grim. He is, however, under enormous pressure. If he is faced with serious marital problems on top of his workload, he might fall over the brink. I cannot allow that to happen, not yet. Not until he completes a highly secret project that is vital to the nation.
It's that very damned secret project that's come between us, she burst out angrily.
That and a few other problems, such as your refusal to bear children. She looked at him, thunderstruck.
How could you possibly know all this?
The usual methods. It makes no difference how. What matters is that you stick with Jean for the next 16 months and give him all the tender, loving care you can find in your soul to give. Nervously, she folded and unfolded her hands.
It's that important?
She asked in a faint voice. It's that important, he said. Will you help me? She nodded silently. Good. He patted her hands. Between us, maybe we can keep Jean on the track.
I'll try, Mr. President. If it means so much, I'll try. I can promise no more.
I have complete confidence in you.
But I draw the line at having a baby,
she said defiantly. He grinned the famous grin so often captured by photographers. I can order a war, and I can order men to die. But not even the President of the United States has the power to order a woman to become pregnant. For the first time, she laughed. It seemed so strange, talking intimately with a man who wielded such incredible power. Power was indeed an aphrodisiac, and she began to feel the bitter disappointment of not being taken to bed. The president rose and took her arm. I must go now. I have a meeting with my economic advisers in a few minutes. He began guiding her toward the door. Then he stopped and drew her face to his, and she felt the firmness of his lips. When he let her go, he looked into her eyes and said, "You are a very desirable woman, Mrs. Seagram. Don't you forget that." He escorted her to the elevator. Chapter 20. Dana was waiting on the concourse when Seagram departed his plane. "What gives?" He eyed her questioningly. "You haven't met me at the airport in ages."
An overwhelming impulse of affection.
She smiled. He claimed his luggage, and they walked to the parking lot. She held his arm tightly. The afternoon seemed a faraway dream now. She had to keep reminding herself that another man had found her alluring and had actually kissed her. She took the wheel and drove onto the highway. The last of the rush-hour traffic had faded away, and she made good time through the Virginia countryside. "Do you know Dirk Pitt?" he asked, breaking the silence.
"Yes, he's Admiral Sandecker's Special Projects Director. Why?"
"I'm going to burn the bastard's ass," he said. She glanced at him in astonishment.
"What's your connection with him?"
"He screwed up an important part of the project." Her hands tightened on the wheel.
You'll find him a tough ass to burn, she said.
Why do you say that?
He's considered a legend around Numa. His list of achievements since he joined the agency is second only to his outstanding war record.
So?
So, he's Admiral Sandecker's fair-haired boy.
You forget I carry more weight with the President than Admiral Sandecker.
More weight than Senator George Pitt of California, she said flatly.
He turned and looked at her. They're related.
Father and son.
He slouched in a morose silence for the next several miles.
Dana put her right hand on his knee. When she stopped at a red light, she leaned over and kissed him.
What was that for?
That's a bribe.
How much is it going to cost me? He grumbled.
I have this great idea, she announced. Why don't we take in that new Brando film, and afterward we can have a scrumptious lobster dinner at the old Potomac Inn, then go home, turn out the lights, and...
Take me to the office, he said. I have work to do.
Please, Jean, don't push yourself, she pleaded. There's time for your work tomorrow.
No, now, he said.
The chasm between them was uncrossable, and from now on things would never be the same again. Chapter 21. Seagram looked down at the metal attaché case on his desk, then up at the colonel and the captain who were standing across from him.
There's no mistake on this.
The colonel shook his head. Researched and verified by the Director of Defense Archives, sir.
That was fast work. Thank you.
The colonel made no attempt to leave. Sorry, sir. I am to wait and return to the Department of Defense with the file on my person.
By whose orders?
The Secretary, the colonel answered. Defense Department policy dictates that all material classified as Code 5 confidential must be kept under surveillance at all times.
I understand, Seagram said. May I study the file alone?
Yes, sir. My aide and I will wait outside, but I must respectfully request that no one be allowed to enter or leave your office while the file is in your possession.
Seagram nodded. All right, gentlemen. Make yourselves comfortable. My secretary will be at your service for coffee and refreshments.
Thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Seagram.
And one more thing, Seagram said and smiled faintly. I have my own private bathroom, so don't expect to see me for a while.
Seagram sat motionless for several moments after the door closed. The final vindication of 5 years' work lay before his eyes. Or did it? Maybe the documents within the case would only lead to another mystery, or, worse yet, a dead end. He inserted the key into the case and opened it. Inside there were 4 folders and a small notebook. The labels on the folders read CD 5C 7665-1911. Report on the scientific and monetary value of the rare element Byzanium. CD 5C 7687-1911. Correspondence between Secretary of War and Joshua Hayes Brewster examining the possible acquirement of Byzanium. CD 5C 7720-1911. Memorandum by Secretary of War to the President regarding funds for Secret Army Plan 371-990-R85. CD 5C 8039-1912. Report of closed investigation into the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Joshua Hayes Brewster. The notebook was simply entitled Journal of Joshua Hayes Brewster. Logic dictated that Seagram study the folders first, but logic was set aside as he settled back in his chair and opened the journal. 4 hours later, he stacked the book neatly on top of the folders and pushed a button on the side of his intercom. Almost immediately, a recessed panel in a side wall swung open, and a man in a white technician's coat entered. How soon can you copy all this? The technician thumbed through the book and peeked in the folders. Give me 45 minutes. Seagram nodded. Okay, get right on it. There's someone in my outer office who's waiting for the originals. After the panel closed, Seagram pushed himself wearily from his chair and staggered into the bathroom. He closed the door and leaned against it, his face twisted in a grotesque mask. "Oh, God, no," he moaned. "It's not fair. It's not fair." Then he leaned over the sink and vomited. Chapter 22. The President shook hands with Seagram and Donner in the doorway of his study at Camp David. "Sorry to ask you up here at 7 in the morning, but it's the only time I could squeeze you in." "No problem, Mr. President," said Donner. "I'm usually out jogging about this time anyway." The President stared at Donner's rotund frame with amused eyes. "Who knows? I may have saved you from a coronary." He laughed at Donner's woeful expression and motioned them into the study. Come, sit down and make yourselves at home. I've ordered a light breakfast." They grouped themselves about on a sofa and chair in front of a spacious picture window overlooking the Maryland hills. Coffee came with a tray of sweet rolls, and the President passed them around. "Well, Gene, I hope the news is good for a change. The Sicilian project is our only hope of stopping this crazy arms race with the Russians and Chinese." The President rubbed his eyes wearily. "It has to be the greatest display of stupidity since the dawn of man, particularly when you consider the tragic and absurd fact that we can each blow the other's country to ashes at least 5 times over." He gestured helplessly. "So much for the sad facts of life. Suppose you tell me where we stand." Seagram looked bleary-eyed across the coffee table, holding the copy of the Defense Archive file. "You are, of course, Mr. President, aware of our progress to date." "Yes, I've studied the reports of your investigation." Seagram handed the President a copy of Brewster's journal. "I think you'll find this an absorbing account of early 20th century intrigue and human suffering. The first entry is dated July 8, 1910, and opens with Joshua Hayes Brewster's departure from the Taimyr Mountains near the north coast of Siberia. There, he spent 9 months opening a lead mine under contract with his employer, the Société des Mines de la Reine, for the Tsar of Russia. He then goes on to tell how his ship, a small coastal steamer bound for Archangel, became lost in fog and ran aground on the upper island of Novaya Zemlya. Fortunately, the ship held together, and the survivors managed to exist within its freezing steel hull until they were rescued by a Russian naval frigate nearly a month later. It was during this sojourn that Brewster spent his time prospecting the island. Sometime during the 18th day, he stumbled on an outcropping of strange rock on the slopes of Bednaya Mountain. He had never seen that type of composition before, so he took several samples back with him to the United States, finally reaching New York 62 days after he left the Taimyr mine. "So now we know how the Byzanium was discovered," the President said. Seagram nodded and continued. "Brewster turned all his samples over to his employer, save one. That he kept purely as a souvenir. Some months later, having heard nothing, he asked the United States director of the Société des Mines de la Reine what had become of the Bednaya Mountain ore samples. He was told they had assayed out as worthless and had been thrown away. Suspicious, Brewster took the remaining sample to the Bureau of Mines in Washington for analysis. He was astounded when he learned it was Byzanium, hitherto a virtually unknown element seen only rarely through a high-powered microscope. "Had Brewster informed the Société as to the location of the Byzanium outcropping?" the President asked. "No. He played it shrewd and merely gave them vague directions to the site. In fact, he even suggested that it lay on the lower island of Novaya Zemlya, many miles to the south." "Why the subterfuge?" "A common tactic among prospectors," Donner answered. "By withholding the exact location of a promising find, the discoverer can negotiate a higher percentage of the profits against the day the mine becomes operational. Makes sense, the president murmured. But what incited the French to secrecy back in 1910? What could they possibly have seen in Byzanium that no one else saw for the next 70 years? Its similarity to radium, for one thing, Seagram said. The Société des Mines passed Brewster's samples on to the Radium Institute in Paris, where their scientists found that certain properties of byzanium and radium were identical. And since it cost $50,000 to process 1 gram of radium, Donner added, the French government suddenly saw a chance to corner the world's only known supply of a fantastically expensive element. Given enough time, they could have realized hundreds of millions of dollars on a few pounds of byzanium. The president shook his head in disbelief. My God, if I remember my weights and measures correctly, there are about 28 grams to the ounce. That's right, sir. 1 ounce of byzanium was worth $1,400,000. And that's at 1910 prices. The president slowly stood up and gazed out the window. What was Brewster's next move? He turned over his information to the War Department. Seagram pulled out the folder on the funds for Secret Army Plan 371-990-R85 and opened it. If they knew the full story, the boys over at CIA would be proud of their ancestor organization. Once the generals of the old Army Intelligence Bureau saw what Brewster was onto, they dreamed up the grandest double-cross of the century. Brewster was ordered to inform the Société des Mines that he had identified the ore samples and bluff them into thinking he was going to form a mining syndicate and go after the byzanium on his own. He had the Frenchies by the balls, and they knew it. By this time, they'd figured that his directions to the outcropping were off the mark. No Brewster, no byzanium. It was that simple. They had no choice but to sign him on as chief engineer for a piece of the profits. Why couldn't our own government have backed a mining operation? The president asked. Why let the French into the picture? 2 reasons, Seagram replied. First, since the byzanium was on foreign soil, the mine would have to be operated in secret. If the miners were caught by the Russians, the French government would get the blame, not the Americans. Second, the Congress in those days penny-pinched the Army to death. There were simply not enough funds to include a mining venture in the Arctic, regardless of the potential profit. It would seem the French were playing against a stacked deck. It was a two-way street, Mr. President. There was no doubt in Brewster's mind that once he opened the Bednaya Mountain mine and began shipping the ore, he and his crew of men would be murdered by paid assassins of the Société des Mines de Lorraine. That was obvious from the Society's fanatical insistence on secrecy. And one other little matter. It was the French, and not Brewster, who masterminded the Little Angel mine tragedy. You have to give him credit for playing a good game, said Donner. The Little Angel hoax was the perfect cover for eventually killing off Brewster and his entire crew. After all, how could anyone be accused of murdering 9 men in the Arctic when it was a matter of public record that they had all died 6 months earlier in a Colorado mining accident? Seagram continued. We're reasonably certain that the Société des Mines spirited our heroes to New York in a private railroad car. From there, they probably took passage on a French ship under assumed names. One question I wish you'd clear up, the president said. In reading over your report, Donner here stated that the mining equipment found at Novaya Zemlya was ordered through the U.S. government. That piece doesn't fit. Again, a cover story by the French, Seagram replied. The Jensen and Thor files also showed that the drilling equipment was paid for by a check drawn on a Washington, D.C. bank. The account, as it turns out, was under the name of the French ambassador. It was simply one more ruse to cloud the true operation. They didn't miss a trick, did they? Seagram nodded. They planned well, but for all their insight, they had no idea they were being led down the garden path. After Paris, then what? The president persisted. The Coloradans spent 2 weeks at the Societe office, ordering supplies and making final preparations for the dig. When at last all was in readiness, they boarded a French naval transport at Le Havre and slipped into the English Channel. It took 12 days for the ship to pick its way through the Barents Sea ice floes before it finally anchored off Novaya Zemlya. After the men and equipment were safely ashore, Brewster shifted the secret army plan into first gear and ordered the captain of the supply ship not to return for the ore until the first week in June, nearly 7 months away. The plan being that the Coloradans and the Byzanium would be long gone by the time the Society de Mines ship returned. Exactly. They beat the deadline by 2 months. It took only 5 months for the gang to pry the precious element from the bowels of that icy hell. It was body-breaking work, drilling, blasting, and digging through solid granite, while stabbed by 50-degree below-zero temperatures. Never, during the long winter months high along the continental divide of the Rockies, had they ever experienced anything like the frigid winds that howled down across the sea from the great polar ice cap to the north, winds that paused only long enough to deposit the terrible cold and replenish Bednaya Mountain's permanent ice sheet, before sweeping on toward the Russian coast just over the horizon to the south. It took a frightful toll on the men. Jake Hobart died from exposure when he became lost in a snowstorm, and the others all suffered terribly from fatigue and frostbite. In Brewster's own words, it was a frozen purgatory, not fit to waste good spit on. It's a miracle they didn't all die, the president said. Good old hardy guts saw them through, Seagram said. In the end, they beat the odds. They had wrested the world's rarest mineral from that wasteland, and they had pulled off the job without detection. It had been a classic operation of stealth and engineering skill. They escaped the island with the ore, then? Yes, Mr. President. Seagram nodded. Brewster and his crew covered over the waste dump and ore car tracks and concealed the entrance to the mine. Then they hauled the Byzanium to the beach, where they loaded it on board a small 3-masted steamer dispatched by the War Department under the guise of a polar expedition. The ship was under the command of a Lieutenant Pratt of the United States Navy. How much ore did they take? According to Sid Copland's estimates, about half a ton of extremely high-grade ore. And when processed? A rough guess, at best, would put it in the neighborhood of 500 ounces. More than enough to complete the Sicilian project, the president said. More than enough, Donner acknowledged. Did they make it back to the States? No, sir. Somehow, the French had figured the game and were patiently waiting for the Americans to do the dangerous dirty work before stepping on the stage and snatching the prize. A few miles off the southern coast of Norway, before Lieutenant Pratt could set a course east onto the shipping lane for New York, they were attacked by a mysterious steam cutter that bore no national flag. No identification, no international scandal, the president said. The French covered every avenue. Seagram smiled. Except this time, if you'll pardon the pun, they missed the boat. Like most Europeans, they underestimated good old Yankee ingenuity. Our War Department had also covered every contingency. Before the French could pump a third shot into the American ship, Lieutenant Pratt's crew had dropped the sides on a phony deckhouse and were blasting back with a concealed 5-inch gun. Good, good, the president said. As Teddy Roosevelt might have said, bully for our side. The battle lasted until almost dark, Seagram went on. Then Pratt got a shot into the Frenchman's boiler, and the cutter burst into flames. But the American vessel was hurt too. Her holds were taking water, and Pratt had 1 killed and 4 of his crew seriously wounded. After a consultation, Brewster and Pratt decided to head for the nearest friendly port, set the injured men ashore, and ship the ore onto the States from there. By dawn, they limped past the breakwater at Aberdeen, Scotland. Why couldn't they have simply transported the ore to an American warship? Surely that would have been safer than shipping it by commercial means. I can't be certain, Seagram replied. Apparently, Brewster was afraid the French might then demand the ore through diplomatic channels, thereby forcing the Americans into admitting the theft and giving up the Byzanium. As long as he kept it in his possession, our government could claim ignorance of the whole affair. The president shook his head. Brewster must have been a lion of a man. Oddly enough, Donner said, he was only 5'2". Still, an amazing man, a great patriot to go through all that hell with no personal profit motive in mind. You can't help but wish to God he'd made it home free. Sadly, his odyssey wasn't finished. Seagram's hands began to tremble. The French consulate in the port city blew the whistle on the Coloradans. One night, before they could unload the Byzanium onto a truck, the French agents struck without warning from the shadows of the landing dock. No shots were fired. It was fists and knives and clubs. The Hard Rock men from the legendary towns of Cripple Creek, Leadville, and Fair Play were no strangers to violence. They gave better than they took, tossing 6 bodies into the black waters of the harbor before the rest of their assailants melted into the night. But it was only the beginning. Crossroad after crossroad, from one village to the next, on city streets, and from behind every tree and doorway, it seemed, the piratical attacks continued, until the running flight across Britain had bloodied the landscape with a score of dead and wounded. The battles took on the aspects of a war of attrition. The men from Colorado were up against a massive organization which threw in 5 men for every 2 the miners eliminated. The attrition began to tell. John Caldwell, Alvin Coulter, and Thomas Price died outside of Glasgow. Charles Whitney fell at Newcastle, Walter Schmidt near Stafford, and Warner O'Deming at Birmingham. One by one, the tough old miners were whittled away, their gore staining the cobblestone streets far from home. Only Vernon Hall and Joshua Hayes Brewster lived to set the ore on the ocean dock at Southampton. The president clenched his lips and tightened his fists. Then the French won out. No, Mr. President, the French never touched the Byzanium. Seagram picked up Brewster's journal and thumbed to the back. I'll read the last entry. It's dated April 10th, 1912. The deed is only a eulogy now, for I am but dead. Praise God, the precious ore we labored so desperately to rape from the bowels of that cursed mountain lies safely in the vault of the ship. Only Vernon will be left to tell the tale, for I depart on the great White Star steamer for New York within the hour. Knowing the ore is secure, I leave this journal in the care of James Rogers, Assistant United States Consul in Southampton, who will see that it reaches the proper authorities in the event I am also killed. God rest the men who have gone before me. How I long to return to Southby. A cold silence fell on the study. The president turned from the window and settled in his chair once more. He sat there a moment, saying nothing. Then he spoke. Can it mean the Byzanium is in the United States? Is it possible that Brewster— I'm afraid not, sir, Seagram murmured, his face pale and beaded with sweat. Explain yourself, the president demanded. Seagram took a deep breath. Because, Mr. President, the only White Star steamship that departed Southampton, England on April the 10th, 1912, was the RMS Titanic. The Titanic? The president looked as if he had been shot. The truth had suddenly hit him. It fits, he said tonelessly. It would explain why the Byzanium has been lost all these years. Fate dealt the Coloradans a cruel hand, Donner muttered. They bled and died only to send the ore on a ship that was destined to sink in the middle of the ocean. Another silence, deeper even than the one that had gone before. The president sat granite-faced. What do we do now, gentlemen? There was a pause of perhaps 10 seconds. Then Seagram rose unsteadily to his feet and stared down at the president.
The strain of the past days, plus the agony of defeat, swept over him. There was no other door open to them. They had no choice but to see it through to the finish. He cleared his throat. "We raised the Titanic," he mumbled. The President and Donner looked up. "Yes, by God," Seagram said, his voice suddenly hard and determined. "We raised the Titanic." Section 3. The Black Abyss. September 1987, Chapter 23. The forbidding beauty of pure, absolute black pressed against the viewport and blotted out all touch with earthly reality. The total absence of light, Albert Giordino judged, took only a few minutes to shift the human mind into a state of confused disorder. He had the impression of falling from a vast height with his eyes closed on a moonless night, falling through an immense black void without the tiniest fragment of sensation. Finally, a bead of sweat trickled over his brow and dropped into his left eye, stinging it. He shook off the spell, wiped a sleeve across his face, and gently eased a hand over the control panel immediately in front of him, touching the various and familiar protrusions until his probing fingers reached their goal. Then he flicked the switch upward. The lights attached to the hull of the deep-sea submersible flashed on and cut a brilliant swath through the eternal night. Although the narrow sides of the beam abruptly turned a blackish blue, the tiny organisms floating past the direct glare reflected the light for several feet above and below the area around the viewport. Turning his face so as not to fog the thick plexiglass, Giordino expelled a heavy sigh and then leaned back against the soft padding of the pilot's chair. It was nearly a full minute before he bent over the control console and began bringing the silent craft to life again. He studied the rows of dials until the wavering needles were calibrated to his satisfaction, and he scanned the circuit lights, making certain they all blinked out their green message of safe operation before he re-engaged the electrical systems of the Sappho-1. The Sappho-1. He swung the chair and gazed idly down the center passageway toward the stern. It might have been the newest and largest research submersible in the world to the National Underwater and Marine Agency, but to Al Giordino, the first time he set eyes on it, the general design looked like a giant cigar on an ice skate. The Sappho-1 wasn't built to compete with military submarines. She was functional. Scientific survey of the ocean bottom was her game, and every square inch was utilized to accommodate a 7-man crew and 2 tons of oceanographic research instruments and equipment. The Sappho-1 would never fire a missile or cut through the sea at 70 knots. But then she could operate where no other submarine had ever dared to go, 24,000 feet below the ocean surface. Yet Giordino was never totally at ease. He checked the depth gauge, wincing at the reading of almost 12,500 feet. The pressure of the sea increases at the rate of 15 pounds per square inch for every 30 feet. He winced again when his mental gymnastics gave him an approximate answer of nearly 6,200 pounds per square inch, the pressure which at that moment was pushing against the red paint on the Sappho-1's thick titanium skin. How about a cup of fresh sediment? Giordino looked up into the unsmiling face of Omar Woodson, the photographer on the mission. Woodson was carrying a steaming mug of coffee. The chief valve and switch pusher should have had his brew exactly 5 minutes ago, said Giordino. Sorry, some idiot turned out the lights. Woodson handed him the mug. Everything check out? Okay, across the board, Giordino answered. I gave the aft battery section a rest. We'll juice off the center section for the next 18 hours. Lucky we didn't drift into a rock outcropping when we shut down. Surely you jest. Giordino slid down in his seat, squinted his eyes, and yawned with effortless finesse. Sonar hasn't picked out anything larger than a baseball-sized rock in the last 6 hours. The bottom here is as flat as my girlfriend's stomach." "You mean chest," Woodson said. "I've seen her picture." Woodson was smiling, which was rare for him. "Nobody's perfect," Giordino conceded. "However, considering the fact her father is a wealthy liquor distributor, I can overlook her bad points." He broke off as Rudy Gunn, the commander of the mission, leaned into the pilot's compartment. He was short and thin, and his wide eyes, magnified by a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, peered intently over a large Roman nose, giving him the look of an undernourished owl about to strike. Yet his appearance was deceiving. Rudy Gunn was warm and kind. Every man who ever served under his command respected him enormously. "You two at it again?" Gunn smiled tolerantly. Woodson looked solemn. "The same old problem. He's getting horny for his girl again." After 51 days on this drifting closet, even his grandmother would forgive the gleam in his eye. Gunn leaned over Giordino and gazed through the viewport. For a few seconds only, a dim blue filled his eyes. Then, gradually, just below the Sappho 1, he could make out the reddish ooze of the top layer of bottom sediment. For a brief moment, a bright red shrimp, barely over an inch long, floated across the beam of the light before it vanished into the darkness. "Damn shame we can't get out and walk around," Gunn said as he stepped back. "No telling what we might find out there." "Same thing you'd find in the middle of the Mojave Desert," Giordino grunted. "Absolutely zilch." He reached up and tapped the gauge. "Colder temperature, though. I read a rousing 34.8 degrees Fahrenheit. "A great place to visit," Woodson said, "but you wouldn't want to spend your golden years there." "Anything show on sonar?" Gunn asked. Giordino nodded at a large green screen in the middle of the panel. The reflected pattern of the terrain was flat. "Nothing ahead or to the sides. The profile hasn't wavered for several hours." Gunn wearily removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "Okay, gentlemen. Our mission is as good as ended. We'll give it another 10 hours, then we surface." Almost as a reflex action, he looked up at the overhead panel. "Is Mother still with us?" Giordino nodded. "Mother is hanging in there." He needed only to glance at the fluctuating needle on the transducer instrument to know that the mothership, a surface support tender, was continuously tracking the Sappho 1 on sonar. "Make contact," Gunn said, "and signal Mother that we'll begin our ascent at 0900 hours. That should leave them plenty of time to load us aboard and take the Sappho 1 in tow before sunset." "I've almost forgotten what a sunset looks like," Woodson murmured. "It's off to the beach to recapture a suntan and ogle all those gorgeous bikini-clad honeys for Papa Woodson. No more of these deep-sea funny farms for me." "Thank God the end is in sight," Giordino said. "Another week cooped up in this overgrown wiener, and I'll start talking to the potted plants." Woodson looked at him. "We don't have any potted plants." "You get the picture." Gunn smiled. "Everybody deserves a good rest. You men have put on a fine show. The data we've compiled should keep the lab boys busy for a long time." Giordino turned to Gunn, gave him a long look, and spoke slowly. "This has been one hell of a weird mission, Rudy." "I don't get your meaning," Gunn said. "A poorly cast drama is what I mean. Take a good look at your crew." He gestured to the 4 men working in the aft section of the submersible. Ben Drummer, a lanky Southerner with a deep Alabama draw. Rick Spencer, a short, blond-haired Californian who whistled constantly through clenched teeth. Sam Merker, as cosmopolitan and citified as a Wall Street broker. And Henry Monk, a quiet, droopy-eyed wit who clearly wished he were anywhere but on the Sappho 1. Those clowns aft, you, Woodson, and myself, we're all engineers, nuts and bolts mechanics. There isn't a Ph.D. in the lot. The first men on the moon weren't intellectuals either, Gunn countered. It takes the nuts and bolts mechanics to perfect the equipment. You guys have proven the Sappho 1. You've demonstrated her capabilities. Let the next ride go to the oceanographers. As for us, this mission will go down in the books as a great scientific achievement. I am not, Giordino declared pontifically, cut out to be a hero. Neither am I, pal, Woodson added. But you've got to admit it beats hell out of selling life insurance. The drama of it all escapes him, Gunn said. Think of the stories you can tell your girlfriends. Think of the enraptured looks on their pretty faces when you tell them how you unerringly piloted the greatest undersea probe of the century. Unerringly? Giordino said. Then suppose you tell me why I'm running this scientific marvel around in circles 500 miles off our scheduled course? Gunn shrugged. Orders. Giordino stared at him. We're supposed to be under the Labrador Sea. Instead, Admiral Sandecker changes our course at the last minute and makes us chase all over the abyssal plains below the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. It doesn't make sense. Gunn smiled a sphinx-like smile. For several moments, none of the men spoke. But Gunn didn't require a concentrated dose of ESP to know the questions that were running through their minds. They were, he was certain, thinking what he was thinking. Like himself, they were 3 months back in time and 2,000 miles in distance, at the headquarters of the National Underwater and Marine Agency in Washington, D.C., where Admiral James Sandecker, Chief Director of the agency, was describing the most incredible undersea operation of the decade. God damn, Admiral Sandecker had thundered. I'd give up a year's salary if I could join you men. A figure of speech, Giordino reflected. Next to Sandecker, Ebenezer Scrooge spent money like a drunken sailor. Giordino relaxed in a deep leather sofa and tuned in to the Admiral's briefing, while idly blowing smoke rings between puffs on a giant cigar, lifted from a box on Sandecker's immense desk, when everyone's attention was focused on a wall map of the Atlantic Ocean. Well, there she is. Sandecker rapped the pointer loudly on the map for the second time. The Lorelei Current. She's born off the western tip of Africa, follows the mid-Atlantic ridge north, then curves easterly between Baffin Island and Greenland, and then dies in the Labrador Sea. Giordino said, I don't hold a degree in oceanography, Admiral, but it would seem that the Lorelei converges with the Gulf Stream. Not hardly. The Gulf Stream is surface water. The Lorelei is the coldest, heaviest water in the world's oceans, averaging 14,000 feet in depth. Then the Lorelei crosses under the Gulf Stream, Spencer said softly. It was the first time in the briefing he had spoken. That seems reasonable. Sandecker paused, smiled benevolently, then continued. The ocean is basically made up of 2 layers, a surface or upper layer heated by the sun and thoroughly churned by winds, and a cold, very dense layer consisting of intermediate, deep, and bottom water, and the 2 never mix. Sound very dull and forbidding, Monk said. The mere fact that some character with a black sense of humor named the current after a Rhine nymph who lured sailors onto the rocks makes it the last place I'd want to visit. A grim smile crawled slowly over Sandecker's griffin face. Get used to the name, gentlemen, because deep in the Lorelei's gut is where we're going to spend 50 days, where you're going to spend 50 days. Doing what? Woodson asked defiantly. The Lorelei Current Drift Expedition is exactly what it sounds like. You men will descend in a deep-water submersible 500 miles northwest of the coast of Dakar and begin a submerged cruise in the current. Your main job will be to monitor and test the sub and its equipment. If there are no malfunctions that would necessitate cutting short the mission, you should surface around the middle of September in the approximate center of the Labrador Sea. Merker cleared his throat softly. No submersible has stayed that long, that deep. You want to back out, Sam? Well, no. This is a volunteer expedition. Nobody is twisting your arm to go. Why us, Admiral? Ben Drummer uncoiled his lean frame from the floor where he had been comfortably stretched. I'm a marine engineer. Spencer here is an equipment engineer, and Mirka is a systems expert. I can't see where we fit in. You're all professionals in your respective capacities. Woodson is also a photographer. The Sappho-1 will be carrying a number of photographic systems. Monk is the best instrument component man in the agency, and you'll all be under the command of Rudy Gunn, who has captained at one time or another every research ship in Numa. That leaves me, Giordino said. Sandecker glared at the cigar jutting from Giordino's mouth, recognized it as one from his private brand, and gave him a withering look that was completely ignored. As Assistant Projects Director for the agency, you'll be in overall charge of the mission. You can also make yourself useful by piloting the craft. Giordino smiled devilishly and stared back. My pilot's license authorizes me to fly airplanes, not submarines. The Admiral stiffened ever so slightly. You'll just have to trust my judgment, won't you? Sandecker said coldly. Besides, what matters most is that you're the best crew I've got on hand at the moment. You all worked together on the Beaufort Sea expedition. You are men with heavy experience and records of ability and ingenuity. You can operate every instrument, every piece of oceanographic equipment yet invented. We'll let the scientists analyze the data you bring back, and, as I mentioned, naturally you're all volunteers. Naturally, Giordino echoed, his face deadpan. Sandecker went back behind his desk. You will assemble and begin procedure training at our Key West port facility the day after tomorrow. The Pelham Aircraft Company has already run extensive diving tests on the submersible, so you need only concern yourselves with familiarization of the equipment and instructions on the experiments you'll conduct during the expedition. Spencer whistled through his teeth. An aircraft company? Holy God, what do they know about designing a deep-sea submersible? For your peace of mind, Sandecker said patiently, Pelham turned its aerospace technology toward the sea 10 years ago. Since then, they've constructed 4 underwater environmental laboratories and 2 extremely successful submersibles for the Navy. They'd best have built this one good, Merker said. I'd be most distressed to find that it leaked at 14,000 feet. Scared shitless, you mean, Giordino mumbled. Monk rubbed his eyes, then stared at the floor as though he saw the bottom of the sea in the carpet. When he spoke, his words came very slowly. Is this trip really necessary, Admiral? Sandecker nodded solemnly. It is. Oceanographers need a picture of the structure of the Lorelei's flow pattern to improve their knowledge of deep ocean circulation. Believe me, this mission is as important as the first manned orbit around the Earth. Besides testing the world's most advanced submersible, you will be visually recording and mapping an area never before seen by man. Forget your doubts. The Sappho-1 has every safety feature built into her hull that science can devise. You have my personal guarantee of a safe and comfortable voyage. That's easy for him to say, Giordino thought idly. He won't be there. Chapter 24. Henry Monk shifted his muscular frame to a different position on a long vinyl pad, stifled a yawn, and continued to stare out the Sappho-1's aft viewport. The flat, unending sediment was about as interesting as a book without printed pages. But Monk took delight in the knowledge that every tiny mound, every rock or occasional denizen of the deep, measuring the outside salinity, temperature, sound velocity, and depth pressure on a magnetic tape. The sub-bottom profiler that acoustically determined the depth of the top sediments and provided indications of the underlying structure of the seafloor surface. The gravimeter that ticked off the gravity readings every quarter mile. The current sensor that kept its sensitive eye on the speed of the Lorelei current and direction. And the magnetometer, a sensor for measuring and recording the bottom's magnetic field, including any deviations caused by localized metal deposits. Monk almost missed it. The movement of the stylus on the magnetometer's graph was so slight, barely a tiny millimeter of a swivel, that he would have missed it completely if his eyes hadn't locked on the recording mark at exactly the right moment. Quickly, he threw his face against the viewport and peered at the sea floor. Then he turned and yelled at Giordino, who sat at the pilot's console only 10 feet away. "All stop." Giordino spun around and stared aft. All he could see were Monk's legs. The rest of him was buried among the instruments. "What do you read?" "We just passed over something that's metallic. Back her up for a closer look." "Easing her back," Giordino said loudly so Monk could hear. He engaged the 2 motors mounted on each side of the hull amidships and set them at half speed in reverse. For 10 seconds the Sappho-1, caught in the 2-knot force of the current, hung suspended, reluctant to move on her own. Then she began to forge backward very slowly against the relentless flow. Gunn and the others crowded around Monk's instrument tunnel. "Make out anything?" Gunn asked. "Not sure," Monk answered. "There's something sticking up from the sediment about 20 yards astern. I can see only a vague shape under the stern lights." Everyone waited. It seemed an eternity before Monk spoke again. "Okay, I've got it." Gunn turned to Woodson. "Activate the 2 stereo bottom cameras and strobes. We should have this on film." Woodson nodded and moved off toward his equipment. "Can you describe it?" Spencer asked. "It looks like a funnel sticking upright in the ooze." Monk's voice came through the instrument tunnel disembodied, but even the reverberated tone could not disguise the excitement behind it. Gunn's expression went skeptical. "Funnel?" Trummer leaned over Gunn's shoulder. "What kind of funnel?" "A funnel with a hollow cone tapering to a point that you pour stuff through, you dumb rebel," Monk replied irritably. "It's passing under the starboard hull now. Tell Giordino to hold the boat stationary the second it appears under the bow viewports." Gunn stepped over to Giordino. "Can you hold our position?" "I'll give it a go, but if the current starts swinging us broadside, I won't be able to keep precise control, and we'll lose visual contact with whatever that thing is out there." Gunn moved to the bow and lay down on the rubber-sheathed floor. He stared out of one of the 4 forward viewports, together with Merker and Spencer. They all saw the object almost immediately. It was as Monk had described it, simply an inverted, bell-shaped funnel about 5 inches in diameter, its tip protruding from the bottom sediment. Surprisingly, its condition was good. The exterior surface of the metal was tarnished, to be sure, but it appeared to be sound and solid, with no indication of flaking or heavy rust layers. "Holding steady," Giordino said, "but I can't guarantee for how long." Without turning from the viewport, Gunn motioned to Woodson, who was bent over a pair of cameras, zooming their lenses toward the object on the seafloor. "Omar?" "Focused and shooting." Merker twisted around and looked at Gunn. "Let's make a grab for it." Gunn remained silent, his nose almost touching the port. He seemed lost in concentration. Merker's eyes narrowed questioningly. "What about it, Rudy? I say let's grab it." The words finally penetrated Gunn's thoughts. Yes, by all means," he mumbled vaguely. Merker unhooked a metal box that was attached to the forward bulkhead by a 5-foot cable, and positioned himself at the center viewpoint. The box contained a series of toggle switches that surrounded a small circular knob. It was the control unit for the manipulator, a 400-pound mechanical arm that hung grotesquely from the lower bow of the Sappho-1. Merker pushed a switch that activated the arm. Then he deftly moved his fingers over the controls as the mechanism hummed, and the arm extended to its full 7-foot reach. It was 8 inches shy of the funnel in the sediment outside. "I need another foot," Merker said. "Get ready," Giordino replied. "The forward movement may break my position." The funnel seemed to pass with agonizing slowness under the manipulator's stainless steel claw. Merker gently eased the pincers over the lip of the funnel, and then he pressed another switch, and they closed. But his timing was off. The current clutched the submersible and began swinging it broadside. The claw missed by no more than an inch, and its pincers came together empty. "She's breaking to port," Giordino yelled. "I can't hold her." Quickly, Merker's fingers danced over the control box. He would have to try for a second grab on the fly. If he missed again, it would be next to impossible to relocate the funnel under the limited visibility. Sweat began erupting on his brow, and his hands grew tense. He bent the arm against its stop and turned the claw 6 degrees to starboard, compensating. One mistake, and the object would be lost on the sea floor forever. Then the slimy ooze relinquished its hold, and the funnel came free and rose up toward the viewports. "My God," Woodson whispered. "That's no funnel." "It looks like a horn," Merker said. Gunn shook his head. "It's a cornet." "How can you be sure?" Giordino had left the pilot's console and was peering over Gunn's shoulder through the port. "I played one in my high school band." The others recognized it now, too. They could readily make out the flaring mouth of the bell, and behind it the curved tubes leading to the valves and mouthpiece. "Judging from the look of it," Merker said, "I'd say it was brass." "That's why Monk's magnetometer barely picked it up on the graph," Giordino added. "The mouthpiece and the valve pistons are the only parts that contain iron." "I wonder how long it's been down here?" Drummer asked no one in particular. "It'd be more intriguing to know where it came from," said Merker. "Obviously thrown overboard from a passing ship," Giordino said carelessly. "Probably by some kid who hated music lessons." "Maybe its owner is somewhere down here, too," Merker spoke without looking up. Spencer shivered. "There's a chilling thought for you." The interior of the Sappho 1 fell silent. Chapter 25. The antique Ford trimotor aircraft, famed in aviation history as the Tin Goose, looked too awkward to fly, and yet she banked as gracefully and majestically as an albatross when she lined up for her final approach to the runway of the Washington National Airport. Pitt eased back the 3 throttles, and the old bird touched down with all the delicacy of an autumn leaf kissing high grass. He taxied over to one of the Numa hangars at the north end of the airport, where his waiting maintenance crew chocked the wheels and made the routine throat-cutting sign. Flipping off the ignition switches, he watched the silver-bladed propellers gradually slow their revolutions and come to rest, gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Then he removed the headphones, draped them on the control column, undid the latch on his side window, and pushed it open. A bewildered frown slowly creased Pitt's forehead and hung there in the tanned, leathery skin. A man was standing on the asphalt below, frantically waving his hands. "May I come aboard?" Gene Seagram shouted. "I'll come down," Pitt yelled back. "No, please stay where you are." Pitt shrugged and leaned back in his seat. It took Seagram only a few seconds to climb aboard the trimotor and push open the cockpit door. He wore a stylish tan suit with vest, but his well-tailored appearance was diluted by a sea of wrinkles that creased the material, making it obvious that he hadn't seen a bed for at least 24 hours. "Where did you ever find such a gorgeous old machine?" Seagram asked. "I ran across it at Keflavik, Iceland," Pitt replied. "Managed to buy it at a fair price and have it shipped back to the States. She's a beauty." Pitt motioned Seagram to the empty co-pilot seat. "You sure you want to talk in here? In a few minutes the sun will make this cabin feel like the inside of an incinerator." "What I have to say won't take long." Seagram eased into the seat and let out a long sigh. Pitt studied him. He looked like a man who was unwilling and trapped,
a proud man who had placed himself in an uncompromising position. Seagram did not face Pitt when he spoke, but stared nervously through the windshield. "I suppose you're wondering what I'm doing here," he said. "The thought crossed my mind. I need your help." That was it. No mention of the harsh words from the past. No preliminaries. Only a straight-to-the-gut request. Pitt's eyes narrowed. "For some strange reason, I had the feeling that my company was about as welcome to you as a dose of syphilis. Your feelings, my feelings, they don't matter. What does matter is that your talents are in desperate demand by our government." "Talents? Desperate demand?" Pitt did not disguise his surprise. "You're putting me on, Seagram." "Believe me, I wish I was. But Admiral Sandecker assures me that you're the only man who stands a remote chance of pulling off a ticklish job." "What job?" "Salvaging the Titanic." "Of course. Nothing like a salvage operation to break the monotony of—" Pitt broke off in mid-sentence. His deep green eyes widened, and the blood rose to his face. "What ship did you say?" His voice came in a hoarse murmur this time. Seagram looked at him with an amused expression. "The Titanic. Surely you've heard of it." Perhaps 10 seconds ticked by in utter silence, while Pitt sat there stunned. Then he said, "Do you know what you're proposing?" "Absolutely." "It can't be done." Pitt's expression was incredulous, his voice still in the same hoarse murmur. "Even if it were technically possible, and it isn't, it'd take hundreds of millions of dollars. And then there's the unending legal entanglement with the original owners and the insurance companies over salvage rights." "There are over 200 engineers and scientists working on the technical problems at this moment," Seagram explained. "Financing will be arranged through secret government funding. And as far as legal rights go, forget it. Under international law, once a vessel is lost with no hope of recovery, it becomes fair game for anybody who wishes to spend the money and effort on a salvage operation." He turned and stared out the windshield again. "You can't know, Pitt, how important this undertaking is. The Titanic represents much more than treasure or historic value. There is something deep within its cargo holds that is vital to the security of our nation." "You'll forgive me if I say that sounds a bit far-fetched." "Perhaps. But underneath the flag-waving, the facts hold true." Pitt shook his head. "You're talking sheer fantasy. The Titanic lies in nearly 2.5 miles of water. The pressure at those depths runs several thousand pounds to the square inch, Mr. Seagram. Not square foot or square yard, but square inch. The difficulties and barriers are staggering. No one has ever seriously attempted to raise the Andrea Doria or the Lusitania from the bottom, and they both lie only 300 feet from the surface. If we can put men on the moon, we can bring the Titanic up to the sunlight again," Seagram argued. "There's no comparison. It took a decade to set a 4-ton capsule on lunar soil. Lifting 45,000 tons of steel is a different proposition. It may take months just to find her." "The search is already underway." "I heard nothing about a search effort," Seagram finished. "Not likely that you should. Until the operation becomes unwieldy in terms of security, it will remain secret. Even your Assistant Special Projects Director, Albert Giordano— Giordino. Yes, Giordino, thank you. He is at this very moment piloting a search probe across the Atlantic sea floor in total ignorance of his true mission." "But the Lorelei current expedition? The Sappho One's original mission was to trace a deep ocean current." "A timely coincidence. Admiral Sandecker was able to order the submersible into the area of the Titanic's last known position barely hours before the sub was scheduled to surface." Pitt turned and stared at a jet airliner that was lifting from the airport's main runway. "Why me? What have I done to deserve an invitation to what has to be the biggest harebrained scheme of the century?"
You are not simply to be a guest, my dear Pitt. You are to command the overall salvage operations. Pitt regarded Seagram grimly. The question still stands. Why me? Not a selection that excites me, I assure you, Seagram said. However, since the National Underwater and Marine Agency is the nation's largest acknowledged authority on oceanographic science, and since the leading experts on deep-water salvage are members of their staff, and since you are the agency's Special Projects Director, you were elected. The fog begins to lift. It's a simple case of my being in the wrong occupation at the wrong time. Read it as you will, Seagram said wearily. I must admit, I found your past record of bringing incredibly difficult projects to successful conclusions most impressive. He pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed his forehead. Another factor that weighed heavily in your favor, I might add, is that you are considered somewhat of an expert on the Titanic. Collecting and studying Titanic memorabilia is a hobby with me, nothing more. It hardly qualifies me to oversee your salvage. Nonetheless, Mr. Pitt, Admiral Sandecker tells me you are, to use his words, a genius at handling men and coordinating logistics. He gazed over at Pitt, his eyes uncertain. Will you take the job? You don't think I can pull it off, do you, Seagram? Frankly, no. But when one dangles over the cliff by a thread, one has little say about who comes to the rescue. A faint smile edged Pitt's lips. Your faith in me is touching. Well? Pitt sat lost in thought for several moments. Finally, he gave an almost imperceptible nod and looked squarely into Seagram's eyes. Okay, my friend, I'm your boy. But don't count your chickens until that rusty old hulk is moored to a New York dock. There isn't a bet-maker in Las Vegas who'd waste a second computing odds on this crazy escapade. When we find the Titanic, if we find the Titanic, her hull may be too far gone to raise. But then nothing's absolutely impossible. And, though I can't begin to guess what it is that's so valuable to the government that warrants the effort, I'll try, Seagram. Beyond that, I promise nothing. Pitt broke into a wide grin and climbed from the pilot's seat. End of speech. Now then, let's get out of this hot box and find a nice, cool, air-conditioned cocktail lounge where you can buy me a drink. It's the least you can do after pulling off the con job of the year. Seagram just sat there, too drained to do anything except shrug in helpless acquiescence. Chapter 26. At first, John Vogel treated the Cornet as simply another restoration job. There was no rarity suggested by its design. There was nothing exceptional about its construction that would excite a collector. At the moment, it could excite nobody. The valves were corroded and frozen closed. The brass was discolored by an odd sort of accumulated grime, and a foul, fish-like odor emanated from the mud that clogged the interior of its tubes. Vogel decided the Cornet was beneath him. He would turn it over to one of his assistants for the restoration. The exotics, those were the instruments that Vogel loved to bring back to their original newness. The ancient Chinese and Roman trumpets, with the long, straight tubes and the ear-piercing tones. The battered old horns of the early jazz greats, the instruments with a piece of history attached. These Vogel would repair with the patience of a watchmaker, toiling with exacting craftsmanship until the piece gleamed like new and played brilliantly clear tones. He wrapped the cornet in an old pillowcase and set it against the far wall of his office. The executone on his desk uttered a soft bong. Yes, Mary, what is it? Admiral James Sandecker of the National Underwater and Marine Agencies on the phone. His secretary's voice scratched over the intercom like fingernails over a blackboard. He says it's urgent. Okay, put him on. Vogel lifted the telephone. John Vogel here.
Mr. Vogel, this is James Sandecker. The fact that Sandecker had dialed his own call and didn't bluster behind his title impressed Vogel. Yes, Admiral, what can I do for you? Have you received it yet? Have I received what? An old bugle. Ah, the cornet, Vogel said. I found it on my desk this morning with no explanation. I assumed it was a donation to the museum. My apologies, Mr. Vogel. I should have forewarned you, but I was tied up. A straightforward excuse. How can I help you, Admiral? I'd be grateful if you could study the thing and tell me what you know about it, date of manufacture, and so on. I'm flattered, sir. Why me? As chief curator for the Washington Museum's Hall of Music, you seem the logical choice. Also, a mutual friend said that the world lost another Harry James when you decided to become a scholar. My God, Vogel thought, the president. Score another point for Sandecker. He knew the right people. That's debatable, Vogel said. I'd rather not say. My people would like your opinions entirely without prompting or direction on our part. You want to compare my findings with yours, is that it? Sandecker's voice carried sharply through the earpiece. We want you to confirm our hopes and expectations, Mr. Vogel, nothing more. I shall do my best, Admiral. Goodbye. Good luck. Vogel sat for several minutes staring at the pillowcase in the corner, his hand resting on the telephone. Then he pressed the executone. Barry, hold all calls for the rest of the day, and send out for a medium pizza with Canadian bacon and a half-gallon of Gallo Burgundy. You going to lock yourself in that musty old workshop again? Mary's voice scratched back. Yes, Vogel sighed. It's going to be a long day. First, Vogel took several photos of the cornet from different angles. Then he noted the dimensions, general condition of the visual parts, and the degree of tarnish and foreign matter that coated the surfaces, recording each observation in a large notebook. He regarded the cornet with an increased level of professional interest. It was a quality instrument. The brass was of good commercial grade, and the small bores of the bell and the valves told him that it was manufactured before 1930. He discovered that what he had thought to be corrosion was only a hard crust of mud that flaked away under light pressure from a rubber spoon. Next, he soaked the instrument in diluted Calgon water softener, gently agitating the liquid and changing the tank every so often to drain away the dirt. By midnight, he had the cornet completely disassembled. Then he started the tedious job of swabbing the metal surfaces with a mild solution of chromic acid to bring out the shine of the brass. Slowly, after several rinsings, an intricate scroll pattern and several ornately scripted letters began to appear on the bell. By God, Vogel blurted out loud, a presentation model. He picked up a magnifying glass and studied the writing. When he set the glass down and reached for a telephone, his hands were trembling. Chapter 27. At precisely 8 o'clock, John Vogel was ushered into Sandecker's office on the top floor of the 10-story solar-glassed building that housed the national headquarters of NUMA. His eyes were bloodshot, and he made no effort to conceal a yawn. Sandecker came out from behind his desk and shook Vogel's hand. The short, banty admiral had to lean backward and look up to meet the eyes of his visitor. Vogel was 6'5", a kindly-faced man with puffs of unbrushed white hair edging a bald head. He gazed through brown Santa Claus eyes and flashed a warm smile. His coat was neatly pressed, but his pants were rumpled and stained with a myriad of blotches below the knees. He smelled like a wino. "Well," Sandecker greeted him, "it's a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine, Admiral." Vogel set a black trumpet case on the carpet. "I'm sorry I appear so slovenly." "I was going to say," Sandecker answered, "it seems you've had a difficult night." When one loves one's work, time and inconvenience have little meaning. "True," sitting on the couch. "And my special projects director, Dirk Pitt." Vogel nodded at the swarthy face that crinkled into a smile, Mr. Pitt. Pitt rose and nodded back. Mr. Vogel. Vogel sat down and pulled out a battered old pipe. Mind if I smoke? Not at all. Sandecker lifted one of his Churchill cigars out of a humidor and held it up. I'll join you. Vogel puffed the bowl into life and then sat back and said, Tell me, Admiral, was the cornet discovered on the bottom of the North Atlantic? Yes, just south of the Grand Banks off Newfoundland. He stared at Vogel speculatively. How did you guess that? Elementary deduction. What can you tell us about it? A considerable amount, actually. To begin with, it is a high-quality instrument, crafted for a professional musician. Then it's not likely it was owned by an amateur player, Gunn said, remembering Giordino's words on the Sappho 1. No, Vogel said flatly. Not likely. Could you determine the time and place of manufacture? Pitt asked. The approximate month was either October or November. The exact year was 1911, and it was manufactured by a very reputable and very fine old British firm by the name of Boosey Hawkes. There was respect written in Sandecker's eyes. You've done a remarkable job, Mr. Vogel. Quite frankly, we doubted whether we would ever know the country of origin, much less the actual manufacturer. No investigative brilliance on my part, I assure you, Vogel said. You see, the cornet was a presentation model. A presentation model? Yes. Any metal product that takes a high degree of craftsmanship to construct and is highly prized as a possession is often engraved to commemorate an unusual event or outstanding service. A common practice among gun makers, Pitt commented, and also creators of fine musical instruments. In this instance, it was presented to an employee by his company in recognition of his service. The presentation date, the manufacturer, the employee, and his company are all beautifully engraved on the cornet's bell. You can actually tell who owned it? Gunn asked. The engraving is readable? Oh, my, yes. Vogel bent down and opened the case. Here, you can read it for yourself. He set the cornet on Sandecker's desk. The three men stared at it silently for a long time. A gleaming instrument, whose golden surface reflected the morning sun that was streaming in the window. The cornet looked brand new. Every inch was buffed to a high shine, and the intricate engraving of sea waves that curled around the tube and bell were as clear as the day they were etched. Sandecker gazed over the cornet at Vogel, his brows lifted in doubt. Mr. Vogel, I think you fail to see the seriousness of the situation. I don't care for jokes. I admit, Vogel snapped back, that I fail to see the seriousness of the situation. What I do see is a moment of tremendous excitement. And believe me, Admiral, this is no joke. I have spent the best part of the last 24 hours restoring your discovery. He threw a bulky folder on the desk. Here is my report, complete with photographs and my step-by-step observations during the restoration procedure. There are also envelopes containing the different types of residue and mud that I removed, and also the parts that I replaced. I overlooked nothing. I apologize, Sandecker said. Yet it seems inconceivable that the instrument we sent you yesterday and the instrument on the desk are one and the same. Sandecker paused and exchanged glances with Pitt. You see, we thought the cornet had rested on the sea bottom for a long time. Vogel finished the sentence. I'm fully aware of what you're driving at, Admiral, and I confess I'm at a loss as to the instrument's remarkable condition, too. I've worked on any number of musical instruments which have been immersed in salt water for only 3 to 5 years that were in far worse shape than this one. I'm not an oceanographer, so the solution to the puzzle eludes me. However, I can tell you to the day how long that cornet has been beneath the sea and how it came to be there. Vogel reached over and picked up the horn. Then he slipped on a pair of rimless glasses and began reading aloud. Presented to Graham Farley, in sincere appreciation for distinguished performance in the entertainment of our passengers by the grateful management of the White Star Line. Vogel removed his glasses and smiled benignly at Sandecker. "When I discovered the words White Star Line, I got a friend out of bed early this morning to do a bit of research at the Naval Archives. He called only a half-hour before I left for your office." Vogel paused to remove a handkerchief from his pocket and blew his nose. "It seems Graham Farley was a very popular fellow throughout the White Star Line. He was solo cornetist for 3 years on one of their vessels. I believe it was called the Oceanic. When the company's newest luxury liner was about to set sail on her maiden voyage, the management selected the outstanding musicians from their other passenger ships and formed what was considered at the time the finest orchestra on the seas. Graham, of course, was one of the first musicians chosen. Yes, gentlemen, this cornet has rested under the Atlantic Ocean for a very long time, because Graham Farley was playing it on the morning of April 15th, 1912, when the waves closed over him and the Titanic. The reactions to Vogel's sudden revelation were mixed. Sandecker's face turned half somber, half speculative. Gunn's went rigid, while Pitt's expression was one of casual interest. The silence in the room became intense as Vogel stuffed his glasses back in a breast pocket. Titanic. Sandecker repeated the word slowly, like a man savoring a beautiful woman's name. He gazed penetratingly at Vogel. Wonder mixed with doubt still mirrored in his eyes. "It's incredible." "A fact, nonetheless," Vogel said casually. "I take it, Commander Gunn, that the cornet was discovered by the Sappho-1. "Yes, near the end of the voyage." "It would appear that your undersea expedition stumbled on a bonus. A pity you didn't run onto the ship herself." "Yes, a pity," Gunn said, avoiding Vogel's eyes. "I'm still at a loss as to the instrument's condition," Sandecker said. "I hardly expected a relic sunk in the sea for 75 years to come up looking little the worse for wear." "The lack of corrosion does pose an interesting question," Vogel replied. "The brass most certainly would weather well, but strangely the parts containing ferrous metals survived in a remarkable virgin state. The original mouthpiece, as you can see, is near perfect." Gunn was staring at the cornet as if it was the Holy Grail. "Will it still play?" "Yes," Vogel answered. "Quite beautifully, I should think." "You haven't tried it?" "No, I have not." Vogel ran his fingers reverently over the cornet's valves. "Up to now, I have always tested every brass instrument my assistants and I have restored for its brilliance of tone. This time, I cannot." "I don't understand," Sandecker said. "This instrument is a reminder of a small but courageous act performed during the worst sea tragedy in man's history," Vogel replied. "It takes very little imagination to envision Graham Farley and his fellow musicians while they soothe the frightened ship's passengers with music, sacrificing all thought of their own safety as the Titanic settled into the cold sea. The cornet's last melody came from the lips of a very brave man. I feel it would border on the sacrilegious for anyone else ever to play it again." Sandecker stared at Vogel, examining every feature of the old man's face as if he were seeing it for the first time. "Autumn," Vogel was murmuring, almost rambling to himself. "Autumn, an old hymn. That was the last melody Graham Farley played on his coronet." "Not Nearer, My God, to Thee?" Gunn spoke slowly. "A myth," said Pitt. "Autumn was the final tune that was heard from the Titanic's band just before the end." "You seem to have made a study of the Titanic," Vogel said. "The ship and her tragic fate is like a contagious disease," Pitt replied. "Once you become interested, the fever is tough to break." "The ship itself holds little attraction for me, but as a historian of musicians and their instruments, the saga of the Titanic's band has always gripped my imagination." Vogel set the cornet in the case, closed the lid, and passed it across the desk to Sandaker. "Unless you have more questions, Admiral, I'd like to grab a fattening breakfast and fall into bed. It was a difficult night." Sandaker stood. "We're in your debt, Mr. Vogel." "I was hoping you might say that." The Santa Claus eyes twinkled slyly. "There is a way you can repay me." "Which is?" "Donate the cornet to the Washington Museum. It would be the prize exhibit of our Hall of Music. As soon as our lab people have studied the instrument and your report, I'll send it over to you. On behalf of the museum's directors, I thank you. Not as a gift donation, however." Vogel stared uncertainly at the Admiral. "I don't follow." Sandaker smiled. "Let's call it a permanent loan. That will save hassle in case we ever have to borrow it back temporarily." "Agreed." "One more thing," Sandaker said. "Nothing has been mentioned to the press about the discovery. I'd appreciate it if you went along with us for the time being." "I don't understand your motives, but of course I'll comply." The towering curator bid his farewells and departed. "Damn," Gunn blurted out a second after the door closed. "We must have passed within spitting distance of the Titanic's hulk." "You were certainly in the ballpark," Pitt agreed. "The Sappho's sonar probed a radius of 200 yards. The Titanic must have rested just outside the fringe of your range." "If only we'd had more time. If only we'd known what in hell we were looking for." "You forget," Sandaker said, "that testing the Sappho-1 and conducting experiments on the Lorelei current were your primary objectives. And on that, you and your crew did one hell of a job. Oceanographers will be sifting the data you brought back on deep-water currents for the next 2 years. My only regret is that we couldn't let you in on what we were up to, but Gene Seagram and his security people insist that we keep a tight lid on any information regarding the Titanic until we're far along on the salvage operation." "We won't be able to keep it quiet for long," Pitt said. "All the news media in the world will soon smell a story on the greatest historical find since the opening of King Tut's tomb." Sandaker rose from behind his desk and walked over to the window. When he spoke, his words came very softly, sounding almost as if they were carried over a great distance by the wind. "Graham Farley's cornet." "Sir?" "Graham Farley's cornet," Sandaker repeated wistfully. "If that old horn is any indication, the Titanic may be sitting down there in the black abyss, as pretty and preserved as the night she sank." Chapter 28. To a chance observer standing on the shore, or to anyone out for a leisurely cruise up the Rappahannock River, the three men slouched in a dilapidated old rowboat looked like a trio of ordinary weekend fishermen. They were dressed in faded shirts and dungarees, and sported hats festooned with the usual variety of hooks and flies. It was a typical scene, down to the six-pack of beer trapped in a fishnet, dangling in the water beside the boat. The shortest of the three, a red-haired, pinch-faced man, lay against the stern and seemed to be dozing, his hands loosely gripped around a fishing pole that was attached to a red and white cork, bobbing a bare 2 feet from the boat's waterline. The second man simply slouched over an open magazine, while the third fisherman sat upright and mechanically went through the motions of casting a silver lure. He was large, with a well-fed stomach that blossomed through his open shirt, and he gazed through lazy blue eyes set in a jovial, round face. He was the perfect image of everyone's kindly old grandfather. Admiral Joseph Kemper could afford to look kindly. When you wielded the almost incredible authority that he did, you didn't have to squint through hypnotic eyes or belch fire like a dragon. He looked down and offered a benevolent expression to the man who was dozing. "It strikes me, Jim, that you're not deeply into the spirit of fishing. This has to be the most useless endeavor ever devised by man," Sandaker replied. "And you, Mr. Seagram, you haven't dropped a hook since we anchored." Seagram peered at Kemper over the magazine. If a fish could survive the pollution down there, Admiral, he'd have to look like a mutant out of a low-budget horror movie and taste twice as bad. Since it was you gentlemen who invited me here, Kemper said, I'm beginning to suspect a devious motive. Sandecker neither agreed nor disagreed. Just relax and enjoy the great outdoors, Joe. Forget for a few hours that you're the Navy's chief of staff. That's easy when you're around. You're the only one I know who talks down to me. Sandecker grinned. You can't go through life with the whole world kissing your ass. Simply look upon me as good therapy. Kemper sighed. I had hoped I'd gotten rid of you once and for all when you retired from the service. Now it seems you've come back to haunt me as a goddamn feather merchant. I understand they were dancing in the corridors of the Pentagon when I left. Let's just say there were no tears shed at your departure. Kemper slowly reeled his lure in. Okay, Jim, I've known you too many years not to smell a squeeze play. What do you and Mr. Seagram have on your minds? We're going after the Titanic, Sandecker replied casually. Kemper went on reeling. Indeed? Indeed. Kemper cast again. What for? To take a few photographs for publicity's sake? No, to raise her to the surface. Kemper stopped reeling. He turned and stared at Sandecker. You did say the Titanic. I did. Jim, my boy, you've really slipped your moorings this time. If you expect me to believe... This isn't a fairy tale, Seagram interrupted. The authority from the salvage operation comes straight from the White House. Kemper's eyes studied Seagram's face. Then am I to assume that you represent the President? Yes, sir, that is correct. Kemper said, I must say you have a rather strange way of doing business, Mr. Seagram. If you will give me the courtesy of an explanation. That's why we're here, Admiral, to explain. Kemper turned to Sandecker. Are you in the game too, Jim? Sandecker nodded. Let's just say that Mr. Seagram speaks softly and carries one hell of a big stick. Okay, Seagram, the podium is yours. Why the subterfuge, and why the urgency to raise an old derelict? First things first, Admiral. To begin with, I am head of a highly secret department of the government called Metasection. Never heard of it, Kemper said. We are not listed in any journal on federal offices. Not even the CIA, the FBI, nor the NSA has any records of our operation. An undercover think tank, Sandecker said curtly. We go beyond the ordinary think tank, Seagram said. Our people devise futuristic concepts and then attempt to construct them into successfully functioning systems. That would cost millions of dollars, Kemper said. Modesty forbids me to mention the exact amount of our budget, Admiral, but ego compels me to admit that I have slightly over 10 figures to play with. My Lord, Kemper muttered under his breath. Over $1 billion to play with, you say? An organization of scientists that nobody knows exists? You stir my interest, Mr. Seagram. Mine, too, Sandecker said acidly. Up until now, you've sought Numa's assistance through White House channels by passing yourself off as a presidential aide. Why the Machiavellian routine? Because the President ordered strict security, Admiral, in the event of a leak to Capitol Hill. The last thing his administration needed was a congressional witch hunt into Metasection's finances. Kemper and Sandecker looked at each other and nodded. They looked at Seagram, waiting for the rest of it. Now then, he continued, Metasection has developed a defense system with the code name of the Sicilian Project. The Sicilian Project? We named it after a chess strategy known as the Sicilian Defense. The project is devised around a variant of the Maser principle. For example, if we push a sound wave of a certain frequency through a medium containing excited atoms, we can then stimulate the sound to an extremely high state of emission. Similar to a laser beam, Kemper commented. To some degree, Seagram answered, except a laser emits a narrow beam of light energy, while our device emits a broad, fan-like field of sound waves. Besides breaking a bevy of eardrums, Sandecker said, what purpose does it serve? As you recall from your elementary school studies, Admiral, sound waves spread in circular waves, much like ripples in a pond after a pebble is dropped in it. In the instance of the Sicilian project, we can multiply the sound waves 1,000,000 times over. Then, when this tremendous energy is released, it spreads out into the atmosphere, pushing air particles ahead of its unleashed force, condensing them until they combine to form a solid, impenetrable wall hundreds of square miles in diameter. Seagram paused to scratch his nose. I won't bore you with equations and technical details concerning the actual instrumentation. The particulars are too complicated to discuss here, but you can easily see the potential. Any enemy missile launched against America, coming into contact with this invisible protective barrier, would smash itself into oblivion long before it entered the target area. Is this system for real? Kemper asked hesitantly. Yes, Admiral. I assure you it can work. Even now, the required number of installations to stop an all-out missile attack are under construction. Jesus, Sandecker burst out. The ultimate weapon. The Sicilian project is not a weapon. It is purely a scientific method of protecting our country. It's hard to visualize, Kemper said. Just imagine a sonic boom from a jet aircraft amplified 10 million times. Kemper seemed lost by it all. But the sound, wouldn't it destroy everything on the ground? No. The energy force is aimed into space and builds during its journey. To someone standing at sea level, it would merely have the same harmless impact of distant thunder. What does all this have to do with the Titanic? The element required to stimulate the optimum level of sound emission is byzanium. And therein lies the grabber, gentlemen, because the world's only known quantity of byzanium ore was shipped to the United States back in 1912 on board the Titanic. I see, Kemper nodded. Then salvaging the ship is your last-ditch attempt at making your defense system operational? Byzanium's atomic structure is the only one that will work. By programming its known properties into our computers, we were able to project a 30,000 to 1 ratio in favor of success. But why raise the entire ship? Kemper asked. Why not just tear out its bulkheads and bring up the byzanium? We'd have to blast our way into the cargo hold with explosives. The danger of destroying the ore forever is too great. The President and I agree that the added expense of raising the hull far outweighs the risk of losing it. Kemper tossed out his lure again. You're a positive thinker, Seagram, I grant you that. But what makes you think the Titanic is any condition to be brought up in one piece? After 75 years on the bottom, she may be nothing but an immense pile of rusty junk. My people have a theory on that, said Sandecker. He put his fishing pole aside, opened his tackle box, and pulled out an envelope. Take a look at these. He handed Kemper several 4x5 photographs. Looks like so much underwater trash, Kemper commented. Exactly, Sandecker answered. Every so often, the cameras on our submersibles stumble on debris tossed overboard from passing ships. He pointed to the top photo. This is a galley stove found at 4,000 feet off Bermuda. Next is an automobile engine block photographed at 6,500 feet off the Aleutians. No way to date either of these. Now here is a Grumman F-4F World War II aircraft discovered at 10,000 feet near Iceland. We dug up a record on this one. The plane was ditched in the sea without injury by a Lieutenant Strauss when he ran out of fuel on March 17, 1946. Kemper held out the next photo at arm's length. What in hell is this thing? That was taken at the moment of discovery by the Sappho-1 during the Lorelei Current expedition. What at first looked like an ordinary kitchen funnel turned out to be a horn. He showed Kemper a shot of the instrument taken after Vogel's restoration. That's a cornet, Kemper corrected him. You say the Sappho-1 brought this up? Yes, from 12,000 feet. It had been lying on the bottom since 1912. Kemper's eyebrows raised. Are you going to tell me it came from the Titanic? I can show you documented evidence. Kemper sighed and handed the pictures back to Sandecker. His shoulders sagged, the weary, fatigued droop of a man no longer young, a man who had been carrying a heavy burden for too long a time. He pulled a beer from the fishnet and popped the tab. What does any of this prove? Sandecker's mouth tightened into a slight grin. It was right in front of us for 2 years. That's how long ago the aircraft was discovered. But we completely overlooked the possibilities. Oh, sure, there were remarks about the plane's excellent condition. Yet none of my oceanographers really grasped the significance. It wasn't until the SAF-01 brought up the horn that the true implications came home. I'm not following you, Kemper said tonelessly. First of all, Sandecker continued, 90% of that F4F is made out of aluminum, and, as you know, salt water eats the hell out of aluminum. Yet that plane, after sitting down there in the sea for over 40 years, looks like the day it came out of the factory. Same with the horn. It's been underwater crowding 80 years, and it shined up like a newborn baby's ass. Have you any explanation? Kemper asked. 2 of Numa's ablest oceanographers are now running data through our computers. The general theory at the moment is that it's a combination of factors. The lack of damaging sea life at great depths, the low salinity or salt content of bottom water, the freezing temperatures of the deep, and the lower oxygen content that would slow down oxidation of metal. It could be any one or all of these factors that delays deterioration of deep-bottom wrecks. We'll know better if and when we get a look at the Titanic. Kemper thought for a moment. What do you want from me? Protection, Seagram answered. If the Soviets get wind of what we're up to, they'll try everything short of war to stop us and grab the Byzanium for themselves. Put your mind at rest on that score, Kemper said, his voice suddenly hard. The Russians will think twice before they bloody their noses on our side of the Atlantic. Your salvage operations on the Titanic will be protected, Mr. Seagram. You have my ironclad guarantee on that. A faint grin touched Sandecker's face. While you're in a generous mood, Joe, what are the chances of borrowing the Modoc? The Modoc? Kemper repeated. She's the finest deep-water salvage vessel the Navy's got. We could also use the crew that comes with her, Sandecker pushed on. Kemper rolled the beer can's cool surface across his sweating forehead. Okay, you've got yourselves the Modoc and her crew, plus whatever extra men and equipment you need. Seagram sighed. Thank you, Admiral. I'm grateful. You're straddling an interesting concept, Kemper said, but one fraught with problems. Nothing comes easy, Seagram replied. What's your next step? Sandecker answered that one. We send down television cameras to locate the hull and survey the damage. God only knows what you'll find. Kemper stopped abruptly and pointed at Sandecker's jerking bobber. By God, Jim, I believe you've caught a fish. Sandecker leaned lazily over the side of the boat. So I have, he said, smiling. Let's hope the Titanic is just as cooperative. I'm afraid that hope may prove to be an expensive incentive, Kemper said, and there was no answering smile on his lips. Pitt closed Joshua Hayes Brewster's journal and looked across the conference table at Mel Donner. That's it, then. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, Donner said. But wouldn't this Byzanium, or whatever you call it, lose its properties after being immersed in the sea all these years? Donner shook his head. Who's to say? No one has ever had a sufficient quantity in their hands to know for sure how it reacts under any conditions. Then it may be worthless. Not if it's locked securely in the Titanic's vault. Our research indicates that the strong room is watertight. Pitt leaned back and stared at the journal. It's a hell of a gamble. We're aware of that.
It's like asking a gang of kids to lift a Patton tank out of Lake Erie with a few ropes and a raft. We're aware of that, Donner repeated. The cost alone of raising the Titanic is beyond comprehension, Pitt said. Name a figure. Back in 1974, the CIA paid out over $300 million just to raise the bow of a Russian submarine. I couldn't begin to fathom what it had run to salvage a passenger liner that grosses 46,000 tons from 12,000 feet of water. Take a guess, then. Who bankrolls the operation? Metasection will handle the finances, Donner said. Just look upon me as your friendly neighborhood banker. Let me know what you think it will take to get the salvage operation off the ground, and I'll see to it the funds are secretly transferred into Numa's annual operating budget. $250 million ought to start the ball rolling. That's somewhat less than our estimates, Donner said casually. I suggest that you not limit yourself. Just to be on the safe side, I'll arrange for you to receive an extra $5 million? No, Donner smiled. $500 million. After the guard passed him out through the gate, Pitt pulled up at the side of the road and gazed back through the chain-link fence at the Smith Van and Storage Company. I don't believe it, he said to no one. I don't believe any of it. Then slowly, with much difficulty, as if he were fighting the commands of a hypnotist, Pitt dropped the shift lever into drive and made his way back to the city. Chapter 29. It had been a particularly grueling day for the president. There were seemingly endless meetings with opposition party congressmen, meetings in which he had struggled, vainly in most cases, to persuade them to support his new bill for the modification of income tax regulations. Then there had been a speech at the convention of near-hostile state governors, followed later in the afternoon by a heated session with his aggressive, overbearing Secretary of State. Now, just past 10 o'clock, with one more unpleasant involvement to reckon with, he sat in an overstuffed chair holding a drink in his right hand, while his left scratched the long ears of his sad-eyed basset hound. Warren Nicholson, the director of the CIA, and Marshal Collins, his chief Kremlin security advisor, sat opposite him on a large sectional sofa. The president took a sip from the glass and then stared grimly at the two men. Do either of you have the vaguest notion of what you're asking of me? Collins shrugged nervously. Quite frankly, sir, we don't. But this is clearly a case of the end justifying the means. I personally think Nicholson here has one hell of a scheme going. The payoff, in terms of secret information, could be nothing less than astonishing. It will cost a heavy price, the president said. Nicholson leaned forward. Believe me, sir, the cost is worth it. That's easy for you to say, the president said. Neither of you has the slightest hint as to what the Sicilian project is all about. Collins nodded. No argument there, Mr. President. Its secret is well kept. That's why it came as a shock when we discovered its existence through the KGB instead of our own security forces. How much do you think the Russians know? We can't be absolutely certain at this point, Nicholson answered. But the few facts we have in hand indicate the KGB possesses only the code name. Damn, the president muttered angrily. How could it have possibly leaked out? I'd venture to guess that it was an accidental leak, Collins said. My people in Moscow would smell something if Soviet intelligence analysts thought they were onto an ultra-secret American defense project. The president looked at Collins. What makes you sure it has to do with defense? If security surrounding the Sicilian project is as tight as you suggest, then a new military weapon emerges as the obvious theory. And there is no doubt in my mind that the Russians will soon come up with the same conclusion. I would have to go along with Collins' line of thinking, Nicholson concurred. All of which plays right into our hands. Go on. We feed Soviet naval intelligence data on the Sicilian project in small doses. If they take the bait, Nicholson's hands gestured like the closing of a trap. Then we literally own one of the Soviet's top intelligence-gathering services. Bored by the human talk, the President's basset hound stretched out and peacefully dozed off. The President looked thoughtfully at the animal for several moments, weighing the odds. The decision was a painful one. He felt as though he was stabbing all his friends from Metasection in the back. "I'll have the man who is heading the project draw up an initial report," he said finally. "You, Nicholson, will tell me where and how you want it delivered, so the Russians do not suspect the deception. You will go through me, and only me, for any further information concerning the Sicilian project. Is that clear?" Nicholson nodded. "I will arrange the channels myself." The President seemed to wither and shrink into the chair. "I don't have to impress upon you, gentlemen," he said wearily, "the sorry fact that if we're found out, we'll all be branded as traitors." Chapter 30. Sandecker leaned over a large, contoured map of the North Atlantic Ocean floor, his hand toying with a small pointer. He looked at Gunn, then at Pitt standing on the other side of the miniaturized seascape. "I can't understand it," he said after a moment's silence. "If that horn is any indication, the Titanic doesn't lie where she's supposed to." Gunn took a felt-tip pen and made a tiny mark on the map. Her last reported position just before she sank was here, at 41 degrees 46 minutes north, 50 degrees 14 minutes west. "And you found the horn where?" Gunn made another mark. "The exact position of the Sappho 1's mothership on the surface at the time we discovered Farley's Cornet put us here, about 6 miles to the southeast." "A 6-mile discrepancy. How's that possible?" "There was a conflict of evidence concerning the position of the Titanic when she went down," Pitt said. "The skipper of one of the rescue ships, the Mount Temple, put the liner much farther to the east, and his reading was based on a sun sighting, far more accurate than the dead reckoning position figured by the Titanic's fourth officer right after she struck the iceberg." "But the ship that picked up the survivors, the Carpathia, I believe it was," Sandecker said, "steamed on a course toward the position given by the Titanic's wireless operator and came in direct contact with the lifeboats within 4 hours." "There's some doubt that the Carpathia actually traveled as far as her captain assumed," Pitt replied. "If so, the sighting of the wreckage and the lifeboats could have occurred several miles southeast of the Titanic's wireless position." Sandecker idly tapped the pointer against the map railing. "This puts us between the devil and the deep blue sea, so to speak, gentlemen. Shall we conduct our search efforts in the exact area of 41 degrees 64 minutes north, 50 degrees 14 minutes west? Or do we bet our money on Graham Farley's horn, 6 miles to the southeast? If we lose, God only knows how many acres of Atlantic Ocean real estate we'll have to drag underwater television cameras over before we stumble on the wreck. What do you say, Rudy?" Gunn did not hesitate. "Since our search pattern with the Sappho 1 failed in and around the Titanic's advertised position, I say we drop the TV cameras in the vicinity where we picked up Farley's Cornet." "And you, Dirk?" Pitt was silent a few moments. Then he spoke. "My vote goes for a delay of 48 hours. Sandecker stared across the map speculatively. "We can't afford 1 hour, much less 48. Pitt stared back at him. "I suggest that we skip the TV cameras and leapfrog to the next step." "Which is?" "We send down a manned submersible." Sandecker shook his head. "No good. A TV camera sled towed by a surface vessel can cover 5 times the area in half the time it would take a slow-moving submersible." "Not if we pinpoint the gravesite in advance." Sandecker's expression darkened. "And how do you propose to pull off that minor miracle?" "We gather every shred of knowledge concerning the Titanic's final hours, glean all records for speed, conflicting position reports, water currents, the angle she slid beneath the waves, throw in the Cornet's resting place, everything, and program it through Numa's computers. With luck, the readout data should point directly to the Titanic's front yard." "It's the logical approach," Gunn admitted.
In the meantime, Sandecker said, we lose 2 days.
We lose nothing, sir. We gain, Pitt said earnestly. Admiral Kemper has loaned us the Modoc. She's docked at Norfolk right now, fitted out and ready to sail. Of course, Gunn blurted. The Sea Slug. Precisely, Pitt replied. The Sea Slug is the Navy's latest model submersible, designed and constructed especially for deep-water salvage and rescue, and she's sitting on the Modoc's afterdeck. In 2 days, Rudy and I can have both vessels over the general area of the wreck, ready to begin the search operation. Sandecker rubbed the pointer across his chin. And then, if the computers do their job, I feed you the corrected position of the wreck site. Is that the picture? Yes, sir. That's the picture. Sandecker moved away from the map and eased into a chair. Then he looked up into the determined faces of Pitt and Gunn. Okay, gentlemen, it's your ballgame. Chapter 31. Mel Donner leaned on the doorbell of Seagram's house in Chevy Chase and stifled a yawn. Seagram opened the door and stepped out onto the front porch. They nodded silently, without the usual early-morning pleasantries, and walked to the curb and Donner's car. Seagram sat and gazed dully out the side window, his eyes ringed with dark circles. Donner slipped the car into gear. You look like Frankenstein's monster before he came alive, Donner said. How late did you work last night? Actually came home early, Seagram replied. Bad mistake. Should have worked late. Simply gave Dana and me more time to fight. She's been so damn condescending lately, it drives me up the wall. I finally got pissed and locked myself in the study. Fell asleep at my desk. I ache in places I didn't know existed. Thank you, Donner said, smiling. Seagram turned, puzzled. Thank you for what? For adding another brick under my determination to remain single. They were both silent, while Donner eased through Washington's rush-hour traffic. Gene, Donner said at last, I know this is a touchy subject. Put me on your shit list if you will. But you're beginning to come across like a self-tortured cynic. There was no reaction from Seagram, so Donner forged ahead. Why don't you take a week or two off and take Dana to a quiet, sunny beach somewhere? Get away from Washington for a while. The defense installation construction is going off without a hitch, and there's nothing we can do about the Byzanium except sit back and pray that Sandecker's boys at Numa salvage it from the Titanic. I'm needed now more than ever, Seagram said flatly. You're only kidding yourself into an ego trip. At the moment, everything is out of our hands. A grim smile touched Seagram's lips. You're closer to the truth than you can imagine. Donner glanced at him. What do you mean? It's out of our hands, Seagram repeated vacantly. The President ordered me to leak the Sicilian project to the Russians. Donner pulled over to the curb and looked at Seagram, dumbfounded. My God, why? Warren Nicholson over at CIA has convinced the President that by feeding bits of hard data on the project to the Russians, he can get control of one of their top intelligence networks. I don't believe a word of it, Donner said. It makes no difference what you believe, Seagram said brusquely. If what you say is true, what good will the Russians get out of bits and scraps? Without the necessary detailed equations and calculations, it'd take them at least 2 years to put a workable theory on paper, and without Byzanium, the whole concept is worthless. They could build a working system within 30 months if they get their hands on the Byzanium first. Impossible. Admiral Kemper would never permit it. He'd send the Russians packing in a hurry if they tried to pirate the Titanic. Suppose, Seagram murmured softly, just suppose Kemper was ordered to lay back and do nothing. Donner leaned over the wheel and rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Are you asking me to believe the President of the United States is working with the Communists? Seagram shrugged wearily and said,
How can I ask you to believe anything when I don't know what to believe myself? Chapter 32. Pavel Marganin, tall and authoritative in his white naval uniform, took a deep breath of the evening air and turned into the ornate lobby of the Borodino restaurant. He gave his name to the maitre d' and followed him to Prevlov's customary table. The captain sat there, reading a thick sheaf of papers, bound in a file folder. His eyes came up briefly, and acknowledged Marganin with a bored glance, before they flicked back to the contents of the file. "May I sit down, Captain?" "Unless you wish to place a towel over your arm and clear away the dishes," Prevlov said, still engrossed in his reading, "by all means." Marganin ordered a vodka and waited for Prevlov to initiate the conversation. After nearly 3 full minutes, the captain finally laid the file aside and lit a cigarette. "Tell me, Lieutenant, have you followed the Lorelei Current Drift expedition?" "Not in detail. I merely scanned the report before passing it along to your attention." "A pity," Prevlov said loftily. "Think of it, Lieutenant. A submersible capable of moving 1,500 miles along the ocean floor without surfacing once in almost 2 months. Soviet scientists would do well to be half as imaginative." "Frankly, sir, I found the report rather dull reading." "Dull reading, indeed. If you had studied it during one of your rare fits of conscientious dedication, you would have discerned a strange course deviation during the expedition's final days." "I fail to see a hidden meaning in a simple course change." "A good intelligence man looks for the hidden meaning in everything, Marganin." Properly rebuked, Marganin nervously checked his watch and stared in the direction of the men's room. "I think we should investigate whatever it is the Americans find so interesting off the Newfoundland Grand Banks," Prevlov continued. "Since that Novaya Zemlya business, I want a close look into every operation undertaken by the National Underwater and Marine Agency, beginning 6 months ago. My intuition tells me the Americans are up to something that spells trouble for Mother Russia." Prevlov motioned to a passing waiter and pointed at his empty glass. He leaned back and sighed. "Things are never what they seem, are they? We are in a strange and baffling business when you consider that every comma, every period on a scrap of paper can possess a vital blueprint to an extraordinary secret. It is the least obvious direction that holds the answers." The waiter came with Prevlov's cognac, and he emptied the glass, swishing the liquor around in his mouth before downing it in one swallow. "Will you excuse me a moment, sir?" Prevlov looked up, and Marganin nodded in the direction of the men's room. "Of course." Marganin stepped into the high-ceiling, tiled bathroom and stood in front of the urinal. He was not alone. A pair of feet with the trousers draped about the ankles showed under a toilet stall. He stood there, taking his time, until he heard the toilet flush. Then he moved over to the wash basin and rinsed his hands slowly, watching in the mirror as the same fat man from the park bench hitched up his belt and approached him. "Pardon me, sailor," the fat man said. "You dropped this on the floor." He handed Marganin a small envelope. Marganin took it without hesitation and slipped it into his tunic. "Oh, how careless of me. Thank you." The fat man then leaned over the basin as Marganin turned away for a towel. "You have explosive information in that envelope," said the fat man softly. "Do not treat it lightly. It will be handled delicately." Chapter 33. The letter was resting neatly centered on Seagram's desk in the study. He turned on the lamp, sagged into the chair, and began reading. Dear Jean, I love you. It must seem like a banal way to begin, but it is true. I still love you with all my heart. I have tried desperately to understand and comfort you during these months of stress. How I have suffered waiting for you to accept my love and attention, hoping for nothing in return except a small sign of your affection. I am strong in many respects, Jean, but I do not have the strength and patience to fight indifferent neglect. No woman does. I long for our early days, the gentle days when our concern for one another far outweighed the demands of our professional lives. It was simpler then. We taught our classes at the university. We laughed and made love as though each time were our last. Perhaps I drove the wedge between us for not wanting children. Perhaps a son or a daughter might have bound us tighter together. I don't know. I can only regret the things I did not do. I only know that it will be best for both of us if I set time and space between us for a while. For at present, our living under the same roof seems to bring out a meanness and selfishness neither of us knew we possessed. I have moved in with Marie Sheldon, a marine geologist with Numa. She has been kind enough to loan me a spare room in her Georgetown house until I can untangle my mental cobwebs. Please do not try to contact me. It would only result in more ugly words. Give me time to work things out, Jean. I implore you. They say time heals all wounds. Let us pray this is so. I do not mean to desert you, Jean, when you feel you need me most. I believe it will relieve one more burden from the heavy pressures of your position. Forgive my feminine frailty, but from the other side of the coin, my side, it is as though you drove me away. Let us hope the future will allow our love to endure. Again, I love you. Dana. Seagram reread the letter 4 times, his eyes refusing to turn from the neatly scripted pages. Finally, he clicked off the light and sat there in the darkness. Chapter 34. Dana Seagram stood in front of her closet going through the feminine ritual of deciding what to wear when a knock sounded on the bedroom door. "Dana, you almost ready?" "Come on in, Marie." Marie Sheldon opened the door and leaned into the bedroom. "Good Lord, sweetie, you're not even dressed yet." Marie's voice came from deep within her throat. She was a small, thin, vital woman, with vivid blue eyes, a pert, bobbed nose, and a mass of bleached blonde hair shaped in a shag style. She might have been very provocative, except for her square-cut chin. "I go through this every morning," Dana said irritably. "If only I could get organized and lay things out the night before, but I always wait until the last moment." Marie moved beside Dana. "How about the blue skirt?" Dana slipped the skirt off the hanger and then threw it down on the carpet. "Damn, I sent the matching blouse to the cleaners." "If you're not careful, you'll start foaming at the mouth." "I can't help it," Dana said. "Nothing seems to go right lately." "Since you walked out on your husband, you mean?" "The last thing I need now is a sermon." "Settle down, sweetie. If you want to take out your wrath on somebody, then stand in front of a mirror." Dana stood, tense as a toy doll whose spring has been wound too tightly. Marie could see an emotional crying jag coming on and beat a strategic retreat. "Relax. Take your time. I'll go down and warm up the car." Dana waited until Marie's footsteps died before she went into the bathroom and downed 2 Librium capsules. As soon as the tranquilizer began to take effect, she calmly slipped on a turquoise linen dress, straightened her hair, pulled on a pair of flat-heeled shoes, and headed downstairs. On the way to Numa headquarters, Dana sat bright and perky while tapping her foot to the music from the car radio. "1 pill or 2? Marie said casually. "Hmm?" "I said 1 pill or 2. It's a safe bet that when you instantly transform from a bitch into a Miss Goody Two-Shoes, you've been popping pills." "I meant it about the sermon." "Okay, but a warning, old roommate. If I find you flaked out on the floor some dark night from an overdose, I'm going to quietly fold my tent and silently steal off into the night.
I can't stand traumatic death scenes. You're exaggerating. Marie looked at her. Am I? You've been hitting that stuff like a health nut gobbles vitamins. I'm all right, Dana said defiantly. Like hell you are. You're a classic case of an emotionally depressed and frustrated female. The worst kind, I might add. It takes time for the ragged edges to dull. Ragged edges, my ass. You mean it dulls your guilt. I won't delude myself into believing I did the best thing by leaving Gene, but I'm convinced I did the right thing. Don't you think he needs you? I used to hope he would reach out to me, yet every time we're together we fight like alley cats. He's closed me out, Marie. It's the same old, tired story. When a man like Gene becomes a slave to the demands of his work, he throws up a wall that can't be breached. And the stupid reason, the incredibly stupid reason, is because he imagines that sharing his problems automatically throws me on the firing line, too. A man accepts the thankless burden of responsibility. We women do not. To us, life is a game we play one day at a time. We never plan ahead like men. Her face became sad and drawn. I can only wait and come back after Gene falls wounded in his private battle. Then, and only then, am I certain he'll welcome a return of my company. It may be too late, Marie said. From your description of him, Gene sounds like a prime candidate for a mental breakdown or a massive coronary. If you had an ounce of guts, you'd stick it out with him. Dana shook her head. I can't cope with rejection. Until we can get together peacefully again, I'm going to make another life. Does that include other men? Platonic love only. Dana forced a smile. I'm not about to play the liberated female and jump onto every penis that wanders across my path. Marie grinned slyly. It's one thing to be picky and play lip service to high standards, sweetie, but quite another matter in actual practice. You forget, this is Washington, D.C. We outnumber the men 8-1. They're the lucky ones who can afford to be choosy. If something happens, then something happens. I'm not going out and look for an affair. Besides, I'm out of practice. I've forgotten how to flirt. Seducing a man is like riding a bicycle, Marie said, laughing. Once learned, never forgotten. She parked in the vast open lot of the Numa headquarters building. They walked up the steps into the lobby, where they joined the stream of other staff members who were hurrying down the halls and up the elevators to their offices. How about meeting me for lunch? Marie said. Fine. I'll bring a couple of male friends for you to exercise your latent charms on. Before Dana could protest, Marie had melted into the crowd. As she stood in the elevator, Dana noted with a curious sense of detached pleasure that her heart was thumping. Chapter 35. Sandecker pulled his car into the parking lot of the Alexandria College of Oceanography, climbed out from under the wheel, and walked over to a man standing beside an electric golf cart. Admiral Sandecker? Yes. Dr. Murray Silverstein. The round, balding little man stuck out his hand. Glad you could come, Admiral. I think we've got something that will prove helpful. Sandecker settled into the cart. We're grateful for every scrap of useful data you can give us. Silverstein took the tiller and guided them down an asphalt lane. We've run an extensive series of tests since last night. I can't promise anything mathematically exact, mind you, but the results are interesting, to say the least. Any problems? A few. The main snag that throws our projections from the precise side of the scale to the approximate is a lack of solid facts. For instance, the direction of the Titanic's bow when she went down was never established. This unknown factor alone could add 4 square miles to the search area. I don't understand. Wouldn't a 45,000-ton steel ship sink in a straight line? Not necessarily. The Titanic corkscrewed,
and slid under the water at a depressed angle of roughly 78 degrees, and as she sank, the weight of the sea filling her forward compartments pulled her into a headway of between 4 and 5 knots. Next, we have to consider the momentum caused by her tremendous mass, and the fact that she had to travel 2.5 miles before she struck bottom. No, I'm afraid she landed on a horizontal line, a fair distance from her original starting point on the surface. Sandecker stared at the oceanographer. How could you possibly know the precise angle of descent when the Titanic sank? The survivors' descriptions were on the whole unreliable. Silverstein pointed to a huge concrete tower off to his right. The answers are in there, Admiral. He stopped the cart at the front entrance of the building. Come along, and I'll give you a practical demonstration of what I'm talking about. Sandecker followed him through a short hallway and into a room with a large acrylic plastic window at one end. Silverstein motioned for the Admiral to move closer. A diver wearing scuba equipment waved from the other side of the window. Sandecker waved back. A deep-water tank, Silverstein said matter-of-factly. The interior walls are made of steel and rise 200 feet high with a diameter of 30 feet. There is a main pressure chamber for entering and exiting the bottom level, and 5 airlocks stationed at intervals along the side to enable us to observe our experiments at different depths. I see, Sandecker said slowly. You've been able to simulate the Titanic's fall to the sea floor. Yes, let me show you. Silverstein lifted a telephone from a shelf under the observation window. Owen, make a drop in 30 seconds. You have a scale model of the Titanic? Not exactly a prize exhibit for a maritime museum, of course, Silverstein said, but for a scaled-down version of the ship's general configuration, weight, and displacement, it's a near-perfect, balanced replica. The potter did a damned fine job. The potter? Ceramics, Silverstein said, waving his hand in a vague gesture. We can mold and fire 20 models in the time it would take us to fabricate a metal one. He laid a hand on Sandecker's arm and pulled him toward the window. Here she comes. Sandecker looked up and saw an oblong shape about 4 feet in length falling slowly through the water, preceded by what looked to be a shower of marbles. He could see that there had been no attempt to authenticate detail. The model looked like a smooth lump of unglazed clay, rounded at one end, narrowed at the other, and topped by 3 tubes representing the Titanic's smokestacks. He heard a distinct clink through the observation window as the model's bow struck the bottom of the tank. Wouldn't your calculations be thrown off by a flaw in the model's configuration? Sandecker asked. Yes, a mistake could make a difference. Silverstein looked at him. But I assure you, Admiral, we missed nothing. Sandecker pointed at the model. The real Titanic had 4 funnels. Yours has only 3. Just before the Titanic's final plunge, Silverstein said, her stern rose until she was completely perpendicular. The strain was too much for the guy wire supporting the number 1 funnel. They snapped, and it toppled over the starboard side. Sandecker nodded. My compliments, Doctor. I should have known better than to question the thoroughness of your experiment. It's nothing, really. It gives me a chance to show off my expertise. He turned and motioned a thumbs-up sign through the window. The diver tied the model onto a line that traveled toward the top of the tank. I'll run the test again and explain how we arrived at our conclusions. You might begin by explaining the marbles. They act the role of the boilers, Silverstein said. The boilers? Perfect simulation, too. You see, while the Titanic's stern was pointing at the sky, her boilers broke loose from their cradle mounts and hurtled through the bulkheads toward the bows. Massive things they were, 29 all told. Some of them were nearly 16 feet in diameter and 20 feet long. But your marbles fell outside the model. Yes. Our calculations indicate that at least 19 of the boilers smashed their way through the bows and dropped to the bottom separately from the hull. How can you be sure?
Because if their fall had been contained, the tremendous shift in ballast caused by their journey from amidships to the forward section of the ship would have pulled the Titanic on a 90-degree course straight downward. However, the reports of the survivors watching from the lifeboats, for once most all tend to agree, state that soon after the ear-splitting rumble from the boiler's crazy stampede had died away, the ship settled back a bit at the stern before sliding under. This fact indicates to me, at any rate, that the Titanic vomited her boilers, and, once free of this superincumbency, righted herself slightly to attain the 78-degree slant I mentioned previously. And the marbles bear out this theory? To the letter. Silverstein picked up the telephone again. "Ready whenever you are, Owen." He replaced the receiver on its cradle. "Owen Dugan, my assistant above. About now, he'll be setting the model in the water directly over that plumb line you see in the water off to one side of the tank. As the water begins coming in through holes drilled strategically in the bows of the model, she'll begin to go down by the head. At a certain angle, the marbles will roll to the bow, and a spring-loaded door will allow them to fall free." As if on cue, the marbles began falling to the floor of the tank, followed closely by the model. It struck about 12 feet from the plumb line. The diver made a tiny mark on the bottom of the tank and held up his thumb and index finger, indicating 1 inch. "There you have it, Admiral. 110 drops, and she's never touched down outside a 4-inch radius." Sandecker stared into the tank for a long moment, then turned to Silverstein. "So, where do we search?" "After a few dazzling computations by our physics department," said Silverstein, "our best guess is 1,300 yards south of east from the point the Sappho-1 discovered the cornet. But at that, it's still a guess." "How can you be certain the horn didn't fall on an angle, too?" Silverstein feigned a hurt look. "You underestimate my genius for perfection, Admiral. Our evaluations here would be worthless without a clear-cut picture of the cornet's path to the seafloor. Included in my expense vouchers, you'll find a receipt from Moe's pawn shop for 2 cornets. After a series of tests in the tank, we took them 200 miles off Cape Hatteras and dropped them in 12,000 feet of water. I can show you the charts from our sonar. They each landed within 50 yards of their vertical departure line." "No offense," Sandecker said equably. "I have a sinking feeling, if you'll pardon the pun, that my lack of faith is going to cost me a case of Robert Mondavi Chardonnay 1984. 1981, Silverstein said, grinning. "If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a schmuck with good taste. Think how common the world would be without us." Sandecker made no reply. He moved up to the window and stared inside the tank at the ceramic model of the Titanic. Silverstein moved up behind him. "She's a fascinating subject, no doubt of it." "Strange thing about the Titanic," Sandecker said softly. "Once her spell strikes, you can think of nothing else." "But why? What is there about her that grips the imagination and won't let go?" "Because she's the wreck that puts all the others to shame," Sandecker said. "She's modern history's most legendary yet elusive treasure. A simple photograph of her is enough to pump the adrenaline. Knowing her story, the crew who sailed her, the people who walked her decks in the few short days she lived, that's what fires the imagination, Silverstein. The Titanic is a vast archive of an era we'll never see again. God only knows if it is within our power to bring the grand old dame into daylight again, but by heaven, we're going to try." Chapter 36. The submersible Sea Slug looked aerodynamically clean and smooth from her outside, but to Pitt, as he contorted his 6'2" frame into the pilot's chair, the interior seemed a claustrophobic nightmare of hydraulic plumbing and electrical circuitry. The craft was 20 feet long and tubular in shape, with rounded ends like its lethargic namesake. It was painted bright yellow and had 4 large portholes set in pairs on its bow, while mounted along the top, like small radar domes, were 2 powerful high-intensity lights. Pitt completed the checklist and turned to Giordino, who sat in the seat to his right. "Shall we make a dive?" Giordino flashed a toothy smile. "Yes, let's." "How about it, Rudy?" Gunn looked up from his prone position behind the lower viewports and nodded. "Ready when you are." Pitt spoke into a microphone and watched the small television screen above the control panel as it showed the Modoc's derrick lift the sea slug from her deck cradle and gently swing her over the side and into the water. As soon as the diver had disconnected the lift cable, Pitt cracked the ballast valve, and the submersible began to sink slowly under the rolling, deep-troughed waves. "Life support timer on," Giordino announced. "An hour to the bottom, 10 hours for the search, 2 hours for surfacing, leaving us a reserve of 5 hours just in case." "We'll use the reserve time for the search," Pitt said. Giordino knew well the facts of the situation. If the unthinkable happened, an accident at 12,000 feet, there would be no hope of rescue. A quick death would be the only prayer against the appalling suffering of slow asphyxiation. He found himself actually amused at wishing he was back on board the Sappho 1, enjoying the uncramped comfort of open space and the security of her 8-week life support system. He sat back and watched the water darken as the sea slug buried her hull in the depths, his thoughts drifting to the enigmatic man who was piloting the craft. Giordino went back with Pitt to their high school days, when they had built and raced hot rods together down the lonely farm roads behind Newport Beach, California. He knew Pitt better than any man alive, any woman for that matter. Pitt possessed, in a sense, 2 separate inner identities, neither directly related to the other. There was the congenial Dirk Pitt, who rarely deviated from the middle of the road, and was humorous, unpretentious, and radiated an easygoing friendliness with everyone he met. Then there was the other Dirk Pitt, the coldly efficient machine who seldom made a mistake, and who often withdrew into himself, remote and aloof. If there was a key that would unlock the door between the two, Giordino had yet to discover it. Giordino turned his attention back to the depth gauge. Its needle indicated 1,200 feet. Soon they passed the 2,000-foot mark and entered a world of perpetual night. From this point downward, as far as the human eye was concerned, there was only pure blackness. Giordino pushed a switch, and the outside lights burst on and sliced a reassuring path through the darkness. "What do you think our chances are of finding her on the first try?" he asked. "If the computer data Admiral Sandecker sent us hold true, the Titanic should lie somewhere within a 110-degree arc, 1,300 yards southeast of the spot where you reclaimed the cornet." "Oh, great," Giordino mumbled sarcastically. "That narrows it down from looking for a toenail in the sands of Coney Island to searching for an albino boll weevil in the cotton field." "There he goes again," Gunn said, offering his negative thought for the day. "Maybe if we ignore him," Pitt laughed, "he'll go away." Giordino grimaced and motioned into the watery void. "Oh, sure, just drop me off at the next corner." "We'll find the old girl," Pitt said resolutely. He pointed at the illuminated clock on the control panel. "Let's see. It's 0640 now. I predict we'll be over the Titanic's decks before lunch, say about 11:40. Giordino gave Pitt a sideways look. "The great soothsayer has spoken." "A little optimism never hurts," Gunn said. He adjusted the exterior camera housings and triggered the strobe. It flashed blindingly for an instant, like a shaft of lightning, reflecting millions of planktonic creatures that hung in the water. 10,000 feet and 40 minutes later, Pitt reported to the Modoc, giving the depth and the water temperature, 35 degrees. The 3 men watched fascinated as a small anglerfish, ugly in its stubby appearance, slowly swept past the viewports. The tiny luminous bulb that protruded from the top of its head glowed like a lonely beacon.
At 12,375 feet, the seafloor came into view, moving up to meet the sea slug as though she were standing still. Pitt turned on the propulsion motors and adjusted the altitude angle, gently stopping the sea slug's descent and turning her on a level course across the bleak red clay that carpeted the ocean floor. Gradually, the ominous silence was broken by the rhythmic hum that came from the sea slug's electric motors. At first, Pitt had difficulty distinguishing rises and gradual drops on the bottom. There was nothing to indicate a three-dimensional scale. His eyes saw only a flatness that stretched beyond the reach of the lights. There was no life to be seen. And yet, evidence proved otherwise. Scattering tracks from the depth's habitants meandered and zigzagged in every direction through the sediment. One might have guessed that they were made only recently, but the sea can be misleading. The footprints from deep-dwelling sea spiders, sea cucumbers, or starfish might have been made several minutes ago or hundreds of years past, because the microscopic animal and plant remains that comprise the deep ocean ooze filters down from above at the rate of only 1 or 2 centimeters every 1,000 years. "There's a lovely creature," Giardino said, pointing. Pitt's eye followed Giardino's finger and picked out a strange blue-black animal that seemed to cross between a squid and an octopus. It had 8 tentacles linked together like the web foot of a duck, and it stared back at the sea slug through 2 large globular eyes that formed nearly a third of its body. "A vampire squid," Gunn informed them. "Ask her if she's got relatives in Transylvania," Giardino grinned. "You know," Pitt said, "that thing out there sort of reminds me of your girlfriend." Gunn jumped in. "You mean the one with no boobs?" "You've seen her?" "Rave on, envious rabble," Giardino grumbled. "She's mad about me, and her father keeps me floating in quality booze." "Some quality," Pitt snorted. "Old cesspool bourbon, Attila the Hun gin, Tijuana vodka. Who the hell ever heard of those labels?" Throughout the next few hours, the wit and the sarcasm bounced off the walls of the sea slug. Actually, it was put on, a defense mechanism to relieve the gnawing pangs of monotony. Unlike romanticized fiction, wreck hunting in the depths can be a grueling and tedious job. Add to that the aggravated discomfort of the cramped quarters, the high humidity and chilling temperatures inside the submersible, and you have the ingredients for provoking an accident through human error that could prove both costly and fatal. Pitt's hands stayed rock-steady as they handled the controls, guiding the sea slug a scant 4 feet above the bottom. Giardino's concentration was nailed to the life support systems, while Gunn kept his eyes skinned on the sonar and magnetometer. The long hours of planning were over. It was now a case of patience and persistence, mixed with that peculiar blend of eternal optimism and love of the unknown shared by all treasure-seekers. "Looks like a pile of rocks up ahead," Pitt said. Giardino stared up through the viewports. "They're just sitting there in the ooze. I wonder where they came from." "Perhaps ballast thrown overboard from an old windjammer." "More likely came from icebergs," Gunn said. "Many rocks and bits of debris are carried over the sea and then dropped to the floor when the icebergs melt." Gunn broke off in the middle of his lecture. "Hold on. I'm getting a strong response on the sonar. Now the magnetometer is picking it up, too." "Where away?" Pitt asked. "On a heading of 137. 137 it is," Pitt repeated. He swept the sea slug into a graceful bank as though she was an airplane, and headed on the new course. Giardino peered intently over Gunn's shoulder at the green circles of light on the sonar scope. A small dot of pulsating brightness indicated a solid object, 300 yards beyond their range of vision. "Don't get your hopes up," Gunn said quietly. "The target reads too small for a ship." "What do you make of it?" "Hard to say. No more than 20 or 25 feet in length, about 2 stories high. Might be anything." "Or it might be one of the Titanic's boilers," Pitt cut in. "The seafloor should be littered with them." "You move to the head of the class," Gunn said,
excitement creeping into his tone. "I have an identical reading, bearing 115, and here comes another at 160. The last has an indicated length of approximately 70 feet. "Looks like one of her smokestacks," Pitt said. "Lord," Gunn murmured hoarsely. "It's beginning to read like a junkyard down here." Suddenly, in the gloom at the outer edge of the blackness, a rounded object became visible, haloed in the eerie light like an immense tombstone. Soon the three pairs of eyes inside the submersible could distinguish the furnace gratings of the great boiler, and then the row upon row of rivets along the iron seams, and the torn, jagged tentacles of what was left of its steam tubing. "How would you like to have been a stoker in those days and fed that baby?" Giordino muttered. "I picked up another one," Gunn said. "No, wait, the pulse is getting stronger. Here comes the length. 100 feet, 2... "Keep coming, sweetheart," Pitt prayed. 500, 7, 800 feet. "We got her. We've got her." "What course?" Pitt's mouth was as dry as sand. "Bearing 097, Gunn replied in a whisper. They spoke no more for the next few minutes as the sea slug closed the distance. Their faces were pale and strained with anticipation. Pitt's heart was pounding painfully in his chest, and his stomach felt as if it had a great iron weight in it and a huge hand crushing it from the outside. He became aware that he was allowing the submersible to creep too close to the ooze. He pulled back the controls and kept his eyes trained through the viewport. What would they find? A rusty old hulk far beyond hope of salvaging? A shattered, broken hull buried to its superstructure in the muck? And then his straining eyes caught sight of a massive shadow looming up ominously in the darkness. "Christ Almighty," Giordino mumbled in awe. "We've struck her fair on the bow." As the range narrowed to 50 feet, Pitt slowed the motors and turned the Sea Slug on a parallel course with the ill-fated liner's waterline. The mere size of the wreck, when viewed from alongside her steel plates, was a staggering sight. Even after nearly 80 years, the sunken ship proved to be surprisingly free of corrosion. The gold band that encompassed the 882-foot black hull glistened under the high-intensity lights. Pitt eased the submersible upward, past the 8-ton portside anchor, until they could all clearly make out the 3-foot-high golden letters that still proudly proclaimed her as the Titanic. Spellbound, Pitt picked the microphone from its cradle and pressed the transmit button. "Modoc, Modoc, this is Sea Slug. Do you read?" The radio operator on the Modoc answered almost immediately. "This is Modoc, Sea Slug. We read you. Over." Pitt adjusted the volume to minimize the background crackle. "Modoc, notify Numa headquarters that we have found the Big T. Repeat, we have found the Big T. Depth 12,340 feet. Time 11:42 hours. 11:42, Giordino echoed. "You cocky bastard. You only missed by 2 minutes. Regenesis. The Titanic lay cloaked by the eerie stillness of the black deep and bore the grim scars of her tragedy. The jagged wound from her collision with the iceberg stretched from the starboard forepeak to the No. 5 boiler room, nearly 300 feet down her hull, while the gaping holes in her bows below the waterline betrayed the shattering impact made by her boilers when they tore from her bowels and smashed their way through bulkhead after bulkhead until they plunged free into the sea. She sat heavily in the ooze, with a slight list to port, her forecastle set on a southerly course, as if she were still pathetically struggling to reach out and touch the waters of a port she had never known. The lights from the submersible danced over her ghost-like superstructure, casting long spectral shadows across her long teak decks. Her portholes, some open, some closed, marched in orderly rows along the broad expanse of her sides. She presented an almost modern, streamlined appearance now that her funnels were gone. The forward three were non-existent, two probably having been carried away by her dive to the bottom, while number 4 lay fallen across the after boat deck. And except for the scattered strands of rusty, disconnected funnel rigging that snaked over the railings, her boat deck showed only a few hulking air vents, standing silent guard above the vacant Welland davits that had once held the great liner's lifeboats. There was a morbid beauty about her. The men inside the submersible could almost see her dining saloons and staterooms, flooded with lights and crowded with hundreds of light-hearted and laughing passengers. They could visualize her libraries stacked with books, her smoking rooms filled with the blue haze of gentlemen's cigars, and hear the music of her band playing turn-of-the-century ragtime. The passengers walked her decks, the wealthy, the famous, men in immaculate evening dress, women in colorful ankle-length gowns, nannies with children clutching favorite toys, the Astors, the Guggenheims, and the Strausses in first class, the middle class, the school teachers, the clergymen, the students, and the writers in second, the immigrants, the Irish farmers and their families, the carpenters, the bakers, the dressmakers, and the miners from remote villages of Sweden, Russia, and Greece in steerage. Then there were the almost 900 crew members, from the ship's officers to the caterers, the stewards, the lift boys, and the engine room men. Great opulence lay in the darkness beyond the doors and portholes. What would the swimming pool, the squash court, and the Turkish baths look like? Was there a rotten remnant of the great tapestry still hanging in the reception room? What of the bronze clock on the grand staircase, or the crystal chandeliers in the elegant Café Parisien, or the delicately ornate ceiling above the first-class dining saloon? Would perhaps the bones of Captain Edward J. Smith remain somewhere within the shadows of the bridge? What mysteries were there to be discovered within this once colossal floating palace, if and when she ever greeted the sun again? The strobe light on the submersible's cameras seemed to flash endlessly as the tiny intruder circled the immense hulk. A large 2-foot rat-tailed fish, with huge eyes and a heavy armored head, skittered over the slanting decks, showing total unconcern for the exploding beams of light. After what seemed like hours, the submersible, the faces of its crew still glued to the viewports, rose over the first-class lounge roof, hovered for a few moments, then deposited a small electronic signal capsule. Its low-frequency impulses would now provide a traceable guideline for future dives to the wreck. Then the submersible made a gliding turn upward. Her lights blinked out, and she melted back into the darkness from whence she had come. Except for the few sparks of marine life that had somehow managed to adapt to survival in the black, bitter-cold environment, the Titanic was alone once more. But soon other submersibles would come, and she would feel the tools of man working on her steel skin again, as she had so many years ago at the great slipways of the Harlan and Wolff shipbuilding firm in Belfast. Then, perhaps, just perhaps, she would make her first port after all. Part 4. The Titanic. May 1988. Chapter 37. In a measured and precise manner, the Soviet General Secretary, Georgy Antonov, lit his pipe and surveyed the other men seated around the long mahogany conference table. To his right sat Admiral Boris Sloyuk, Director of Soviet Naval Intelligence, and his aide, Captain Prevlov. Opposite them were Vladimir Polovoy, Chief of the Foreign Secrets Department of the KGB, and Vasily Talevich, Marshal of the Soviet Union, and Chief Director of Soviet Security. Antonov came straight to the point. Well now, it seems the Americans are determined to raise the Titanic to the surface. He studied the papers sitting before him a few moments before continuing. An extensive effort by the look of it. 2 supply ships, 3 tenders, 4 deep-sea submersibles. He looked up at Admiral Sloyuk and Preblov. Do we have an observer in the area? Preblov nodded. The oceanographic research vessel Mikhail Kurlov, under the command of Captain Ivan Porotkin, is cruising the salvage perimeter. I know Porotkin personally, Sloyuk added. He is a good seaman. If the Americans are spending hundreds of millions of dollars in an attempt to salvage a 76-year-old piece of scrap, Antonov said, there must be a logical motivation. There is a motivation, Admiral Sloyuk said gravely. A motivation that threatens our very security. He nodded to Preblov, who began passing out a red folder marked Sicilian Project to Antonov and the men across the table. That is why I requested this meeting. My people have discovered outline plans for a new secret American defense system. I think you will find it a shocking, if not terrifying, study. Antonov and the others opened the folders and began reading. For perhaps 5 minutes, the Soviet General Secretary read, occasionally glancing in Sloyuk's direction. Antonov's face went through a wide range of expressions, beginning with professional interest, to frank bewilderment, to astonishment, and finally, stunned realization. This is incredible, Admiral Sloyuk, absolutely incredible. Is such a defense system possible? Marshal Tilevich asked. I have put the same question to 5 of our most respected scientists. They all agree, theoretically, that such a system is feasible, provided a strong enough power source is available. And you assume this source lies in the cargo holds of the Titanic, Tilevich put to him. We are certain of it, Comrade Marshal. As I mentioned in the report, the vital ingredient needed for the completion of the Sicilian project is a little-known element called byzanium. We now know the Americans stole the world's only supply from Russian soil 76 years ago. Fortunately for us, they had the ill luck to transport it on a doomed ship. Antonov shook his head in utter incomprehension. If what you say in your report is true, then the Americans have the potential to knock down our intercontinental missiles as effortlessly as a goatherd swats flies. Sloyuk nodded solemnly. I am afraid that is the fearful truth. Polivoy leaned across the table, his face a mask of suspicious consternation. You state here that your contact is a high-level aide in the United States Department of Defense. That is correct, Preblov nodded respectfully. He became disillusioned with the American government during the Watergate affair, and has since sent me whatever material he deems important. Antonov stared piercingly into Preblov's eyes. Do you think they can do it, Captain Preblov? Raise the Titanic. Antonov nodded. Preblov stared back. If you will recall the Central Intelligence Agency's successful recovery of one of our Soviet nuclear submarines in 17,000 feet of water off Hawaii in 1974, I believe the CIA referred to it as Project Jennifer. There is little doubt that the Americans have the technical capability to put the Titanic in New York Harbor. Yes, Comrade Antonov, I firmly believe they will do it. I do not share your opinion, said Polivoy. A vessel the size of the Titanic is a far cry from a submarine. I have to throw in my lot with Captain Preblov, Sloyuk argued. The Americans have an annoying habit of accomplishing what they set out to do. And what of this Sicilian project? Polivoy persisted. The KGB has received no detailed data concerning its existence, except the code name. How do we know the Americans have not created a mythical project to play a bluffing hand at the negotiations to limit strategic nuclear delivery systems? Antonov rubbed his knuckles on the tabletop. The Americans do not bluff.
Comrade Khrushchev found that out 25 years ago during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We cannot ignore any possibility, however remote, that they are on the verge of making this defense system operational as soon as they salvage the Byzanium from the hull of the Titanic. He paused to suck on his pipe stem. I suggest that our next thoughts be directed toward a course of action. Quite obviously, we must see to it that the Byzanium never reaches the United States, Marshal Tilevich said. Polovoy drummed his fingers on the Sicilian project file. Sabotage. We must sabotage the salvage operation. There is no other way. There must be no incident with international repercussions, Antonov said firmly. There can be no suggestion of interference through overt military action. I do not want Soviet-United States relations jeopardized during yet another bad crop year. Is that clear? We can do nothing unless we penetrate the salvage area, Tilevich persisted. Polovoy stared across the table at Sloyuk. What steps have the Americans taken to protect the operation? The nuclear-powered guided missile cruiser Juno is patrolling within sight of the salvage ships on a 24-hour basis. May I speak? Prevlov asked almost condescendingly. He did not wait for an answer. With due consideration, comrades, the penetration has already taken place. Antonov looked up. Please explain yourself, Captain. Prevlov took a side glance at his superior. Admiral Sloyuk acknowledged him with a faint nod. We have 2 undercover operatives working as members of the Numa salvage crew, Prevlov elucidated. An exceptionally talented team. They have been relaying important American oceanographic data to us for 2 years. Good. Good. Your people have done well, Sloyuk, Antonov said. But there was no warmth in his tone. His gaze came back to Prevlov. Are we to assume, Captain, that you have devised a plan? I have, comrade. Marganyin was in Prevlov's office when he returned, casually sitting behind the captain's desk. There was a change about him. No longer did he seem like the common bootlicking aide that Prevlov had left only a few hours ago. There was something about him that was more certain, more self-assured. It seemed to be in his eyes. Those insecure eyes now mirrored the confident look of a man who knew what he was about. How did the conference go, Captain? Marganyin asked without rising. I think I can safely say the day will soon come when you will be addressing me as Admiral. I must confess, Marganyin said coolly, your fertile mind is surpassed only by your ego. Prevlov was caught off guard. His face paled with controlled anger, and when he spoke it required no acute sense of hearing or imagination to detect the emotion in his voice. You dare to insult me? Why not? You undoubtedly sold Comrade Antonov on the fact that it was your genius that arrived at the purpose of the Sicilian project and the Titanic salvage operation, when in reality it was my source who passed along the information. And you also most likely told them about your wonderful plan to wrest the Byzanium from the Americans' hands, again stolen from me. In short, Prevlov, you are nothing but an untalented thief. That will do. Prevlov was pointing a finger at Marganyin, his tone glacial. Suddenly he stiffened and was completely under control again, intent, urbane, the true professional. You will burn for your insubordination, Marganyin, he said pleasantly. I will see to it that you burn 1,000 deaths before this month is through. Marganyin said nothing. He only smiled a smile that was as cold as a tomb. Chapter 38. So much for secrecy, Seagram said, dropping a newspaper on Sandeker's desk. That's this morning's paper. I picked it up from a newsstand not 15 minutes ago. Sandeker turned it around and looked at the front page. He didn't have to look farther. It was all there. Numa to raise Titanic, he read aloud. Well, at least we don't have to pussyfoot around anymore. Multi-million-dollar effort to salvage ill-fated liner. You have to admit, it makes for fascinating reading. Informed sources said today that the National Underwater and Marine Agency is conducting an all-out salvage attempt to raise the RMS Titanic, which struck an iceberg and sank in the mid-Atlantic on April 15, 1912, with a loss of over 1,500 lives. This tremendous undertaking heralds a new dawn in deep-sea salvage that is without parallel in the history of man's search for treasure. A multi-million-dollar treasure hunt. Seagram frowned darkly. The President will love that. Even has a picture of me, Sandecker said. Not a good likeness. Must be a stock photo from their files taken maybe 5 or 6 years ago. It couldn't have come at a worse time, Seagram said. 3 more weeks. Pitt said he would try to lift her in 3 more weeks. Don't hold your breath. Pitt and his crew have been at it for 9 months. 9 grueling months of battling every winter storm the Atlantic could throw at them, tackling every setback and technical adversity as it came up. It's a miracle they've accomplished so much in so little time. And yet, 1,001 things can still go wrong. There may be hidden structural cracks that might split the hull wide open when it breaks from the sea floor. Or then again, the enormous suction between the keel and the bottom ooze might never release its grip. If I were you, Seagram, I wouldn't get a glow on until you see the Titanic being towed past the Statue of Liberty. Seagram looked wounded. The Admiral grinned at his stricken expression and offered him a cigar. It was refused. On the other hand, Sandecker said comfortingly, she may rise to the surface as pretty as you please. That's what I like about you, Admiral, your on-again, off-again optimism. I like to prepare myself for disappointments. It helps to ease the pain. Seagram didn't reply. He was silent for a minute. Then he said, So we worry about the Titanic when the time comes. But we still have the problem of the press to consider. How do we handle it? Simple, Sandecker said airily. We do what any red-blooded grassroots politician would do when his shady record is laid bare by scandal-hungry reporters. And that is, Seagram asked warily. We call a press conference. That's madness. If Congress and the public ever got wind of the fact that we've poured over $750 million into this thing, they'll be on us like a Kansas tornado. So we play liar's poker and slice the salvage costs in half for publication. Who's to know? There's no way the true figure can be uncovered. I still don't like it, Seagram said. Those Washington reporters are master surgeons when it comes to dissecting a speaker at a press conference. They'll carve you up like a Thanksgiving turkey. I wasn't thinking of me, Sandecker said slowly. Then who? Certainly not me. I'm the little man who isn't here, remember? I had someone else in mind. Someone who is ignorant of our behind-the-scenes skullduggery. Someone who is an authority on sunken ships, and whom the press would treat with the utmost courtesy and respect. And where are you going to find this paragon of virtue? I'm awfully glad you used the word virtue, Sandecker said slyly. You see, I was thinking of your wife. Chapter 39. Dana Seagram stood confidently at the lectern and deftly fielded the questions put to her by the 80-odd reporters seated in the Numa headquarters auditorium. She smiled continuously, with the happy look of a woman who is enjoying herself and who knows she would be approved of. She wore a terracotta-color wrap skirt and a deeply V'd sweater, neatly accented by a small mahogany necklace. She was tall, appealing, and elegant, an image that immediately put her inquisitors at a disadvantage. A white-haired woman on the left side of the room rose and waved her hand. Dr. Seagram. Dana nodded gracefully. Dr. Seagram, the readers of my paper, the Chicago Daily, would like to know why the government is spending millions to salvage an old rusty ship. Why wouldn't the money be better spent elsewhere, say for welfare or badly needed urban renewal? I'll be happy to clear the air for you, Dana said. To begin with, raising the Titanic is not a waste of money. $290 million have been budgeted, and so far we are well below that figure, and I might add, ahead of schedule. Don't you consider that a lot of money? Not when you consider the possible return. You see, the Titanic is a veritable storehouse of treasure. Estimates run over $300 million. There are many of the passengers' jewels and valuables still on board, $250,000 worth in one stateroom alone. Then there are the ship's fittings, as well as the furnishings and the precious decor, some of which may have survived. A collector would gladly pay anywhere from $500 to $1,000 for one piece of china or a crystal goblet from the first-class dining room. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is one time when a federal project is not, if you'll pardon the expression, a taxpayer ripoff. We will show a profit in dollars and a profit in historical artifacts of a bygone era, not to mention the tremendous wealth of data for marine science and technology. Dr. Seagram, this from a tall, pinched-faced man in the rear of the auditorium, we haven't had time to read the press release you passed out earlier, so could you please enlighten us as to the mechanics of the salvage? I'm glad you asked me that, Dana laughed. Seriously, I apologize for the old cliché, but your question, sir, is the cue for a brief slide presentation that should help explain many of the mysteries regarding the project. She turned to the wings of the stage. Lights, please. The lighting dimmed, and the first slide marched onto a wide screen above and behind the lectern. We begin with a composite of over 80 photographs pieced together to show the Titanic as she rests on the seafloor. Fortunately, she is sitting upright, with a light less to port, which conveniently puts the 100-yard-long gash she received from the iceberg in an accessible position to seal. How is it possible to seal an opening that size at that enormous depth? The next slide came on, and showed a man holding what looked like a large blob of liquid plastic. In answer to that question, Dana said, this is Dr. Amos Stanford demonstrating a substance he developed called wet steel. As the name suggests, wet steel, though pliable in air, hardens to the rigidity of steel 90 seconds after coming in contact with water, and it can bond itself to a metal object as though it were welded. This last statement was followed by a wave of murmurs throughout the room. Ball-shaped aluminum tanks, 10 feet in diameter, that contain wet steel, have been dropped at strategic spots around the vessel, Dana continued. They are designed so that a submersible can attach itself to the tank, not unlike the docking procedure of a shuttle rocket with a space laboratory, and then proceed to the working area where the crew can aim and expel the wet steel from a specially designed nozzle. How is the wet steel pumped from the tank? To illustrate with another comparison, the great pressure at that depth compresses the aluminum tank much like a tube of toothpaste, squeezing the sealant through the nozzle and into the opening to be covered. She signaled for a new slide. Now here we see a cutaway drawing of the sea, depicting the supply tenders on the surface and the submersibles clustered around the wreck on the bottom. There are 4 manned underwater vehicles involved in the salvage operation. The Sappho-1, which you may recall was the craft used on the Lorelei Curragh drift expedition, is currently engaged in patching the damage caused by the iceberg along the starboard side of the hull, and also the bows, where they were shattered by the Titanic's boilers. The Sappho-2, a newer and more advanced sister ship, is sealing the smaller openings, such as the air vents and portholes. The Navy's submersible, the Sea Slug, has the job of cutting away unnecessary debris, including the masts, rigging, and the aft funnel which fell across the after boat deck. And finally, the Deep Fathom, a submersible belonging to the Uranus Oil Corporation, is installing pressure relief valves on the Titanic's hull and superstructure. Could you please explain the purpose of the valves, Dr. Seagram? Certainly, Dana replied. When the hull begins its journey to the surface, the air that has been pumped into her interior will begin to expand as the pressure of the sea lessens against her exterior. Unless this inside pressure is continuously bled, the Titanic could conceivably blow herself to pieces. The valves, of course, are there to prevent this disastrous occurrence. Then Numa intends to use compressed air to lift the derelict? Yes. The support tender Capricorn has 2 compressor units capable of displacing the water in the Titanic's hull with enough air to raise her. Dr. Seagram, came another disembodied voice. I represent science today, and I happen to know that the water pressure where the Titanic lies is upwards of 6,000 pounds per square inch. I also know that the largest available air compressor can only put out 4,000 pounds. How do you intend to overcome this differential? The main unit on board the Capricorn pumps the air from the surface through a reinforced pipe to the secondary pump, which is stationed amidships of the wreck. In appearance, this secondary pump looks like a radial aircraft engine with a series of pistons spreading from a central hub. Again, we utilize the sea's great abyssal pressures to activate the pump, which is also assisted by electricity and the air pressure coming from above. I'm sorry, I can't give you an in-depth description, but I am a marine archaeologist, not a marine engineer. However, Admiral Sandecker will be available later in the day to answer your technical questions in greater detail. What about suction? The voice of science today persisted. After sitting embedded in the silt all these years, won't the Titanic be fairly well glued to the bottom? She will indeed. Dana gestured for the lights. They came on, and she stood blinking in the glare for a few moments until she could distinguish her inquirer. He was a middle-aged man with long brown hair and large wire-rimmed glasses. When it is calculated that the ship has enough air to lift her mass toward the surface, the air pipe will be disconnected from the hull and converted to inject an electrolyte chemical, processed by the Myers-Lentz Company, into the sediment surrounding the Titanic's keel. The resulting reaction will cause the molecules in the sediment to break down and form a cushion of bubbles that will erase the static friction and allow the great bulk to wrest herself free from the suction. Another man raised his hand. If the operation is successful and the Titanic begins floating toward the surface, isn't there a good chance she could capsize? 2.5 miles is a long way for an unbalanced object of 45,000 tons to remain upright. You're right. There is the possibility she might capsize, but we plan to leave enough water in her lower holds to act as ballast and offset this problem. A young, mannish-looking woman rose and waved her hand. Dr. Seagram, I am Connie Sanchez of Female Eminence Weekly, and my readers would be interested in learning what defense mechanisms you have personally developed for competing on a day-to-day basis in a profession dominated by egotistic male pigheads. The audience of reporters greeted the question with uneasy silence. God, Dana thought to herself, it had to come sooner or later. She stepped alongside the lectern and leaned on it in a negligent, almost sexy attitude. My reply, Ms. Sanchez, is strictly off the record. Then you're copping out, said Connie Sanchez with a superior grin. Dana ignored the jab. First, I find that a defense mechanism is hardly necessary. My masculine colleagues respect my intelligence enough to accept my opinions. I don't have to go braless or spread my legs to get their attention. Second, I prefer standing on my own home ground and competing with members of my own sex. Not a strange stance when you consider the fact that out of 540 scientists on the staff of Numa, 114 are women. And third, Miss Sanchez, the only pigheads it's been my misfortune to meet during my life have not been men, but rather the female of the species. For several moments, a stunned silence gripped the room. Then, suddenly, shattering the embarrassed quiet, a voice burst from the audience. "Atta girl, Doc," yelled the little white-haired lady from the Chicago Daily. "That's putting her down." A sea of applause rippled and then roared, sweeping the auditorium in a storm of approval. The battle-hardened Washington correspondents offered her their respect with a standing ovation. Connie Sanchez sat in her seat and stared coldly in flushed anger. Dana saw Connie's lips form the word bitch, and she returned a smug, derisive kind of smile that only women do so well. Adulation, Dana thought. How sweet it is. Chapter 40. Since early morning, the wind had blown steadily out of the northeast. By late afternoon, it had increased to a gale of 35 knots, which in turn threw up mountainous seas that pitched the salvage ships about like paper cups in a dishwasher. The tempest carried with it a numbing cold, born from the barren wastes above the Arctic Circle. The men dared not venture out onto the icy decks. It was no secret that the greatest barrier against keeping warm was the wind. A man could feel much colder and more miserable at 20 degrees above 0 Fahrenheit with a 35-knot wind than at 20 degrees below 0 with no wind. The wind steals the body heat as quickly as it can be manufactured, a nasty situation known as chill factor. Joel Farquhar, the Capricorn's weatherman, on loan from the Federal Meteorological Services Administration, seemed unconcerned with the storm snapping outside the operations room as he studied the instrumentation that tied into the national weather satellites and provided 4 space pictures of the North Atlantic every 24 hours. "What does your prognosticating little mind see for our future?" Pitt asked, bracing his body against the roll. "She'll start easing in another hour," Farquhar replied. "By sunrise tomorrow, the wind should be down to 10 knots. Farquhar didn't look up when he spoke. He was a studious little red-faced man with utterly no sense of humor and no trace of friendly warmth. Yet he was respected by every man on the salvage operation because of his total dedication to the job and the fact that his predictions were uncannily accurate. "The best-laid plans," Pitt murmured idly to himself. "Another day lost. That's 4 times in 1 week we've had to cast off and buoy the airline." "Only God can make a storm," Farquhar said indifferently. He nodded toward the 2 banks of television monitors that covered the forward bulkhead of the Capricorn's operations room. "At least they're not bothered by it all." Pitt looked at the screens which showed the submersibles, calmly working on the wreck 12,000 feet below the relentless sea. Their independence from the surface was the saving grace of the project. With the exception of the Sea Slug, which only had a downtime of 18 hours and was now securely tied on the Modoc's deck, the other 3 submersibles could be scheduled to stay down on the Titanic for 5 days at a stretch before they returned to the surface to change crews. He turned to Al Giordino, who was bent over a large chart table. "What's the disposition of the surface ships?" Giordino pointed at the tiny 2-inch models scattered about the chart. "The Capricorn is holding her usual position in the center. The Modoc is dead ahead, and the Bamberger is trailing 3 miles astern." Pitt stared at the model of the Bamberger. She was a new vessel, constructed especially for deep-water salvage. "Tell her captain to close up to within 1 mile. Giordino nodded toward the bald radio operator, who was moored securely to the slanting deck in front of his equipment. "You heard the man, Curly. Tell the Bamberger to come up to 1 mile astern." "How about the supply ships?" Pitt asked. "No problem there. This weather's duck soup to big 10-tonners the likes of these 2. The Alhambra's in position to port, and the Monterey Park is right where she's supposed to be to starboard." Pitt nodded at a small red model. "I see our Russian friends are still with us." "The Mikhail Kurkov?" Giordino said. He picked up a blue replica of a warship and placed it next to the red model. "Yeah, but she can't be enjoying the game. The Juno, that Navy-guided missile cruiser, hangs on like glue." "And the wreck boy's signal unit?" "Serenely beeping away 80 feet beneath the uproar," Giordino announced. Only 1,200 yards, give or take a hair, bearing 059, southwest, that is. Thank God we haven't been blown off the homestead, Pitt sighed. Relax, Giardino grinned reassuringly. You act like a mother with a daughter out on a date after midnight every time there's a little breeze. The mother-hen complex becomes worse the closer we get, Pitt admitted. 10 more days, Al. If we can get 10 calm days, we can wrap it up. That's up to the weather oracle. Giardino turned to Farquhar. What about it, O great seer of meteorological wisdom? 12 hours advance notice is all you'll get out of me, Farquhar grunted without looking up. This is the North Atlantic. She's the most unpredictable of any ocean in the world. Hardly one day is ever the same. Now, if your precious Titanic had gone down in the Indian Ocean, I could give you your 10-day prediction with an 80% chance of accuracy. Excuses, Giardino replied. I bet when you make love to a woman, you tell her going in that there's a 40% chance she'll enjoy it. 40% is better than nothing, Farquhar said casually. Pitt caught a gesture by the sonar operator and moved over to him. What have you got? A strange pinging noise over the amplifier, the sonar man replied. He was a pale-faced man, about the size and shape of a gorilla. I've picked it up off and on during the last 2 months. Strange sort of sound. Kind of like somebody was sending messages. Make anything of it? No, sir. I had Curly listen to it, but he said it was pure gibberish. Most likely a loose object on the wreck that's being rattled about by the current. Or maybe it's a ghost, the sonar man said. You don't believe in them, but you're afraid of them. Is that it? 1,500 souls went down on the Titanic, the sonar man said. It's not unlikely that at least one came back to haunt the ship. The only spirits I'm interested in, Giardino said from the chart table, are the kind you drink. The interior cabin camera of the Sappho II just blacked out. This from the sandy-haired man seated at the TV monitor. Pitt was immediately behind him, staring at the blackened monitor. Is the problem at this end? No, sir. All circuits here and on the buoy's relay panel are operable. The problem must be on the Sappho II. It just seemed like somebody hung a cloth over the camera lens. Pitt swung to face the radio operator. Curly, contact Sappho II and ask them to check their cabin TV camera. Giardino picked up a clipboard and checked the crew schedule. Omar Woodson is in command of the Sappho II this shift. Curly pressed the transmit switch. Sappho II? Hello, Sappho II. This is Capricorn. Please reply. Then he leaned forward, pressing his headset tighter to his ears. The contact is weak, sir. Lots of interference. The words are very broken. I can't make them out. Turn on the speaker, Pitt ordered. A voice rattled into the operations room, muffled behind a wave of static. Something's jamming the transmission, said Curly. The relay unit on the airline buoy should be picking them up loud and clear. Give your volume everything it's got. Maybe we can make some sense out of Woodson's reply. Sappho II, could you repeat, please? We cannot read you. Over. As soon as Curly turned up the speaker, the explosion of ear-splitting crackle made everyone jump. Corn, we, Lear, Ver. Pitt grabbed the microphone. Omar, this is Pitt. Your cabin TV camera is out. Can you repair? We will await your reply. Over. Every eye in the operations room locked on the speaker as though it were alive. 5 interminable minutes dragged by while they patiently waited for Woodson's report. Then Woodson's fragmented voice hammered through the loudspeaker again. Hen, Monk, est, per, on, sir. Giardino twisted his face, puzzled. Something about Henry Monk. The rest is too garbled to comprehend. They're back on monitor. Not every eye had been aimed at the speaker. The young man at the TV monitors had never taken his off Sappho II's screen. The crew looks like they're grouped around someone lying on the deck. Like spectators at a tennis match,
Every head turned in unison to the TV monitor. Figures were moving to and fro in front of the camera, while in the background 3 men could be seen bent over a body stretched grotesquely on the submersible's narrow cabin deck. "Omar, listen to me," Pitt snapped into the microphone. "We do not understand your transmissions. You are back on TV monitor. I repeat, you are back on TV monitor. Write your message and hold it up to the camera. Over." They watched one of the figures detach itself from the rest and lean over a table for a few moments, writing, and then approach the TV camera. It was Woodson. He held up a scrap of paper whose rough printing read, "Henry Monk dead. Request permission to surface." "Good God!" Giordino's expression was one of pure astonishment. "Henry Monk dead? It can't be true." "Omar Woodson isn't noted for playing games," Pitt said grimly. He began to transmit again. "Negative, Omar. You cannot surface. There's a 35-knot gale up here. The sea is turbulent. I repeat, you cannot surface." Woodson nodded that he understood. Then he wrote something else, looking over his shoulder furtively every so often. The note said, "I suspect Monk murdered." Even Farquhar's usually inscrutable face had gone pale. "You'll have to let them surface now," he whispered. "I will do what I have to do." Pitt shook his head decisively. "My feelings will have to look elsewhere. There are 5 men still alive and breathing inside Sappho II. I won't risk bringing them up, only to lose them all under a 30-foot wave. No, gentlemen, we will just have to sit it out until sunrise to see what there is to see inside the Sappho II." Chapter 41. Pitt had the Capricorn home in on the signal relay buoy as soon as the wind dropped to 20 knots. Once again they connected the airline running from the ship's compressor to the Titanic, and then waited for Sappho II's emergence from the deep. The eastern sky was beginning to brighten when final preparations were made to receive the submersible. Divers made ready to drop in position around the Sappho II and secure safety lines to prevent her from capsizing in the heavy seas. The winches and cables were set to haul her from the water and into the open stern of the Capricorn. Down in the galley, the cook began making an urn of coffee and a hearty breakfast to greet the crew of the submersible when they arrived. When all was in readiness, the scientists and engineers stood quietly shivering in the early morning cold, wondering about Henry Monk's death. It was 06:10 when the submersible popped into the marching swells, 100 yards off the port stern of the Capricorn. A line was run out by boat, and within 20 minutes the Sappho II was winched onto the stern ramp of her tender. As soon as she was blocked and secured into place, the hatch was opened, and Woodson pulled himself out, followed by the 4 surviving members of his crew. Woodson climbed to the top deck, where Pitt was waiting for him. His eyes were red with sleeplessness, and his face stubble-bearded and gray, but he managed a thin smile as Pitt shoved a steaming mug of coffee into his hand. "I don't know which I'm happier to see, you or the coffee," he said. "Your message mentioned murder," Pitt said, ignoring any word of greeting. Woodson sipped at the coffee for a moment and looked back at the men who were gently lifting Monk's body through the submersible's hatch. "Not here," he said quietly. Pitt motioned toward his quarters. Once the door was closed, he wasted no time. "Okay, let's have it." Woodson dropped heavily onto Pitt's bunk and rubbed his eyes. "Not much to tell. We were hovering about 60 feet above the sea floor, sealing off the starboard ports on sea deck, when I got your message about the TV camera. I went aft to check it out and found Monk lying on the deck with his left temple caved in." "Any sign of what caused the blow?" "As plain as the nose on Pinocchio's face," Woodson answered. "Bits of skin, blood, and hair were stuck on the corner of the alternator housing cover. I'm not that familiar with the Sappho II's equipment. How's it mounted?"
On the starboard side, about 10 feet from the stern. The housing cover is raised about 6 inches off the deck, so the alternative below is easily accessible for maintenance. Then it might have been an accident. Monk could have stumbled and fallen, striking his head on the edge. He could have, except his feet were facing the wrong way. What did his feet have to do with it? They were pointing toward the stern. So? Don't you get it? Woodson said impatiently. Monk must have been walking toward the bow when he fell. The fuzzy picture in Pitt's mind began to clear, and he saw the piece of the puzzle that didn't belong. The alternator housing is on the starboard side, so it should have been Monk's right temple that was smashed, not his left. You got it. What caused the TV camera to malfunction? No malfunction. Somebody hung a towel over the lens. And the crew? Where was each member positioned? I was working the nozzle while Sam Merker acted as pilot. Monk had left the instrument panel to go to the head, which is located in the stern. We were the second watch. The first watch included Jack Donovan, a young blond fellow, the structural engineer from Oceanic Tech. Right. And Lieutenant Leon Lucas, the salvage technician on assignment from the Navy, and Ben Drummer. All 3 men were asleep in their bunks. It doesn't necessarily follow that any one of them killed Monk, Pitt said. What was the reasoning? You don't just kill someone in an unescapable situation 12,000 feet under the sea without one hell of a motive. Woodson shrugged. You'll have to call in Sherlock Holmes. I only know what I saw. Pitt continued to probe. Monk could have twisted as he fell. Not unless he had a rubber neck that could turn 180 degrees backward. Let's try another puzzler. How do you kill a 200-pound man by knocking his head against a metal corner that's only 6 inches off the floor? Swing him by the heels like a sledgehammer? Woodson threw out his hands in a helpless gesture. Okay, so maybe I got carried away and began seeing homicidal maniacs where none exist. God knows that wreck down there gets to you after a while. It's weird. There are times I could have sworn I even saw people walking the decks, leaning over the rails and staring at us. He yawned, and it was evident that he was fighting to keep his eyes open. Pitt made for the door and then turned. You better get some sleep. We'll go over this later. Woodson needed no further urging. He was peacefully gone to the world before Pitt was halfway to the sick bay. Dr. Cornelius Bailey was an elephant of a man, broad shoulders, and had a thrusting, square-jawed face. His sandy hair was down to his collar, and the beard on the great jaw was cut in an elegant Van Dyke. He was popular among the salvage crews, and could outdrink any 5 of them when he felt in the mood to prove it. His hem-like hands turned Henry Monk's body over on the examining table as effortlessly as if it was a stick doll, which indeed it very nearly was, considering the advanced stage of rigor mortis. Poor Henry, he said. Thank God he wasn't a family man. Healthy specimen. All I could do for him on his last examination was clean out a little wax from his ears. What can you tell me about the cause of death? Pitt asked. That's obvious, Bailey said. First, it was due to massive damage of the temporal lobe. What do you mean by first? Just that, my dear Pitt. This man was more or less killed twice. Look at this. He pulled back Monk's shirt, exposing the nape of the neck. There was a large purplish bruise at the base of the skull. The spinal cord just below the medulla oblongata has been crushed, most likely by a blunt instrument of some kind. Then Woodson was right. Monk was murdered. Murdered, you say? Oh, yes, of course. No doubt of it, Bailey said calmly, as though homicide were an everyday shipboard occurrence. Then it would seem the killer struck Monk from behind and then rammed his head against the alternator housing to make it look like an accident. That's a fair assumption. Pitt laid a hand on Bailey's shoulder. I'd appreciate it if you kept your discovery quiet for a while, Doc.
Mum's the word. My lips are sealed and all that crap. Don't waste another thought on it. My report and testimony will be here when you need it. Pitt smiled at the doctor and left the sick bay. He made his way aft to where the Sappho II sat dripping salt water on the stern ramp, climbed up the hatch ladder, and dropped down inside. An instrument technician was checking the TV camera. "How does it look?" Pitt asked. "Nothing wrong with this baby," the technician replied. "As soon as the structural crew checks out the hull, you can send her back down." "The sooner the better," Pitt said. He moved past the technician to the after end of the submersible. The gore from Monk's injuries had already been cleaned from the deck and the corner of the alternator housing. Pitt's mind was whirling. Only one thought broke away and uncoiled. Not a thought, really. Rather an unreasoning certainty that something would point an accusing finger toward Monk's murderer. He figured it would take him an hour or more. But the fates were kind. He found what he knew he must find within the first 10 minutes.